Chapter 195. Mo Huiling didn't dare to delay any longer. She immediately sent him to the hospital. At the same time, she called Chen Yuqing and told him that Gu Jingze had relapsed again. Moreover, his relapse was worse than before. However, Chen Yuqing wasn't in Los Angeles. After hearing the news, he said to Mo Huiling in surprise, "Why did President Gu suddenly relapse over there?" Mo Huiling said angrily, "You're asking me. I want to ask you what's wrong with Jingze. He's never been so sick before. Are you treating him properly?" Chen Yuqing didn't like Mo Huiling at first, but he was never afraid of her. He was Gu Jingze's doctor, so he only answered to Gu Jingze. He said impassively, "I should be asking Miss Mo about this. When President Gu was with Mrs. Gu, he was always fine. It's been a long time since he had a relapse. Why did Miss Mo make President Gu so sick here?" "You!" Mo Huiling shouted angrily, "I don't care. Come here now and cure Jingze. Otherwise, just you wait. Tomorrow, I'll get Jingze to fire you. I think it's urgent. Miss Mo, Mrs. Gu should be in Los Angeles too. You should ask her to come here." Why should I ask that woman?" Mo Huiling said unwillingly. "Because if you touch President Gu, he will have a relapse. But Mrs. Gu has been with President Gu for so long, and she has never caused him to have a relapse. So obviously, it is more suitable for Mrs. Gu to take care of President Gu. In order to prevent President Gu from dying because of you, you should call Mrs. Gu and ask her to come over." Mo Huiling looked into the room and kept thinking. Although she hated this damn doctor, she was indeed afraid of getting into trouble because of him. If something really happened to Gu Jingze because of her, she would be in serious trouble. However, if Lin Che was here and something happened to her in front of him, she could still push all the blame onto Lin Che. At this thought, Mo Huiling walked inside and looked at Gu Jingze, who was almost unconscious. She held his hand and said, "Jingze, I want to stay here with you too. No matter what happens, I'll stay with you. But Chen Yuqing actually asked me to leave and let Lin Che take over. For your safety. 55555, I can only leave. You have to get better. You have to get better, Jingze." After saying that, she could only turn around and walk out unwillingly. Looking at Gu Jingze's men, who were following him, he asked them to call Lin Che. Gu Jingze's bodyguard immediately called Lin Che. When Mo Huiling saw that the call was connected, she directly snatched it without hesitation. Gu Jingze's people didn't like Mo Huiling very much. It was okay before, but now, with Lin Che as a comparison, Mo Huiling was more and more disgusting. However, their master was too emotional, so there was a problem. They didn't know who to listen to. Gu Jingze treated his wife very well, but he didn't completely let go of his old lover. Because of this, when they saw Gu Jingze leaving with Mo Huiling, they thought that Gu Jingze was having a moment with his old lover. They didn't expect, fortunately, Gu Jingze's only flaw was this. He was very sure about everything else except for Mo Huiling, who was an unknown factor. This time, this unknown factor caused trouble. At this moment, Mo Huiling snatched the phone and said directly, "Lin Che." Lin Che asked curiously, "Miss Mo?" Seeing that Lin Che could still be so calm at this moment, Mo Huiling thought that he was quite tactful. "What are you doing?" "I'm sleeping," Lin Che said. "All right, at least you're tactful. You know your place and don't want to ruin Jingze and me," Mo Huiling said. Lin Che said, "I've always said that I respect your matters and won't get involved. It's just that you don't believe me. But Jingze just had an episode. Hurry up and come over. Why did Jingze marry you? Isn't it to take care of him?" "What? Gu Jingze had an episode?" Lin Che panicked. Mo Huiling said, yes, Jingza was never this serious when he was with me. I really don't know what you're doing to make Jingza's condition worse and worse. It's all your fault. Of course you have to take care of him now. Humph. Forget it, I'll go over now. Although Lin Che was unhappy, he knew what was more important. The most important thing now was Gu Jingza's illness. Mo Huiling and the others were all secondary. Mo Huiling said to the phone, I'll come and see Jingza when he wakes up. If you don't take good care of him and anything happens to Jingza, not only me, but the Gu family won't let you off either. Humph. After pushing the blame to Lin Che, Mo Huiling put down the phone and left. Lin Che arrived at the hospital in the middle of the night. When he entered, he saw that the floor was already filled with Gu Jingza's people. After entering, Lin Che hurriedly ran into the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Gu Jingza lying unconscious on the hospital bed. All the anger he felt just now disappeared. Gu Jingza was the only one who looked upset. She hurriedly pounced on him. Gu Jingza, what's wrong with you? Madam, sir has taken the medicine, but... the person beside her said. Lin Che raised his head. But what? This is Dr. Chen's call. Come and take it. Lin Che looked at the phone and hurriedly took it. Chen Yuqing was calm on the phone. Knowing that Lin Che had come, he was not as harsh as before. Madam Gu, don't worry. President Gu's illness is fine. I've already asked someone to take a look at him. They said that it's just the usual symptoms. He'll be fine after taking the medicine. I see. Lin Che finally heaved a sigh of relief. But why does he still look so upset? Oh, did you see Gu Jingza's face change from red to white? It's so red that it's ridiculous, and so on. Yes. Lin Che turned around and looked. It was indeed different from usual. Chen Yuqing said, oh, that's because he took the knockout drug. Mo Huiling gave it to him. I think Madam Gu should be more familiar with this kind of drug than me, hee. What? Knockout drug? Did he mean the drug that she had given to Gu Jingza? How could this be? There's nothing we can do about it. There's no antidote for the knockout drug. Luckily, he'll be fine after the drug wears off. Just take care of him for one night, hee. After Chen Yuqing finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Lin Che was left alone to look at Gu Jingza, who was lying on the bed. She suddenly didn't know what to do. The most urgent thing was to bring him home from the hospital. It was really too inconvenient here. Chapter 196. Seeing that Lin Che had finally arrived, Gu Jingza's men breathed a sigh of relief. Madam, what should we do now? Let's take him home first. Dr. Chen said that he's fine now, said Lin Che. Yes, madam. We'll do it now. After experiencing Mo Huiling's stubbornness and ignorance, seeing Lin Che again was like seeing a family member. They hurriedly listened to Lin Che's instructions and went to prepare the car. An hour later, they finally arrived at Gu Jingza's manor. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza, who was still unconscious, and went to fetch water to wipe his forehead and body. She was busy going in and out. She gently wiped his cheeks with a towel. She looked at Gu Jingza's flushed face, which was unhealthily red, as if he had a fever, but it wasn't really a high fever. His body temperature was maintained at 37.5 degrees Fahrenheit and couldn't go up. Thinking about this day, her good life was ruined by Mo Huiling's sudden arrival. She had thought that it was okay for them to go out for dinner. Who knew that such a big thing would happen? Lin Che thought back to when he was alone in this huge room. He wondered if something had happened between Gu Jingze and Imo Huiling. When he looked at Gu Jingze again, he just wanted to tell him that he deserved it. However, Chen Yuqing said that he was drugged. Imo Huiling gave it to him. Why did Imo Huiling do this? Lin Che felt that Imo Huiling's words were too much. Didn't she say that she loved Gu Jingze? Since she loved him, why did she torture him like this? However, looking at Gu Jingze, she pouted and thought that he deserved it. Wasn't she the woman he loved? He was blind to fall in love with such a woman. Who else could he blame? Perhaps the two of them wanted to spice things up, so they deliberately drugged him. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze with mixed feelings. On one hand, she felt that he deserved it, but on the other hand, she felt sorry for him. Therefore, although she was a little jealous, she still wiped his forehead. At this time, Gu Jingze suddenly opened his eyes. He vaguely saw a shadow approaching him. It was Lin Che. He instinctively wanted to push her away, thinking that he was hallucinating again. However, the next moment, he smelled her scent. That faint fragrance belonged solely to Lin Che. He would never forget it, nor would he be mistaken. He immediately grabbed Lin Che's hand that was holding the towel. His hand stopped on Gu Jingze's cheek. Lin Che lowered his head and looked at Gu Jingze's slightly weak eyes. His dark eyes seemed a little blurry, as though they were shrouded in mist, adding a sense of mystery to them. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyelashes trembled slightly. When he looked at Lin Che couldn't help but tremble. A breathtaking feeling erupted from this man's body. Good-looking people were good-looking at all times. Even when they were weak, they were still good-looking in a different way. You're awake. How are you? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. He gripped her hand tightly and shook his head. Lin Che said, "Phew, that's good. Dr. Chen also said that you're fine. You'll get better after taking the medicine, but, however, Dr. Chen also said that he had to wait for the effects of the drug to wear off." She still remembered that the medicine she had taken at that time only took effect in the morning. However, this medicine was different from normal medicine. She didn't know how effective it would be. Gu Jingze moved his lips. He looked at Lin Che and said, "I'm a little thirsty." Lin Che was still looking at him. She wondered if he was different from usual. When she heard him say that, she quickly got up to get some water. When she came back, she carefully fed him the water. He opened his mouth and drank all the water. However, he still felt thirsty. His mouth was dry and his body was hot. Lin Che lowered her head and said, "Drink slowly. There's still water." Gu Jingze drank the water, but it still couldn't relieve the dryness in his throat. His gaze slowly moved towards Lin Che's direction. Although it was already a world of ice and snow outside, there was a thermostat in the manor, so it was always as warm as spring. She was wearing knitted casual clothes of the simplest style. It was a little loose, and her fair neck was exposed. Her throat moved. There wasn't a single crease on her clean neck. The lines of her neck looked very smooth. As his gaze moved downwards, the nape of her neck seemed to be spinning, attracting his gaze. Slowly, the hand that was holding the bedsheets tightened. In that instant, he had the urge to tear this eyesore of hers apart. He desperately wanted to tear her clothes apart and see the beauty beneath her lines. He gripped the bedsheets tightly, almost tearing them apart. Feeling the man secretly exerting strength, Lin Che looked down and saw his tightly clenched hands. The veins on his sturdy forearms were popping, and the joints of his fingers were white from the force he was exerting. It was as if his bones were about to burst out of his joints. He was exerting so much strength. Lin Che jumped in shock and hurriedly put the cup aside. Before she could turn around, she felt Gu Jingze grab her waist and throw her onto the big bed. Lin Che was dizzy from the fall. It was mainly because she was too surprised that she was in a daze. Looking at the man who had suddenly fallen on her, she subconsciously pushed him with both hands. A hot chest pressed against her. Originally, a man's body was hotter than a woman's. At this moment, it was like a sick heat, almost burning her. He roughly reached out and tore her clothes. His scarlet eyes looked at her white and tender chest, and he reached out to grab it. Lin Che cried out in alarm as he felt a sharp pain in his body from the force. Gu Jingze, you. What's wrong with you? Although she immediately realized that it was the effect of the drug, she was still a little surprised. It seemed like the first time, he had also violently ripped off all her clothes. However, this time, it felt like he was using more force and was more violent than the first time. His kiss fell directly on her neck. Like a vampire, he sucked on her neck until it hurt. In the depth of his kiss, he wanted to directly bite her flesh. It really made people think that he was really crazy. Gu Jingze thought that he could control himself. After such a long time, he should have recovered. However, at that moment, when he looked at Lin Che's clean little face, he had an impulse. It made him want to eat this woman into his stomach to vent the desire in his heart. He grabbed her arms so hard, spread her body flat on the bed, looked at her white neck, and bit down hard. The tip of his tongue went all the way down, leaving a string of wet, instantly evaporating coldness. It made Lin Che tremble, and she couldn't help but want to curl up, but Gu Jingze made it so that she couldn't move at all. Chapter 197. Gu Jingze took a deep breath. His nostrils were filled with her scent. He breathed heavily, but he felt that it was useless no matter how much he breathed. He just looked at the woman below him. He was so desperate that he wanted to tear her apart. Lin Che was already in a daze from all the rubbing. She covered her face and looked at the man in front of her. She felt that she was going to die in his hands today. Lin Che panicked. Her little bit of strength was usually not enough for him. If it wasn't for him giving in to her all the time, she wouldn't have been able to get any benefits. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his mind. His strength was so great that he buried all her resistance under his body. Lin Che really thought that he was going to be tormented by him again. She remembered the pain she had suffered the first time. She still felt a lingering fear when she thought about it. This was clearly Mo Huiling's doing. Why was she the one suffering in the end? She couldn't accept it. Gu Jingze, can't you look for Mo Huiling? Why are you venting on me? Lin Che shouted angrily. She thought that Gu Jingze wouldn't be able to hear her. He was a man who was dominated by his desires and didn't care anymore. However, when Gu Jingze heard her voice, he slowly opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked at her with bloodshot eyes. Lin Che's fair body was covered in bruises in just a short while. They were all the marks he had left behind. Such a delicate body was covered in bruises because of his roughness. Gu Jingze's heart ached. He looked at Lin Che and closed his eyes. He felt the surging urge in his body about to swallow him up. He closed his eyes and pushed Lin Che away. Get out! Get out, he shouted. Lin Che was pushed to the side. He could feel Gu Jingze jumping off the bed and stumbling towards the bathroom. Lin Che got up. Seeing Gu Jingze walk in, she hurriedly followed him. The bathroom door was closed. The sound of water came from inside. Lin Che knocked on the door. Gu Jingze. What's wrong? The sound of running water could be heard from inside. Gu Jingze shouted, Get lost. It's none of your business. Go away. How could Lin Che leave? She leaned against the door and listened carefully to the sound inside. Gu Jingze, it's okay. I'm just outside. Remember to call me if you need anything. Get lost, I told you to leave, did you hear me? Hearing Gu Jing's cursing, Lin Che couldn't help but want to leave. However, when he looked back, he still couldn't bear to do so. He just quietly sat on the ground and listened to the voices inside. The sound of water continued for a long time without stopping. Lin Che became more and more worried. Finally, he couldn't help but call out to the person inside, Gu Jingze, wake up. You didn't faint again, did you? Are you alright? Open the door and let me see. There was still no movement inside. Lin Che stomped his feet anxiously. He raised his leg and wanted to kick the door open. But before he could kick it, the door swung open. Inside, Gu Jing's entire body was drenched. He hadn't taken off his clothes yet, so they stuck tightly to his body, outlining the faintly discernible lines of his muscles. This was the first time Lin Che had experienced the temptation of being wet. However, his face looked even sicker. It was frighteningly red. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. You. What's wrong with you? Are you alright? Gu Jingze stared intently at Lin Che. His bloodshot eyes were deep and his gaze seemed to be on fire as it locked onto her face. Lin Che was stunned. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about being afraid. She hurried forward and asked, How are you? However, Gu Jingze brushed past Lin Che's side and quickly walked inside. Gu Jingze, don't go. What's wrong with you? Tell me. Nothing's wrong. Hurry up and leave. Leave me here alone, Gu Jingze said quickly. He didn't look at Lin Che anymore. He just kept walking inside. No, Gu Jingze. Hurry up and tell me what's wrong with you. Gu Jingze suddenly turned around like a gust of wind. He grabbed the clothes that she had changed into. He grabbed the collar and stared at her with bloodshot eyes. If you don't leave now, I might not be able to control myself. Don't regret it. Lin Che widened her eyes and looked at him. Gu Jingze, you, Gu Jingze's throat moved. The thin layer of sweat on his forehead, the tip of his nose and his Adam's apple slowly condensed into beads and slid down his body. He used his hot, dry lips and said slowly, I can't control myself now. I can't control myself. Do you understand? If you don't want me to hurt you, get lost. Although he had told her to scram, Lin Che now understood that he was really afraid of hurting her. That was why he said that. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, It's okay, Gu Jingze. If you can't control yourself. As she spoke, she felt that these words weren't suitable for a girl to say. She lowered her face and blushed. However, the rest of the sentence was still slowly spat out from his lips. I can help you too. Gu Jingze was going crazy. His body, which had just recovered a little, seemed to explode because of her words. Gu Jingze flung her hand away and turned around. He bit his lip and said, No, Lin Che. I'm the one who caused this. I have to bear the consequences myself. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze's side profile, which was still determined at this moment. Why? Isn't this the passionate seduction that you two are playing? Seduction? Gu Jingze asked with a frown. Yes, it's the fun between you two. Lin Che said. Of course not. Huiling is really. He clenched his fists tightly by his side as he thought about it. Although Lin Che knew that it should be like this, she finally stopped thinking about it after hearing Gu Jingze say it himself. But Huiling was too strange. Why would she drug Gu Jingze for no reason? Gu Jingze closed his eyes and endured it. But the changes in his body had already broken through the surface and were directly displayed in front of Lin Che. Lin Che could feel him walking on the floor in agitation. She became even more worried. Was this really okay? What kind of drug was this? Why was it still not okay after so long? Or did he have to vent it out before he could get better? She really felt that it wasn't good for him to endure it like this. His face and body were sweating profusely. Chapter 198. Gu Jingze stood by the window. Outside, it was winter in Los Angeles. The weather was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. Yesterday, it was raining like a storm. Today, it was a clear night. With one hand on the window, he couldn't feel the temperature outside. He could only feel the heat of his body burning his heart. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Just then, Lin Che suddenly walked over from behind. She looked at Gu Jingze and said without hesitation, "Really, let me help you. It's been a few hours. You still haven't." Lin Che felt that this medicine was definitely not the same medicine she had used before. Hearing her voice, Gu Jingze closed his eyes tightly. His shadow was reflected in the window opposite him. Sweat slowly flowed down his closed eyes. Gu Jingze turned around and couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted at Lin Che, "Who needs your help? I told you to get lost. Don't you understand? I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Gu Jingze, I can't watch you suffocate to death." Lin Che was stunned. Then, she immediately shouted back at him. Looking at this stubborn girl, Gu Jingze felt helpless and speechless. He looked at her with a complicated expression. However, Lin Che suddenly rushed up. She stood on her tiptoes and directly hugged his neck. She leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Gu Jingze's mind went blank. The next moment, he had already turned the tables. He hugged her body and lowered his head to kiss her lips. He quietly nibbled on her tender lips. After a while, they were tightly hugging each other as if they were intertwined. Panting, Gu Jingze used his remaining rationality to let go of her. Lin Che's little face was red. Her lips were pouted from his kiss, as if they were about to drip blood. Gu Jingze looked at her. "I can't hurt you like that. Help me in other ways." "What?" Lin Che asked him curiously. Gu Jingze held her hand and moved it down slowly. Lin Che understood, and his face immediately turned red. Gu Jingze sat down with her in his arms. He slowly lay down on the big bed and let her hand touch him. Suddenly, he sighed deeply. Twice, he bit his lips. Lin Che didn't dare to look at him. Although he had experienced it before, he still felt extremely shy every time. But looking at the unbearable redness and heat, it seemed to be much bigger than the past few times. She sighed in her heart. If this thing was placed in her body, it must be very painful. So, was he afraid of hurting her because he knew? Lin Che thought, if a man could still control his own body at this moment, just so that he wouldn't hurt her, in that case, she still had a place in his heart, right? At least, he cared about her feelings. Gu Jingze didn't know if it was because of the drug, or because he had been craving for her today, but looking at her, he had already vented for the first time in a short while. Exhaling, Lin Che was just about to heave a sigh of relief and pull his hand back when Gu Jingze grabbed it. She lifted her head and stared at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze frowned and looked at Lin Che. "What's wrong?" Lin Che said, "Isn't it fine now?" Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. "Am I that weak in your eyes now?" "What? Since when do you think I have such short time? Was this the time to think about this?" He was completely sick now. How could he still be in the mood to think about this? He held her delicate hand and caressed his body again. "This is just the beginning." Lin Che reached out and grabbed it. They had just stopped, but in just a moment, it was unimaginably hot again. Lin Che suddenly felt even more shy. Why did he have to do it again? she blushed and lowered her head. She heard him sigh again. Yes, just like that. Good girl, you're so smart. Gu Jing's praise really made Lin Che lower his head even more. Was this praise? However, she felt quite proud to be praised by him. The feeling that she could make him happy actually made her feel good in her heart. For a moment, she felt that she had been led astray by him. How could she be so impure? His hand traced the outline, making Gu Jing's feel that he wanted more, much more. Lin Che's fingers were sore. This time, it really wasn't as easy as the previous time. She was a little flustered, thinking that she was doing something wrong. She looked up and said, "Is it not possible?" I still, no, very good. Continue. But why don't you? This is my true ability. It's not like you don't know it. She didn't know. She didn't know. When the two of them really did it. Although she knew that it would take a long time, it didn't feel that long. He said, "Good girl, do you want to hurry up?" "Yeah, come here and kiss me. That will help me hurry up." Lin Che blushed. She looked at him and licked her lips. She could only move closer. He bit her lips and kissed her gently. It wasn't as wild as before, but he didn't let her go. After the kiss, her mind was in a daze. He caressed her head. "Good girl. Kiss my body." In a daze, she lowered her head and looked at his sturdy chest. Finally, her gaze landed on his chest. She didn't know if it was a human instinct, but at this moment, she knew what to do even without anyone teaching her. In an instant, his body stiffened. This little vixen really knew how to torture him. But it was so seductive that he couldn't help but be buried under her excitement. After a while, he completely exploded. They continued like this for the whole night. Lin Che felt that his hand was really going to be crippled. In the end, the effects of the drug seemed to have passed. He was also exhausted. Without caring about anything else, he hugged Lin Che and the two of them fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when he woke up, Lin Che felt extremely awkward. He felt that his body was sticky and his arms were sore. When he looked again, the man beside him was already gone. He leaned against the bed, his clothes in a mess. The clothes that he had changed out of were also on the floor. "You're awake. I asked someone to send food over." At this moment, the door was pushed open. Gu Jingze walked in and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che blushed. Thinking about what she had done for him that night, she felt embarrassed. Although it seemed like nothing had happened that night, she had worked so hard because she wanted the effects of the drug to pass faster. But now that it had passed, thinking about what she had done that night, kissing him and teasing him, she felt embarrassed. Lin Che didn't dare to look at him. However, Gu Jingze walked over and said, "Come, let me see if your hand is injured." Lin Che stared blankly for a moment. She felt him quickly walking over and grabbing her hand. Her hand was fine, but her arm was sore. She cried out in pain. Gu Jingze frowned. Chapter 199. Does it hurt that much? I'm fine. Lin Che pulled his hand back. It's okay. It's just a little sore. I probably overexerted myself, I'm sorry. Gu Jingze looked at her and said. He had almost lost his mind last night. He only cared about making himself feel better, but he didn't care about her body. He had done it a few times, and each time it lasted for a long time. She must have been very tired. Lin Che shook his head. It's okay. It's not your fault. Gu Jingze said, it's still my fault. It's really not your fault, Lin Che said. I couldn't just watch you suffocate to death. Lin Che remembered that he had offered his body last night. He quickly explained, so. I said I could help you. It doesn't matter even if I have to use myself to help you. You were in so much pain anyway. If the drug doesn't wear off and you die from suffocation again, I wouldn't be able to explain it to others, right? Therefore, she only said that to help him, without any other meaning. Gu Jingze looked at her. I understand. I understand what you mean. But I can't use you as an antidote. You're not an antidote. You're not an object. You're a person. I can't do that. Lin Che was stunned. She didn't expect him to think this way. His respect warmed her heart. This was Gu Jingze. He was so good. Gu Jingze thought that he had held his bottom line in the end. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Lin Che's fingers unconsciously slid on the bedsheet. He lowered his head and said, It's okay. It's not an antidote. It's an antidote. That was my unconscious venting. I can't vent it on you. To him, that kind of thing, although it was something he wanted to do, it should also be done when two people respected each other. It was sacred and pure. It wasn't a simple venting. If it was just venting, it wouldn't make the other party happy. Instead, it would make her feel pain. Then, it would be disrespectful. If it was just venting, then he was no different from those mindless beasts. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Once again, he felt that Gu Jingze was a person worthy of respect because he was willing to respect others. There were so many men like him who took women as trophies and played with them like they were collecting stamps. This was disrespectful to women. However, even though he had such a status, he still guarded his own bottom line. Gu Jingze said, Come, let me massage your hands. Gu Jingze grabbed her hand. No. I haven't washed my hands yet, it's dirty. She tried to pull her hand back. However, he frowned and pressed her hand down. Don't move. Let me do it, Gu Jingze said. He reached out and began to gently rub her arm. However, as expected, there were still marks on her arms from yesterday. She was too tired after that, so she didn't wash them off and went straight to sleep. At this moment, looking at the mottled marks, Gu Jingze felt that the effect of the drug had returned. Looking at something that belonged to him on a girl's fair skin, that feeling was really the best aphrodisiac. All of a sudden, it could naturally arouse a man's desire to conquer. He hurriedly averted his eyes, but he still felt very guilty. Lin Che also saw it at a glance. She blushed even more embarrassedly. It's really dirty, how can it be? Didn't I say that it's not dirty? He lightly pressed his lips against her ear and said softly, This belongs to me. What's dirty about it? Lin Che quickly shook his hand off. All right, you don't have to do it anymore. I'm not in so much pain anymore. I'm going to take a shower. With that said, Lin Che quickly ran off the bed and rushed into the bathroom. Looking at the color on her body, she felt even more speechless. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt even crazier. There were countless handprints and lip marks on her body. It looked as if she had just experienced a disaster. Her mind replayed the rough actions he had used on her, kissing and rubbing. Looking at it now, she was really embarrassed. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. She was really a perverted woman. She must be a masochist at heart. So seeing her like this, she could still think of being embarrassed. However, it actually didn't hurt that much. Although it looked a little scary, it probably had something to do with her physique. Her skin was too white, so a little force could leave marks. Otherwise, it wouldn't look so scary. Outside. Just then, someone came in to tell Gu Jingze that Miss Mo had arrived and was waiting for him outside. Gu Jingze frowned. He looked at the person and said, tell her that I'm resting today. Let her go. However, the person who came alone said, Sir, Miss Mo said that she won't leave until she sees you today. Gu Jingze sighed deeply. Seeing that Lin Che was still washing up, he didn't want Lin Che to see Mo wheeling at the door the moment he went out. He might as well go out and settle things first. Thus, Gu Jingze nodded and agreed. When he went out, he saw Mo wheeling at the door looking anxious. She immediately rushed over. Jingze, are you okay? Are you okay? She looked up and saw that Gu Jingze's face looked fine. He didn't look haggard, but he looked very energetic. Mo wheeling was puzzled. Since he couldn't touch women, he must have been holding it in for the whole night. The drug was so strong that it must have taken a toll on him. How could he still be so energetic? Gu Jingze dodged her hand. Although he didn't want to be so heartless, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Mo wheeling was stunned. She bit her lower lip, knowing that she had gone overboard. She didn't dare to say anything and just sobbed softly. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I didn't know that the drug would be so strong. I really just want to be with you. My dream is to be your woman, even if it's just for a day. All these years of waiting won't be a waste. But I really can't accept it. I wanted to give my first time to you for so many years, but why couldn't I give it to you in the end? I only want to give you the best thing in my life, alright, wheeling. That's right. He had let her down. He couldn't give her the happiness she deserved. After being his girlfriend for so many years, they didn't even have a moment of warmth. However, it was still very annoying to say this over and over again. Mo wheeling said anxiously, Listen to me. I wanted to stay and take care of you at night, but I was afraid that if I touched you, your illness would worsen, so I left. Really, you don't know how much my heart ached when I left. Chapter 200. Gu Jingze didn't want to say more. He looked at her and said, Alright, wheeling, I don't blame you. Really? Mo wheeling's eyes lit up. She looked at Gu Jingze in disbelief. She thought warmly that he still loved her after all. But Gu Jingze said, I'm the one who let you down first. No, I know you had no choice. You and Lin Che don't have feelings for each other. I only dared to touch you because I thought you were fine when you touched her yesterday. If I knew it was so serious, I wouldn't have touched you. You're right. Nothing happened when she touched me. Gu Jingze looked at Mo wheeling and said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Something that shouldn't have happened between us. So, I should be the one who betrayed you. I'm the one who let you down. Mo wheeling was stunned. She wondered if she had heard wrongly. Something that shouldn't have happened? He and Lin Che, Mo wheeling broke down and took 2 steps back. She widened her eyes and looked at Gu Jingze in shock. Gu Jingze didn't want to tell her at first. He thought that it was just a one-night stand with Lin Che and that it was because of the drug. After the divorce, there would be nothing left. He didn't want Mo wheeling to feel bad. Even if they had to separate, he wanted her to separate properly. But he was wrong. He should have told her earlier. It was fair to her. You and Lin Che have. Mo wheeling still couldn't believe it and asked again. Wheeling, I'm sorry. Gu Jingze said sincerely. Mo wheeling burst into tears. Why can you be with her but not me? That's why I can interact with her, but not you. This isn't something that can be controlled by humans. We don't know why, but it just happened. So, Huiling, don't be too attached to me. I'm no longer the Gu Jingze that you wanted in the past. Just take it that I betrayed our relationship. I hope you can recover as soon as possible, Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze in tears. She didn't know what to say. Gu Jingze could only ask someone to send Mo Huiling back. Lin Che soon came out. Seeing Gu Jingze here, he asked him curiously, "What happened?" Gu Jingze smiled and said to Lin Che, "Let's go. Didn't I say I'd bring you to the ski resort?" "Ah. Shall we go now?" "Yes." Lin Che smiled, "Is your body all right? Don't force yourself, it's better to rest for today. Let's rest for a bit. We still have to go back tomorrow." Hearing that, Gu Jingze's face became less flirtatious. "Why not? You underestimate my body. Don't worry, I can take it even if you do it again tonight." He looked at Lin Che. "Why don't we give it a try?" Lin Che kicked his calf. "Get lost. Who wants to fight with you?" Gu Jingze exclaimed, "I think you're getting bolder and bolder." Lin Che ran away with a red face. Gu Jingze raised his head and saw that the bodyguards had all turned their heads away as if they hadn't seen him. When did these bodyguards become so tactful? In the past, if someone had dared to make a move on him like this, they would have come over. Of course, after what had happened yesterday, these people felt that Mrs. Gu was indispensable. No woman could be as good as Lin Che. Without Lin Che, who knew what kind of woman would come next? Who knew if it would be someone like Mo Huiling? So it was better to cherish the current Mrs. Gu. Deep down, they had probably silently agreed that Lin Che was Mrs. Gu, so they looked at her as if she was one of their own. Naturally, they wouldn't care about the couple's quarrel. Gu Jingze caught up with Lin Che. Lin Che hurriedly begged, all right, let go of me." Gu Jingze smiled at Lin Che. "Let's see if you dare to do it again." I won't, all right. How dare you look down on my body? Don't worry, you can't do anything to me." Lin Che shook his head and looked at him. It was really a man's pride. He wasn't the same person who was drenched in sweat and looked like he was about to die yesterday. "All right, let's go to the ski resort first." The temperature of the indoor ski resort was completely different from the outside. After Lin Che followed Gu Jingze in, she saw from afar that there were many fully equipped people skiing on the ski resort. Gu Jingze went to put on the equipment with her. As Lin Che had never skated before, she was clumsy and didn't even know how to put on her clothes. Gu Jingze said, "All right, don't move. I'll do it for you." "You're so stupid." Lin Che stuck out her tongue. Gu Jingze squatted down and helped her tie the strap on her leg. She looked down at Gu Jingze and couldn't help but reach out to pinch his hair. His hair was very soft and fluffy, and it really made one want to rub it, especially when he squatted down in front of her. Because he was tall, when he squatted down, the height of her hand was just right. Gu Jingze felt that she was teasing him. He looked up and glared at Lin Che, who was smiling. "You're really getting bold, aren't you?" In the past, no one had dared to treat him like this. Lin Che smiled and said, "What's wrong?" "I just touched it. Your hair is very soft. It reminds me of a friend of mine." "Friend?" Gu Jingze asked her curiously. "Who?" "Her name is Lil P." Gu Jingze frowned. "When you were a kid?" "Yeah. My nanny raised a little Pekingese. It's a mixed breed with curly hair. It's very soft." "A dog?" Gu Jingze stood up immediately. "You dare to call me a dog? Do you want to die?" Lin Che said, "How can a dog scold people? Dogs are humans' best friends. I think you're getting bolder. How long has it been since I taught you a lesson?" Gu Jingze said as he approached Lin Che step by step. Which part of your body haven't I seen? Why are you being so courteous with me?" Lin Che said as he lowered his head and pointed at his crotch. Isn't that right, little brother? I held your life in my hands all night yesterday. This Lin Che dared to tease him with what he had said in the past. Gu Jingzi said, "All right, you're right. I haven't seen you for a while and your little brother misses you. Do you want to come and say hello?" She didn't want to. Lin Che wanted to run away quickly, but Gu Jingzi grabbed the back of his collar. "Come back. You want to run now? Aren't you not afraid? Which part of my body haven't you seen before? It's just a greeting. What are you afraid of?" Lin Che was completely defeated. Indeed, her ability to be shameless was still inferior to his. The two of them finally put on their equipment. Gu Jingzi taught her how to ski. Because Lin Che was nervous, he kept holding her, and she skated very slowly. Chapter 201. Gu Jingzi was speechless. "If you're like this, you're not suitable for this. How can you play if you keep clinging to me?" Lin Che didn't care. She still clung to him. "No, if I let go, what if I fall?" "I won't let you fall. Let go first." "No, I don't believe you. You'll definitely fall." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Seeing that she was hugging his arm tightly, his eyes moved. He walked over and said in a low voice, "You didn't have enough yesterday, so you're clinging to me on purpose today. Just tell me. We'll go to the back and slowly cling to you." Lin Che pushed him. He dodged instinctively. He forgot that Lin Che was still standing on the snow. He lost his balance and slid to the side, falling on his butt. "Hey, Gu Jingzi, you said you can't fall." Gu Jingzi squatted down and helped Lin Che up. "Who told you to be so stupid? You can't even stand properly and you still want to ski." "I've never skated before, especially in an indoor ski resort. The snow here is like the real thing. It's so beautiful. Of course, the people here know how to enjoy themselves. It's just that the temperature in Los Angeles is over 20 degrees in winter, so it's impossible to really snow. We have to make artificial snow. If you want, I can take you to Dubai next time. The ski resort there has to transport the snow from Europe. So luxurious. As expected of a rich village. Forget it, I really want to see snow. Let's go back to country sea. There's more snow in the north. Isn't that different? Yeah, one costs money and the other doesn't. You rich people like to spend money on things. Gu Jingzi helped her. It's not like that. I'm not spending money. You can use it however you like. Lin Che looked up and glared at him. He smiled and continued to teach her how to ski on the snow. Slow down. Keep your feet parallel and don't tilt your body. That's it. Oh right. On the other side, a couple looked at Lin Che and Gu Jingzi. They smiled and said in English, "Sir, is this your girlfriend? You're so nice to your girlfriend." Just now, they had been watching from the side. They saw how attentive and considerate Gu Jingzi was. He patiently taught Lin Che and didn't get tired of it. He even supported Lin Che all the way. He was truly a good man. Lin Che looked at the two blonde foreigners in front of him, not understanding what they were talking about. Gu Jingzi smiled. "No, it's my wife." "Wow, that's great. You're really good to your wife. You're a good husband, a good man." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che with a smile and said, "I have no choice. She is too stupid. I can only treat her better." "That's so sweet. I hope you two can always be together, happy together." "Thank you." Gu Jingzi felt that it was a good recognition to be praised for treating his woman well. In short, he was very happy to hear others say that. Looking at Lin Che, He felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Che didn't understand a word. He could only lean on Gu Jingze and ask, "What is she talking about?" Gu Jingze patted the curious Lin Che. "Why? You don't understand a word. Why don't you understand?" "Nothing," she said. "Why are you so stupid?" "I said, you're a retarded child. You can't take care of yourself. Get lost." "Impossible." Lin Che thought that the girl was very friendly. She wasn't looking down on him. Although she didn't understand, she knew how to read people's expressions. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and said, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, that's how it is." "I definitely don't believe it. You said it was very long." "It's not that short." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "You deserve it. You don't seem to know anything. What happened to the English you learned in school? Who doesn't know anything? I know 3 languages, okay? Other than my mother tongue, I only know okay and yes in English. Does that count as English?" Gu Jingze was already familiar with her tricks and knew that she might say that. Sure enough, Lin Che glared at him and said, "Yeah, I said I knew something. I didn't say how much I knew. I knew you would say that. But other than English, what else do you know?" "Japanese, of course." "Oh, you know Japanese? Tell me a few words." Gu Jingze looked at her in disbelief. Lin Che coughed dryly and pinched her throat as she said to him, "Yeah mate, iku iku." Gu Jingze's face turned red. This Lin Che. What kind of nonsense had she been reading all this time? In the end, Lin Che didn't learn how to ski. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, had no choice but to glide one round on the empty ground. He immediately attracted everyone's attention and admiration. Lin Che quickly cooperated and applauded. Seeing that Gu Jingze had returned, she was still thinking that Gu Jingze really knew everything. It was amazing. Looking at Gu Jingze in admiration, Lin Che felt that even if she didn't learn anything, this trip to the ski resort was not in vain. The next day, Lin Che was going back to the country with Gu Jingze. During the days abroad, Lin Che felt as if she and Gu Jingze were living in another space. In that world, there was only him and her. She selfishly didn't want to come back. However, she still had to face the reality. She still had to go back to filming, and Gu Jingze also had to go back to work. She called Shen Yuran first and told her that she was going back. Shen Yuran said, "The news in the country is blowing up while you're away. If you see a lot of reporters at the airport tomorrow, don't panic. However, looking at the picture you posted on WeChat Moments, your place is so big. Is that Gu Jingze's home too?" Yeah. Hee, I took a picture to show off. What do you think? It's pretentious, isn't it? It's pretentious. Envy, jealousy, and hate. Can I use it to show off? No problem. Take it. Take it. Gu Jingze was listening on the side. No one else could pretend to be pretentious so straightforwardly. However, these days, Lin Li was furious at home, especially when she heard that Lin Che was really fine and only had minor injuries. She was even more furious when she heard that Lin Che was living in such a beautiful and big house in the United States. She didn't go to the United States for treatment. She obviously went there for vacation. Chapter 202. However, after Lin Che got off the plane, she did not notice the situation outside the airport. Because Gu Jingze took Lin Che directly out of the airport through the private passageway. They did not pass through the public passageway. After Lin Che left, Yu Minmin called to ask about it. She heaved a sigh of relief when she found out that Lin Che had already left. But you're right. Gu Jingze must have a way. Look at me, I forgot about this. He must have his own way. After all, he's not an ordinary person. Why would he take the way outside? It's crowded outside. I'm afraid that you and Gu Jingze will be discovered by the reporters again. Although it will make the headlines, I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to be alone with each other in the future. You'll be surrounded every day. You won't be able to go anywhere in peace. Lin Che thought about it and understood. Right now, no one could connect the two of them together, so seeing the two of them wouldn't make much of a difference. It was possible that they wouldn't think in this direction, so even if they saw the two of them together, they wouldn't look at them seriously, and the chances of being recognized would be lower. Yu Minmin said, "Then let's talk about it when you arrive." Coming back from such a hot place like Los Angeles, Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable. Wrapped in a big down jacket, Lin Che's body trembled slightly. When they reached home, Gu Jingze had to deal with some matters that he had missed out on for the past few days. Lin Che also had to go to the set to finish the last few days of filming. After arriving at the set, Yu Minmin finally met Lin Che. Yu Minmin brought Lin Che in and the director came to welcome Lin Che personally. He welcomed her back and politely let her in. As Lin Che walked, she saw that the people around her seemed to be in awe of Lin Che. They were so polite that it was a little weird. Even the little fresh meat male lead, who usually had his nostrils raised to the sky, began to nod politely at her, looking very humble. She could only look at Yu Minmin in confusion. Yu Minmin just shrugged. The director said to her apologetically, "We've already investigated what happened that day. That unreliable action actor has been fired by us and we've also put up a notice saying that no one is allowed to hire him in the future. Luckily, we're blessed with good fortune and good luck. With the blessings of the heavens, not only are you completely fine now, you look much more spirited and beautiful." Lin Che felt a little diffident from his compliments. He was not used to this kind of situation. Finally, the director left, letting Lin Che have his makeup done, rest, change his clothes, and change his props. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin strangely. What exactly happened? Why do they look so weird? I've only been gone for a few days, not a few years, right? She almost suspected that she had transmigrated. Yu Minmin said with a smile, "That day, Gu Jingze directly sent someone to pick you up for treatment." Although they didn't quite understand the situation and didn't dare to ask, they knew that you had someone backing you up. Naturally, they were a little more afraid of you. Ah. There's something like this. Of course. So, in the end, it was Gu Jingze's strength that scared them. Yu Minmin said, "Don't worry. The crew has this rule. They won't tell anyone. Besides, they don't know who was there that day. They only know that it's a very powerful person. They won't expose your relationship with Gu Jingze. Not yet. That's good. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. We agreed to have a secret marriage. Moreover, if it was exposed, there would be a lot of trouble." Lin Che took off his thick jacket. Yu Minmin saw the marks on Lin Che's body. She looked at Lin Che teasingly. "Looks like these days, you've been quite fulfilling." "Not really. I just went shopping and bought some gifts for my family. Then I went to the indoor ski resort." He raised his head and saw that Yu Minmin was looking at him ambiguously with a smile that was filled with deep meaning. Lin Che lowered his head to take a look, and was shocked to see those clear marks on his body. He finally understood what Yu Minmin meant by fulfilling. She blushed and touched the marks on her neck. She could still remember that these marks were left by Gu Jingze when he was biting her crazily. She hadn't recovered yet. Lin Che hurriedly said, "It's not what you think. This is, but as he spoke, his face only became redder. Yu Minmin laughed. "What? I didn't say anything. I just thought that you guys were quite intense. Not bad, no way. Being intimate is a good thing. What are you afraid of? The point is, it's not what you think at all, then what is it? Tell me. It's, but Lin Che couldn't explain it clearly. Yu Minmin laughed. Alright. I won't talk about you anymore. Hurry up and change your clothes. I'm leaving now. In the end, he was still misunderstood. Lin Che had been extremely busy these few days because he was rushing for the completion of the filming. When Gu Jingze came back, he went to Chen Yuqing for a full checkup. Chen Yuqing saw that Gu Jingze was quite energetic. It seemed that nothing major had happened after that day. Thus, she teased him even more. President Gu, I think you should take that medicine more often in the future. You look very energetic after taking it. Gu Jingze's gaze fell on Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing said, I'm just joking, President Gu. You'll scare the girls if you're so serious. It's nothing. You don't have anything else to check, do you? Yes. Let's take a blood test. However, you and Miss Lin are actually quite a good match. Miss Mo is a lady from a wealthy family, just like you. She pays too much attention to etiquette. How serious do you usually have to be? But Miss Lin is different. One of you is concave and the other is protruding. That's how you fit together. This is the so-called balance of yin and yang, a complementary life. What did he mean by concave and protruding? Why did that sound so strange? Gu Jingze felt that he had been led astray by Lin Che. That was why he had thought of such a normal sentence, yes, in terms of complementing each other. He really wanted to use his protruding body to match her concave body. Gu Jingze looked at Chen Yuqing and immediately caught the teasing look on his face. As smart as he was, he immediately understood that Chen Yuqing was purposely telling dirty jokes. Seeing that Gu Jingze actually understood, Chen Yuqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gu Jingze had really changed a lot. In the past, he wouldn't have understood a single dirty joke like this. Indeed, a man who had a woman by his side would immediately evolve. Chapter 203. Gu Jingze's face darkened when he saw him laughing. Since when did you stop being a doctor and start doing crosstalk? Chen Yuqing quickly inserted the needle into his skin, as if to show his professionalism. Of course not. Crosstalk is just a hobby. I'm a professional. Gu Jingze glared at him. Just then, he heard a noise coming from outside. Chen Yuqing, I'm here. Do you still want these materials or not? I'm so tired. Next time, I won't give you anything. Can you find someone else? I really can't afford to serve you anymore. I entered Goose to be a white-collar worker and earn a lot of money, not to be your coolie. Chen Yuqing said. The voice sounded familiar. Gu Jingze looked out and saw Shen Yuran walking in, sweating profusely with many bags in her hands. Her clothes were crooked and her image was ruined. Gu Jingze looked at Chen Yuqing suspiciously. Chen Yuqing looked outside and smiled at Gu Jingze. She's not in good health. I'm helping Mrs. Gu exercise. Gu Jingze didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but this person was Lin Che's good friend. Dr. Chen, enough is enough, Chen Yuqing said. Chen Yuqing said, of course. Look at her. In the beginning, she could only carry a few pieces of paper. Now, she can carry such a big stack. It's obvious that her physical fitness is improving bit by bit. Gu Jingze looked at Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing smiled and opened the door. The moment Shen Yuran came in, she saw Gu Jingze inside. She immediately stopped cursing and said awkwardly, Hey, President Gu, why are you here? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Oh no, Shen Yuran thought. Her good image had been destroyed just a moment ago. She didn't know if Gu Jingze would think that she was rude or that she was Lin Che's best friend. She didn't mind, but it would be bad if Lin Che was implicated. However, Gu Jingze didn't think much of it. After all, Lin Che was like this at home. In the beginning, if he saw someone talking to him like this, he would feel uncomfortable and despise them. But now, he was used to it. Habit is really a scary thing, Gu Jingze said. It's okay. You can continue with your work. I have something to attend to. Should I tell Lin Che that you're here? Ah. You don't have to, you don't have to, you don't have to, you don't have to. I'm working, and she's very busy these few days, so I won't disturb her. Also, I'm a bit rude, but even though my Lin Che isn't a lady from a wealthy family, she's still a pretty daughter of a humble family. Don't misunderstand Lin Che just because of this. Lin Che isn't as rude as me, hee hee hee. Gu Jingze smiled and looked at Shen Yuran. It's fine. Lin Che is just like you at home. I'm already used to it. Shen Yuran thought to herself. This Lin Che, did he still want to live his life? In front of Gu Jingze, he didn't even pretend to be a lady properly. Gu Jingze smiled and walked out. Shen Yuran watched Gu Jingze leave and said to Chen Yuqing, "Oh my, Gu Jingze is really a good person." Lin Che was so rude, but he still tolerated it. Chen Yuqing said, "That's because that's Lin Che." Ah. Gu Jingze is not that generous to others. What do you mean? That's enough. With your IQ, you won't understand even if I tell you. Go and get your documents. Hey, Chen Yuqing, what are you doing? I've already moved here. Why do you still want me to come here for no reason? I still have my own work to do. Didn't your general manager say that your first task is to serve me well? Shen Yuran looked at Chen Yuqing angrily. She still felt angry when she thought of this. At first, she was doing her work well. Who knew that Chen Yuqing would leave after a few days? Who knew that he was just a doctor, but the general manager and director of the company were very afraid of him and followed his orders obediently. Perhaps it was because they knew that Chen Yuqing was familiar with Gu Jingze. After all, many people in the company had not even seen Gu Jingze after working for so many years. However, Chen Yuqing was always by Gu Jingze's side and was the person who took care of Gu Jingze's daily life. It was just like when Shen Yuran entered the Gu Corporation, she realized that Qin Hao, an assistant who dealt with Gu Jingze's trivial matters, seemed to be very superior in their eyes. Because Qin Hao had brought her directly into the company that day, everyone was very curious and asked her if she was a relative of Qin Hao's family. They made it seem as if Qin Hao's relative was very powerful. Shen Yuran thought that it might be because she had met Gu Jingze directly through Lin Che. Moreover, she felt that Gu Jingze was quite amiable, so she didn't think that Qin Hao and the others were anything special. Anyway, after knowing that Chen Yuqing wanted to use her, those bosses immediately ordered her to come here. Finally, after getting the information, Chen Yuqing said, "Okay, I'm going to have dinner. Have you eaten?" No. Are you going to treat me to dinner? Hearing this, Shen Yuran hurried over to him shamelessly. Oh, no. I just wanted to ask you. Shen Yuran knew that he was not so kind. However, seeing that Shen Yuran was about to jump up and down, Chen Yuqing raised his eyebrows and said, "Forget it. I don't have anyone to eat with me today. I don't think I can eat that much. You can go with me." Hearing this, Shen Yuran hurried over and said with a smile, Okay. I know a very good restaurant that suits your temperament. Let's go and have a look. Chen Yuqing looked at Shen Yuran speechlessly and shook his head. Could this woman still have any principles? In the evening, Shen Yuran returned home after eating and drinking. As soon as she entered the door, she saw that there were a few more people in the house. Several people sitting on the sofa were staring at Shin Yuran, who had just walked in. Mother Shin hurried over and said, "Yuran, come and see. This is Uncle Chen from your father's workplace. This is their son. He's a top student who just came back from a university abroad." Shin Yuran immediately reacted. Looking at the man who was staring at her, she thought to herself, this is a matchmaking session. The man stared at her for a long time, unable to tell whether he was satisfied or not. Then, Mother Shin said, "Our Yuran is really amazing. She went abroad to study and came back to the GU Corporation. It's a big company and it's not easy for ordinary people to get in. The salary is quite high and the boss treats her very well. He even sends her home when he's free. Is this because he values her? She'll definitely be promoted in the future." Shin Yuran thought to herself, this mother of hers doesn't know anything and is talking nonsense. Chen Yuqing did send her home, but that was because she was shamelessly pestering him to save money on the bus fare. It had nothing to do with valuing her. Chapter 204. Shin Yuran was busy poking her mother from behind, but the man and his son seemed to be very satisfied with her work after hearing this. The man said first, "I've heard that you're in GU's. It's a good place. I've already submitted my resume to them. I think they'll be approved soon. Which department are you in? I don't think it's particularly difficult to get in. A relative of mine works in GU's public relations department. He has already told me." Hee hee. Shin Yuran rolled his eyes inwardly. The father of the blind date also said immediately, "Yes, of course, GU's also needs talents like my Xiaoqiang who came back from studying abroad. My Xiaoqiang can definitely get in. When the time comes, you can all work in GU's. Isn't that better? At least you can take care of each other." Shin Yuran continued to roll her eyes. The man continued, "It's just that after getting married, it'll be troublesome for both of you to work. Are you busy in GU's department? As a girl, it's better for her to change to a less busy department. It's said that GU's is a big company with high work intensity and high pressure. It'll be a problem for a girl to work there after getting married." When Shin Yuran heard this, he hurriedly said, "Ah, yes, yes, yes. I think that someone like me who entered the GU Corporation through connections is not worthy of your family's top student. You'd better find another suitable candidate." Mother Shin turned around and glared at Shin Yuran. She almost wanted to kill her with her gaze. However, Shin Yuran really didn't feel anything about blind dates, especially with this kind of arrogant man. After they left, Shin Yuran's mother picked up the feather duster and chased after Shin Yuran to hit him. "Look at you. You rejected such a good boy. What's there to reject? Do you think you can go to heaven just because you entered the GU's? Or do you still like that damned show? Don't let me see you running around with other people's butts again." Shin Yuran hurriedly fled into his room, shut the door tightly, and said, "Even if you beat me to death, I won't go on a blind date." "What? How old am I? Why are you so anxious to marry me off? I don't care. If you don't go on a blind date tomorrow, I'll beat you to death. But if you dare to have such an attitude when the next blind date comes, I'll kill you in the name of justice." Shin Yuran was truly impressed. At night, Lin Che's TV series finally wrapped up filming. At the banquet, everyone raised their glasses and gave their blessings. Lin Che, who was in the middle, was also praised by the director. "Our female lead is really professional. Being able to work with a female lead like this really benefits the entire crew. We don't feel tired at all. Instead, we feel like filming is a kind of enjoyment." There were also other young actors watching in disdain. She felt that it was really degrading for a director to flatter an actor. After the incident that day, the director was shocked by the scene and started to flatter him. However, everyone was curious as to who the man behind Lin Che was. However, the staff actually liked Lin Che very much. They had been filming for many years and felt that Lin Che was the kind of person who would want to continue working with them after working with them once. Because she wasn't a troublemaker, she wasn't pretentious, and she wasn't a big shot. Although everyone was afraid of her for a few days when they first saw that she had such a powerful figure behind her, they soon realized that Lin Che was still the same as before and wasn't affected by the accident at all. So, after a few days, they returned to normal. At this moment, it was time to say goodbye. Everyone went over to toast her. After a while, Lin Che felt a little drunk. She hurriedly called Gu Jingze while she was still rational. "Hubby, what are you doing?" Hearing her voice, Gu Jingze knew that she was probably drunk. "Is your party over?" "Stay where you are. I'll come and pick you up." "Hubby, it's over. I don't think I can walk anymore. I can't find my feet." "Alright, stay there and don't move." Gu Jingze had no choice but to ask them to set off, in case she really got drunk and started to go crazy. He had experienced how she could go crazy when she was drunk. Thinking about what would happen if her crazy words and crazy actions were used on someone else, he felt unhappy. She was so clingy when she was drunk and liked to touch people regardless of the consequences. He couldn't let her be alone outside when she was drunk. Soon, Gu Jingze arrived at the place. Luckily, the people in her company were afraid that something would happen to her, so they asked them to follow her and keep an eye on her after she was drunk. Lin Che didn't look that bad. She just sat on the curb and looked outside obediently. She looked innocent and lovable. After being drunk, she looked like a child with ignorant eyes. Soon, Lin Che was taken to the car. Seeing Gu Jingze, Lin Che immediately hugged him. "Hubby, you are here." Gu Jingze had no choice but to hold Lin Che's hand. "Sit properly and fasten your seatbelt. I'll take you home." Gu Jingze did not bring a chauffeur today. So, he let Lin Che sit in the front passenger seat. Lin Che lowered her head and fastened her seatbelt obediently. Then she leaned against the seat, drowsily. Gu Jingze glanced at her, smiled, and drove back. Along the way, Lin Che kept nodding his head, as if he had fallen asleep. His dazed appearance was truly amusing. Soon, the car stopped outside the Gu family's house. "Alright, don't fall asleep. You'll catch a cold," Gu Jingze said to Lin Che and bent over to unfasten her seatbelt. Lin Che woke up in a daze and felt Gu Jingze's head leaning towards her. His masculine scent with a masculine smell approached her instantly. The corners of his lips curled up as he looked into her chest. She was wearing thin clothes and her chest was even more obvious now that the seatbelt was pressed against her chest. Lin Che noticed his gaze and hurriedly covered her chest with one hand. She said coquettishly, "Pervert, why are you so perverted? Where are you looking at?" Gu Jingze smiled and looked up. "You've already called me a pervert and you're still asking me where I'm looking at. Aren't you asking the obvious?" Lin Che was drunk and her eyes were flirtatious. That look was enough to make any man's heart flutter. Gu Jingze suddenly said to her, "Don't drink recklessly outside next time." "What?" Lin Che did not understand what he was talking about. In the next moment, her body was pulled by him. She left her seat and sat directly on top of him. Lin Che was facing his face, straddling his body, staring straight into his deep eyes. "What? What are you doing? Be good. Don't drink outside next time." After thinking for a while, he said, "Unless I'm beside you." "Okay." With him looking at her so deeply, her brain could not control itself anymore. She felt that at that moment, she would agree to whatever he asked of her. Gu Jingze said, "Good girl. That's a good girl. I'll give you a reward." "What reward?" Lin Che tilted her head and asked in a daze. His lips moved and he leaned down. Chapter 205. Touching her softness, Lin Che's face froze. His whole body trembled. It seemed that the alcohol had made her more daring, and her voice had become even softer. As he listened to her moans, he felt his whole body go limp. Looking at Lin Che, he couldn't help but pull down the backrest and lightly pressed her against the car. Lin Che only felt her whole body go limp. She couldn't help but moan from time to time. She could feel his every touch in her head, but her body was out of control. Every minute and every second was like a dream. It made her reluctant to open her eyes and wake up. Gu Jingze looked at her expression and felt happy that he could make her happy. It seemed that he especially liked to see her reveal her true feelings and fall for him. It was like that was already the biggest reward for him. It could make him feel more satisfied than anything else. And at this moment, he had such an impulse. He just wanted her to be happier and more comfortable. So, he pushed her onto the car seat and moved his lips down her body. Lin Che couldn't imagine that feeling. She could only hold on to him tightly. "What are you doing, Shu? It's a reward. This is not a reward. Isn't it a reward for me to serve you?" "No, you." Lin Che pressed him down, refusing to let him continue kissing her. How could he? However, Gu Jingze held her legs tightly. "Don't move." "But I can't." Lin Che felt that his most private place couldn't be completely exposed to a man. And this man was still Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze held her with both hands and looked at Lin Che's face. "Be good, Lin Che. Look at me." Lin Che's face was already red. The red flush made her face look swollen. There wasn't a single part of her skin that was unscathed. "You've helped me a few times. I want to help you once too. Get lost." I don't need your help. How do you know you don't need it if you don't try?" I really don't need it. I just know." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at her face playfully. Lin Che looked at him. After a while, she felt that he must have given up. At this moment, he suddenly pressed down on her hand tightly. Lin Che had just relaxed, so naturally, he didn't have the time to resist. Furthermore, her little bit of strength to resist was better than nothing in front of him. In other words, it was as good as nothing. She felt her whole body tremble, and a feeling that she had never felt before rushed into her heart. It was as if a flower had bloomed in her head. Countless stars were exploding, and countless fireworks were blooming. She could only hold the man's hand tightly, her fingers almost digging into his skin due to her agitation. After an unknown period of time, when she was completely limp in his arms, she still felt that it was unbelievable. Why would she let a man kiss the place where she shouldn't be kissed the most? And this man was the high and mighty Gu Jingze in everyone's eyes. When Lin Che woke up, he really covered his face, not daring to look at anyone. Heavens, really, why? She was already at a loss for words. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, seemed very comfortable. Even though his body was swollen, he didn't feel any relief after serving her. However, he could feel her agitation just now. That agitation had left many marks on his body. However, he knew that it was because she had forgotten herself for him, and that was why she had left behind marks. So, he was very satisfied, and not the least bit unhappy. It was as if, to make her happy, to make her feel comfortable, he was willing to put in all his effort. She blushed as he pulled her hand away. She could only close her eyes and say randomly, "You. How can you do this?" Don't you feel uncomfortable? Don't you dislike it? If you don't dislike me, I won't dislike you either. She only used her hand, but Gu Jingzi said, I said it was a reward. How about it, is this reward enough? Lin Che hurriedly shook his head. Gu Jingzi smiled, not enough. As he said this, his body moved again. Lin Che was shocked, and hurriedly said, enough. Then tell me, are you satisfied? Say it. I'm satisfied, okay. Gu Jingzi's face immediately blossomed into a smile. Lin Che was so angry that he wanted to stomp his feet. What was this? But Gu Jingzi didn't think much of it. He wanted her to be happy, and he wanted her to be happy. That was all. It was that simple. Just then, there seemed to be someone outside. Lin Che hurriedly said, oh my God, didn't anyone see me just now? Don't worry, the car has a level 1 concealment device, so no one outside can see anything. But, also, ask the people outside, who would dare to look? Lin Che still felt that it was unreasonable. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes, glared at Gu Jingzi, pushed open the door, and ran out. Gu Jingzi felt a pain in his body. Before he left, she even kicked him hard. Looking at his clothes that had been wrinkled by her, he shook his head speechlessly. Looking at her body that was still changing, she could only sigh uncontrollably. This Lin Che, she was already feeling good, but she couldn't just fall out with him so quickly, she had no choice. She could only continue to take a cold shower at night. In the room, Lin Che still felt hot all over, as if the effects of the alcohol had subsided. Why? Why was he willing to sacrifice himself for her? Why was he willing to risk everything for her? She didn't understand. All she knew was that her heart was in turmoil. Thinking back to every moment just now, she felt that it was unbelievable, and at the same time, she felt extremely shy. In the end, she could only cover her face and bury herself in the blankets. In the dream, it was a sweet and sorrowful dream. After the TV series wrapped up, because they had to rush for the winter break, they had to air it before the new year. So, after finishing filming, they started the intense editing and dubbing. Soon, they started promoting the show before it aired. At this time, news about Qin Wanwan covered the television. Her TV series with Gu Jingyu had already been released, and she also won the year-end annual award because of it. Yu Minmin said that Lin Che's TV series actually didn't make it in time. Otherwise, she could have competed for this award too. Lin Che's thinking was simple. Anyway, it didn't matter if she couldn't make it in time. It wasn't like she wouldn't have another chance in the future. She would continue filming TV series and continue working hard. Hence, the company avoided Qin Wanwan's popularity for the next few days and only started promoting the show after a few days. During the promotion, everyone naturally asked about Lin Che's injuries on set. Gu Jingzi found the best doctor. Although he had a few stitches on his head, it really didn't look like much anymore. After he put on makeup, only a few faint traces could be seen. Lin Che was also asked about his relationship with Qin Wanwan. Lin Che knew that when Qin Wanwan was asked before, she said that they were good friends. Lin Che smiled in response and said that he really had a good relationship with Qin Wanwan. He also congratulated her on winning the award, but the two of them had been busy during the promotion period and hadn't seen each other in a long time. The promotion ended quickly. Lin Che and Yu Minmin went out together. At this moment, Gu Jingzi called. Chapter 206. Is it over already? Yes, weren't you in a meeting? Lin Che asked. It ended early. I can take you back with me. Okay, I'll be there soon. I'm getting into the elevator. Gu Jingzi said, don't move then. I'm already in the elevator. Lin Che put down the phone with a smile on her face. Yu Minmin said, look at you. Gu Jingze is really nice to you. Lin Che said, no. He just picked me up on the way. Nothing happened between us. As Lin Che said this, he looked at Yu Minmin with a smile in his eyes and hurriedly ran out. At that moment, the elevator stopped slowly. With a ding sound, the elevator doors opened to both sides. Inside the elevator, Gu Jingze, who was dressed in a gray suit, had one hand in his pocket. He raised his eyes. His gaze was calm and blue, which made people's eyes light up. Lin Che smiled and said, hey, you didn't bring anyone. Let's go. I came to look for you. It's too conspicuous. Let's go. Lin Che said and followed him into the elevator. Gu Jingze lowered his head to look at Lin Che, who was dressed up beautifully and freshly. She had casually put on some makeup to promote her brand. The elevator door slowly closed. Outside, Yu Minmin didn't follow them. She wanted to give them some space. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and thought of what Yu Minmin had said. She felt a little embarrassed when she looked at Gu Jingze. It was as if she was stealing someone else's sweetness. However, at that moment, the elevator suddenly shook. Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che subconsciously. He looked up and walked around the elevator with a sharp gaze. Lin Che was stunned for a moment before saying, what happened? Is the elevator broken? Just as he said that, the elevator shook violently. Lin Che was trembling so hard that his entire body seemed to be trembling. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che and held him in his arms. Lin Che screamed, what's going on? The elevator isn't going to fall, is it? We're on the 10th floor. If we fall, we'll become minced meat. Gu Jingze didn't say a word. He looked around and said to Lin Che, don't move. Don't worry, I'm here. Dust began to fall down along with the trembling. Lin Che's eyes were narrowed to the point where he couldn't even open them. At this moment, the elevator suddenly descended. Ah! Lin Che couldn't help but let out a shriek. His hand tightly grabbed onto Gu Jingze's clothes. At that moment, Gu Jingze was like a god to her. As long as she held on to him, she would have nothing to fear. The elevator was still shaking. Lin Che was really scared. He was tightly held in Gu Jingze's arms, but he couldn't help looking around. It seemed like only an instant had passed, but Lin Che felt as if a century had passed. It was like a scene in a movie. The moment before the end of the world, only she and Gu Jingze were left in the world. Fortunately, the elevator stopped again in an instant. Lin Che clenched her fists so tightly that her fingers were throbbing in pain. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She raised her head to look at Gu Jingze and said hoarsely, the elevator is going to fall, right? Are we going to die here? Fool, I won't allow you to say death. Gu Jingze grabbed her arm tightly and looked into her eyes sharply. Lin Che said, Gu Jingze, you're still so domineering at a time like this. Don't worry, I won't let you die, really. Idiot, if I die, you and Mo Huiling can be together forever. We won't have so much trouble, we won't have so many things to worry about. Gu Jingze's face tensed up. Don't talk nonsense. I'm telling the truth. I said I won't let you die, so I won't let you die. Gu Jingze's heart suddenly ached so much. Hearing her say that if she died, he could be with Mo Huiling, he suddenly felt empty in his heart. It was so uncomfortable. If she died, there would be no one else in the world who could be her. Even if there was someone who looked exactly like Lin Che. But that person would still not be Lin Che. Because there was only one Lin Che in the world. Gu Jingze suddenly couldn't imagine what it would be like to live without such an annoying chatterbox. Would it return to the peaceful days of the past? That kind of life would be so boring. In fact, without Lin Che, he had already lived that kind of life for so many years. However, that feeling was different. What Gu Jingze couldn't bear was the feeling that she could disappear in the next moment, even though she was in his hands now. He couldn't bear the thought of her being hurt, let alone dying like this in front of him. She won't die. My men are downstairs. If they find anything, they will come up immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, as expected, there was a sound from outside. It sounded like someone was hurriedly shouting for help. Lin Che couldn't help but tighten his grip. Gu Jingze hugged her even more tightly. He didn't want to let go, as if he let go, she might really disappear in front of him. At this moment, the door in front of him finally saw hope again. Lin Che said in surprise, "The door is open." The door moved a little. Finally, someone used a machine to force it open a little. "Sir! Sir, come out quickly. The elevator is not stable. It's very dangerous." Lin Che turned around and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze pressed Lin Che down and pushed her out. "You go first." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Hurry." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's determined face and decided in an instant that she couldn't waste any more time. So she quickly walked out. Lin Che only heaved a sigh of relief when her feet stepped on the ground outside. But at this moment, Lin Che hadn't let go of Gu Jingze's hand. Just as she was about to let him out, the elevator door suddenly moved again. Lin Che screamed. Before she could react, Gu Jingze had already pushed Lin Che's hand away. At that moment, the elevator door suddenly closed. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, there was a rumble in the elevator. Gu Jingze. Lin Che almost fainted at that moment. Her heart ached. For a moment, she felt that she hated herself for being the first to come out. Everyone ran down after her. Lin Che also hurriedly ran down with the crowd. Madam, don't go over, let go of me." Lin Che didn't know where she got the strength from, but she pushed away the tall bodyguard in front of her and ran straight down. Her mind was in a mess. There was only one name that kept flashing in her mind. Gu Jingze, if you die, what's the point of me living? The immense pain turned into a great motivation at this moment. She used almost a third of the usual time to reach the bottom of the 10 floors. Amidst the mess, the elevator had already been smashed into countless pieces. At that moment, Lin Che's heart seemed to be sealed, all her strength vanished in an instant. She collapsed on the ground and tears were about to flow out of her eyes, but at this moment, she heard a soft sigh behind her. "Lin Che, tomorrow, there will be an explosion of more than 20,000 words. The long review will end tomorrow. The list of winners will be announced later. Pay attention to the comments section. Thank you everyone for your support. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 207. Lin Che's eyes froze. The tears in her large eyes stopped flowing in an instant. This voice, even if she was beaten to death, she would never forget it. Wasn't that Gu Jingze's voice? Lin Che turned around abruptly and saw Gu Jingze standing at the foot of the stairs. His clothes were wrinkled and his hair was gray, but his beautiful face was untainted by dust. However, looking at him now, it was as if they had been separated by a lifetime. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She suddenly forgot about the weakness she had felt earlier. She climbed up from the floor. Although she could no longer feel her legs, she did not know why, but she ran in Gu Jingze's direction with all her might. In the midst of the darkness, Lin Che jumped up and hugged Gu Jingze's neck. Gu Jingze jolted and almost fell to the ground from Lin Che's strength, but he managed to steady himself and reached out to hug her back. He felt Lin Che's eyes welling up with tears as she stared at him for a few seconds. Then, all of a sudden, she forcefully kissed him on the lips. This was the first time Lin Che had taken the initiative like this. In the past, it was only when she was drunk that she would cling onto his body without moving. So there were times when they were suitable. Gu Jingze quite liked the way she was when she was drunk. She was so passionate and her skin was on fire. She hugged him tightly in her arms, as if she did not want to be apart from him for the rest of her life. But at this moment, she was not drunk. She was only kissing his lips randomly, as if she wanted to absorb his entire being into her soul. She was so forceful. Gu Jingze's head exploded, but he was still unwilling to close his eyes. He did not want to let go of every inch of Lin Che's expression. Their mouths were already filled with each other's taste, but she still did not feel satisfied. She still ravaged his lips forcefully. Even when his mouth hurt, she was still unwilling to let go. Their breaths intertwined with each other's hot breaths. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the real Gu Jingze in front of her. He looked at Lin Che in ecstasy and held her hand. "Do you know what you are doing?" Against her forehead, his hands released hers and stroked her cheeks. His breath was on her face, and his misty gaze looked into her eyes. Lin Che didn't know what to say. She didn't know what she was doing either. However, she just wanted to kiss him hard. It was as if she wanted to prove that he was still by her side and that this wasn't a dream. Gu Jingze picked Lin Che up. "This time, you were the one who ran up to me on your own. Don't even think of running away, don't even think of running away." Even if he wanted to, he would not let her go no matter what. It was as if the world around them had nothing to do with them. Gu Jingze carried Lin Che high up in his arms and stepped over the ashes on the ground. Facing the gaze of the crowd, he walked out step by step with large strides. Lin Che didn't even know how they arrived at the hotel. The door opened, and the moment she entered, she was suddenly pressed against the side of the door. Feeling the door close behind her, his lips came crashing down, not giving her a chance to breathe. If her lips were like raindrops just now, then he was like a raging storm, so intense. She was forcefully carried by him, and her legs wrapped around his waist. He pressed against her body, his hand stroking back and forth on her back. In a blur, she heard her own voice, as if it wasn't her own. However, on this night, after surviving a disaster, she didn't want to care about anything else. She just wanted to give the best of herself to him. Their clothes were scattered on the ground. After the two of them were finally honest, he stopped and looked deeply at Lin Che, who was already in a daze. Gently, he planted a kiss on her lips. Then, her slender long legs were lifted in an instant, and she curled up in his arms. Outside the window, the neon lights under the night sky covered the whole city. Outside the window, the snow was falling, but inside the room, it was romantic. When the dust had settled, she was so tired that she didn't have any strength left. Originally, because of what happened last night, her whole body was tense and nervous. Once she relaxed, she was already very tired. Then, she was overwhelmed by Gu Jingze's excitement, and her whole body felt like it was going to fall apart. Gu Jingze was still smiling as he looked at Lin Che. He felt that the way she was lying on the bed now was very interesting. Lin Che was still sighing when he felt a pair of bright eyes staring at him. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that his eyes were still burning with passion. He was stunned for a moment and hurriedly pulled up the blanket to cover his entire body. "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Che said in a muffled voice under the blanket. "What's there to cover up? I've seen everything that needs to be seen." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "Are you hungry? I'll ask someone to send something up to eat." Because she couldn't wait to go home, she directly stayed at a nearby hotel owned by the Gu Corporation. At this moment, the temperature in the suite was just right. The lingering smell of sex lingered in the air, but it made Gu Jingze feel especially intimate. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and instead, he felt very comfortable. Lin Che moved a little under the blanket, unwilling to move. I'm not eating anything. She had already been eaten clean by him, and he still wanted to eat. Gu Jingze said, What? You're only giving in now. Gu Jingze came to her side and tugged at her blanket. I haven't even cried out yet, but you did. You were the one who pounced on me first, as if you hadn't eaten anything in your life. You bit me and didn't let go. Lin Che listened under the blanket, and her whole body was in a mess. It was a mess just now, and she didn't pay attention to anything. Now, slowly, her memory came back to her, and everything returned to the messy scene before. She was about to go crazy. She had actually taken the initiative to kiss Gu Jingze in front of so many people. And she had kissed him so passionately. She blushed and still found it strange when she thought about it. At that time, she was directly taken away by Gu Jingze. Until now, she still didn't understand what had happened. The blanket was directly lifted by Gu Jingze. Lin Che screamed in protest, What are you doing, Gu Jingze? Why did you lift my blanket? If you continue to cover me, I'll grow hair. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and grabbed both of her hands. Taking advantage of the situation, he took a step forward and covered her smooth body. Lin Che's breath caught in his throat as he watched Gu Jingze fall to the ground. He was so shocked that he stopped breathing. If you continue to be disobedient, I'm going to punish you. Gu Jingze leaned against the tip of her nose, lowered his head and smiled as he said. He was completely naked. Even if she wanted to resist, she didn't have the confidence to do so. All right, don't stick to me anymore. What? You want to throw me away after using me? Tonight, you kept hugging me and wouldn't let go. You were about to squeeze me to death, but you still wouldn't let go. Now you want to chase me away. Don't you think it's too late? Chapter 208. Lin Che wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. However, at this moment, he was right in front of her, grabbing her arms and refusing to let go. She wanted to find something to cover her red face, but it was impossible. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che's body and felt that she was too fragile. He was no longer as crazy as before, but he still left a lot of marks on her body. For a moment, she started to blame herself. However, how could she control herself when she was in a state of confusion and infatuation? Lin Che glared at him, feeling that she was too ashamed to face anyone. What was she thinking at that time? How could she be so reckless? But deep down, she couldn't control herself. No matter what she did, it was just her instinct. It wasn't what she wanted to do. All right, Gu Jingze. You're hurting me. Hurry up and get down. Hearing Lin Che say this, Gu Jingze's face darkened. He quickly got down and looked at Lin Che, saying, Sorry, where does it hurt? Lin Che quickly pulled up the blanket and covered her body before looking at Gu Jingze. Everywhere, Gu Jingze looked at her wrapping herself up like a little bunny and laughed speechlessly. Unconsciously, he began to dote on her. He felt that she was quite cute when she was like this. Gu Jingze said, Why don't I blow it for you? It won't hurt anymore. Get lost, I don't want to. Lin Che glared at the hooligan. Gu Jingze smiled. Lin Che remembered, but it was already a mess outside the elevator. Thinking back, the people who came in were probably Gu Jingze's men. Because time had passed so quickly, she didn't have time to think or react before everything happened. Lin Che couldn't help but look at Gu Jingze and ask, At that time, I saw the elevator fall. We all heard the sound, and when we got down, we saw that the elevator was already destroyed. So thinking about it now, she still felt scared. She didn't even dare to think about what she would have done if Gu Jingze hadn't appeared at that time. But just when she thought that Gu Jingze was buried in the elevator, his voice came from the staircase. Lin Che said, "What's going on?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che with a smile. Silly. The elevator didn't fall all the way to the bottom. It stopped in the middle. My men pried open the elevator door. Just like before, the elevator fell as soon as I climbed up. Although you ran down the stairs quickly, you couldn't run as fast as the elevator. So that's how it is. Lin Che exhaled and thought gratefully. Fortunately, they saved him. Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che's face was still full of fear. He couldn't help but walk over and gently caress her cheek. Good girl, don't be afraid. It's okay. It's already over. Aren't I fine? However, Lin Che was still scared. He pinched Gu Jingze hard. Hey, what are you doing? Gu Jingze yelled. Lin Che said, "Does it hurt? What do you think?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Lin Che said, "Oh, since it hurts, it looks like you're the real deal." She wasn't dreaming. He was really fine. Gu Jingze sighed as he looked at Lin Che and shook his head. However, even though he said it casually, the tense situation at that time couldn't be described in a few words. He really thought that he was going to fall and stop in the middle of it. However, it was only for a few minutes. If he had been slightly slower, he might have been buried by now. Fortunately, his people were well trained and moved quickly without any hesitation. If someone else had made a plan and shirked responsibility, it would have been too late by then. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. She remembered that there were still many things she wanted to ask and know. At this moment, because she wanted to know too much, she didn't know how to start. You should have gone down yourself at that time. Why did you let me go down first? Lin Che asked him. At that moment, she felt that it was lucky that she didn't think too much about it at that critical moment. Otherwise, the two of them probably wouldn't have any time left. I'm a man. If I left you in there and escaped by myself, how would I have the face to continue living in this world? I can't do such a thing, he said. Lin Che glared at him. She thought to herself that a man's pride was too strong. Could it be compared to life and death? How could that be? You're so stupid, Gu Jingze. You just escaped by yourself and sealed the news. You're so rich. Even if you sealed the news, no one would know. You're such a big shot and I'm just a nobody. If you really pushed me out and you died, I really don't know how to atone for my sins. Gu Jingze glared at her. Yes. I'll do that next time. Lin Che smiled. It's too late. See, I'm still alive and well now. You can't be a single man after losing your spouse. You can only continue being a married man. The two of them looked at each other. She also understood that these jokes were made because both of them were fine. If something really happened, who would be in the mood to joke? No matter what, he was her husband. He was a good man. She thought that he pushed her out like this not only because of a man's pride, but also because of their friendship. Hence, Lin Che was filled with gratitude towards him. She said, "Thank you, Gu Jingze." Gu Jingze looked at her watery eyes and moved his body. With a flip of his body, he lifted the blanket off her. Aya, what are you doing? Thank you just like that. Isn't it a little insincere? Gu Jingze smiled devilishly. He pressed his body against hers and felt his body heat up. Oh. Gu Jingze, what are you doing? What am I doing? I don't like to answer. I only like to express myself with my actions. As he said this, he really started to express himself. Lin Che only felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Wasn't he sleepy? What time was it? Wasn't he tired? How many times had it been? After a night of turmoil, Gu Jingze was woken up by a phone call when the sky was about to brighten. Gu Jingze looked at the woman beside him and kissed her on the cheek. Then, he picked up his phone and rushed outside. What's the matter? Sir, the matter has been investigated. Someone might have wanted to harm Madam. You were just an accident. This matter is targeted at Lin Che. That's right. No one knew that Sir would go, but Madam would definitely take that elevator. Before Madam went down, someone put a maintenance sign there and no one was allowed to enter. Coincidentally, Madam came down after the interview and someone took the sign away. Chapter 209. In other words, this elevator was a trap prepared for Lin Che. Fortunately, he went in. Otherwise, if Lin Che went in alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Jingze stood by the door and looked at the city outside the French window. His hands were clenching slightly. Send someone to investigate. I want to know who is harming Madam. Yes, sir. Inside, Lin Che was slowly waking up. She rubbed her eyes, still feeling dizzy. Gu Jingze said, "Get up. The sun is shining on your butt." Lin Che felt uncomfortable all over when she saw Gu Jingze. She fell down again and said, "I'm not getting up." Gu Jingze smiled and walked over. "Get up." "I'm not getting up." "Go away. This is a hotel. It's not convenient. Come, let's pack up and go home." "No, you go first. I'll walk slowly." Lin Che was too embarrassed to look at him. Thinking about what happened between them yesterday, she felt that it was unbelievable. Her body felt comfortable after being unclothed. She couldn't deny that after yesterday, other than the soreness, her body felt good. Lin Che couldn't help but think that she was old enough to want a man. She actually felt satisfied now. Thus, she didn't want to see Gu Jingze anymore. She felt that she couldn't concentrate when she saw him. She only thought about what happened last night and couldn't control herself. Gu Jingze curled his lips and looked at her. "Why? Do you want to stay here and reminisce about what happened last night?" Lin Che said hurriedly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Jingze saw Lin Che raise her arm to cover her face. He laughed and reached out to pry her hand away. "What else do you want to do? If you don't want to leave, just say it." "Okay, if you don't want to leave, I'll stay here with you." "How about it? Do you want me to reminisce with you?" "No, move away." "Gu Jingze, you're teasing me on purpose." Lin Che's face turned red. "How could I be teasing you? Everything I said to you is true. Why don't we try?" With that said, Gu Jingze grabbed her wrist and pressed her down. Lin Che jumped off the bed in fright. "You're annoying." She snorted and jumped onto the ground. Only then did she remember that she was naked. She blushed again. Glancing at Gu Jingze, she quickly grabbed a piece of clothing on the floor to cover herself and ran to the bathroom. Gu Jingze couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw her running away. Gu Jingze soon returned home. Gu Jingze got out of the car and asked Lin Che to follow him. Lin Che held on to Gu Jingze's arm as they walked down. When they touched there, Gu Jingze let out a muffled groan. Lin Che was stunned. He carefully noticed something different about him. She quickly looked at Gu Jingze and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jingze nodded and said, "It's okay. Let's go in." Lin Che didn't believe it. If there was really nothing going on, he wouldn't have let out a grunt. She quickly grabbed Gu Jingze and said, "Quick, let me see what's going on." As she spoke, she pulled open his sleeve. There was a bruise on it, and it looked like it was swollen. There was also a scratch on his arm, and the blood had already dried up. Gosh, what happened? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Che hadn't noticed that there were injuries on his body. Gu Jingze acted as if nothing had happened. He pulled down his sleeve and said, "It's okay. It's just a small injury. Compared to that, it's good enough that I got my life back. This small injury is nothing." Even though yesterday's incident was still scary when he thought about it, it was still good enough that he got his life back. However, the injury still had to be treated. Lin Che quickly pulled Gu Jingze into the house. "Let's talk inside." Gu Jingze had no choice but to let Lin Che pull him into the house. The security guards on both sides looked on. Gu Jingze also had a day where he was forcefully pulled into the house by a woman. However, this woman was their family's wife, so it was a different matter. In the living room, Lin Che asked the servant to bring the first aid kit. She squatted down and looked at Gu Jingze's injuries. She frowned and said, "Why are there so many injuries?" Gu Jingze naturally wouldn't tell Lin Che that when the elevator was about to fall, he climbed onto the top of the elevator. His feet were dangling and he only managed to climb back up after a long time. At that time, it was really a close call and he almost fell with the elevator. If it was someone else, without Gu Jingze's strong physique, they wouldn't have been able to climb onto the top of the elevator for so long without falling. However, he didn't want to tell Lin Che about the danger. Lin Che's heart ached as he looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Take off your clothes and let me see if there are any other injuries." Yesterday, everything was too chaotic and she didn't notice it. Today, when he saw it, he was truly shocked by these ghastly wounds. How did he get out of the elevator yesterday? As Lin Che thought about this, he felt his heart moisten. Gu Jingze was still saying, "It's nothing. What are you looking at? I told you to take it off, so take it off." Lin Che glared at Gu Jingze and said forcefully. Gu Jingze looked at her and could only smile helplessly. He took off his jacket and said as he took it off, "Okay. Tell me. Did you get addicted to taking off my clothes yesterday? Didn't you see enough yesterday? It's not good to let people see me taking off my clothes when I come back." "You." Lin Che looked at him angrily. How could he still joke at a time like this? "Pervert, who wants to see you? I want to see the injuries." She snorted and reached out to quickly take off his clothes. On his back, there were many wounds and some unknown marks. She exclaimed, "How did you get so many injuries?" Gu Jingze paused and turned to look at his arm. She could see the marks on his shoulder. He smiled and moved closer to Lin Che's ear. "These weren't left in the elevator." "What?" "These were left by you yesterday. Did you forget? You are the murderer." Lin Che's lips twitched stiffly. Thinking of yesterday, he seemed to have been quite excited for a while. He smiled and said, "Bad guy, now you know how rude you are to me, right? I was bullied by you for the whole night." Even though she felt good bullying him. Lin Che was embarrassed and said quickly, "Get lost, don't talk nonsense." That was because you were too rude. It's all because of you." Okay. "Why are you so anxious?" "I didn't say anything wrong. These scratches are fine. I'll take it as you acknowledging my skills." She really wanted to cover his head and give him a good beating. Why was his mouth so perverted? Chapter 210. However, Lin Che still slapped him on the back and told him to wait obediently. Then, she began to wipe him on the back. There were many wounds on Gu Jingze's body. However, after listening to Gu Jingze's words, Lin Che couldn't figure out which wounds were caused by her and which were caused in the elevator. Thus, looking at the marks on his back, she felt her face heat up as she applied medicine. After she was done with much difficulty, she felt Gu Jingze grab her hand. Lin Che was stunned. She turned around and felt Gu Jingze's bloodshot eyes staring at her body. She had changed into brand new clothes in the morning, but now he was staring at her as if she were naked. Unable to free her hand, he pulled her onto his lap and sat her down. Lin Che looked even more bashful as she looked at his face. Gu Jingze's body had just been rubbed by him like that. Feeling the faint touch of that little hand, he felt his body tense up. What? What are you doing? This is the living room. There are people. Lin Che quickly looked around in fear. She didn't dare to imagine what other people's expressions would be like if they saw them. However, Gu Jingze didn't seem to care. He only looked at her and said, "Who?" "There are people everywhere," the helpers usually walked around. Although there seemed to be no one around now, she was still very nervous. Someone might come in and see her and Gu Jingze, sitting with Gu Jingze like this. Wouldn't that be a joke? Gu Jingze said, "You saw people? Why didn't I see anyone? Why did you see people everywhere?" However, this house is really strange. After all, it has been built for many years. Even if it was repaired, it would still be many years ago. Lin Che could tell that he was trying to scare her. She hit his chest angrily and said, "Gu Jingze, why are you scaring me?" Seeing Lin Che's little face scrunch up, he smiled and carried Lin Che. "Let's go in and talk in detail." "No. Gu Jingze, wasn't it when you hugged me and wouldn't let go last night? But you were the same yesterday. At first, you didn't want to, but later, you didn't want to stop. Get lost." "I didn't. I didn't even say anything." Seeing her shy look, Gu Jingze's heart felt sweet, as if he had eaten honey. She carried Lin Che and went straight upstairs. In his arms, Lin Che thought about what was about to happen. She felt shy and expectant at the same time. However, he was still injured. Could he really do it? The answer was, no matter what kind of injury a man suffered, it couldn't stop his heart from wanting. This time, it was another backache. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Lin Che opened his eyes. Because he slept very early, he woke up especially early today. At first glance, she saw Gu Jingze leaning on the side with his naked body. His body still had a bit of laziness. The morning light shone on his body, and his body was not covered by a single piece of clothing. His perfect figure was presented in front of her eyes, and she was momentarily filled with admiration. She kept staring at him until Gu Jingze knocked her head. "What are you looking at?" Lin Che moved her eyes and woke up instantly. She looked at Gu Jingze and said hurriedly, "Oh, I'm looking at your wound, sigh, it's getting worse." Gu Jingze looked at the red mark on his arm that she had bitten him last night. Lin Che's face turned red. She had really restrained herself. However, Gu Jingze just wouldn't stop. She couldn't hold it in anymore, and in the end, she could only bite his arm. Lin Che picked up a pillow angrily and threw it at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze's muffled laughter came from behind her. Lin Che jumped off the bed and ran quickly. Gu Jingze shouted, "Hey, why are you running? I didn't say I was going to do anything to you." "Who knows? Humph, pervert. Pervert, you've already squeezed me dry last night. You don't have to run, I don't have any energy left." Lin Che's face turned red again. She turned back and said, "Who squeezed me dry? Why would I do that? It's not because of me." Gu Jingze's eyes met hers. When their eyes met, both of them felt shy. The tips of Gu Jingze's ears turned red too. He was like a primary school student who had his first awakening of love. He was too embarrassed to look into her eyes again. Early in the morning, the two of them ate. Gu Jingze fed her food as he ate. Take some vitamins. I've done it before. Your skin is too white, so it's easy to get scars because you lack vitamins. Lin Che glared at him. There were scars on her body because he had used too much force. She had never felt so fragile before. Gu Jingze said again, eat some lean meat. You're too skinny. Seeing that the helper was busy and probably couldn't hear him, he curled his lips and smiled. I'll take some supplements. It'll feel more comfortable to touch. Was he disdaining her for being small? Nonsense. Her breasts weren't small at all. Of course, they weren't big enough compared to those fake breasts in the entertainment industry. But at least she was real. Even if she squeezed a little, she could still look down on the crowd in an evening gown. She harumphed, looked at him, and said indignantly, then I'll give you some supplements. Eat some pork kidneys to nourish yourself. Hey, eat more of this radish too. It looks quite similar to some parts of the body. If you eat more of it, it might grow a little. Gu Jingze's face darkened. He looked at the radish and listened to what she said about some parts of his body. If he hadn't been intimate with her for the past few days, he probably wouldn't have thought in that direction. He rarely talked about such a perverted topic. But perhaps because they had been intimate, he was more open-minded when he talked to her and was more willing to tease her. So he understood immediately. Okay. Are you disdaining me? Looks like I didn't serve you well yesterday. I'll continue to work hard today. Lin Che's face darkened. She really didn't want it anymore. She was exhausted to death these past 2 days. The servant looked at the two of them from behind and couldn't help but smile. The couple was really getting more and more loving. It seemed that they were much more harmonious than they were at the beginning. After Gu Jingze went to change, the helper said, Sir seems to be treating Madam better and better. He keeps putting food into Madam's bowl. Lin Che's face darkened. Was Gu Jingze treating her well? He was obviously teasing her on purpose. Lin Che pursed his lips and harumphed. Your sir is getting worse. Especially in the past few days, he had been bullying her. After Gu Jingze changed his clothes, the two of them went out together. Gu Jingze rested for a day and was about to start work. Lin Che also rested for a day and was about to return to the office. The two parted at the entrance of Lin Che's office. Gu Jingze watched her jump into the office and told her not to forget to follow Lin Che. Since someone was watching Lin Che now, the necessary protective measures should be taken. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so lucky next time. It just so happened that he was beside her. When Lin Che entered the office, Yu Minmin quickly came up to her. She pulled Lin Che around and only stopped when she saw that she was fine. Chapter 211. Lin Che said hurriedly, Okay, Sister Yu, I'm really fine. Look, I'm fine everywhere. I know you should be fine. After all, you left with Gu Jingze. But there's no news from your side, so I was worried that you were injured. Luckily, I came out early and didn't have any injuries. I just don't know what happened to the elevator. Lin Che still had lingering fears when he thought about it. He didn't even dare to take the elevator when he arrived at the office today. Yu Minmin said, Don't you know that the elevator wasn't an ordinary accident? Someone must have done it on purpose. What? Lin Che said in surprise, Someone did it on purpose? That's right. I heard that someone broke the elevator and caused the accident, Lin Che said in surprise. Lin Che said in surprise, But who did this, and who was it against? Gu Jingze. We don't know about that. We only heard from the people at the event that the investigation was done by someone, but we don't know who it was targeting. Lin Che said curiously, why didn't Gu Jingze tell me? He should know. Maybe he didn't want you to worry. That day, everything was really dangerous. You almost died. Luckily, Gu Jingze's people made a prompt decision to save you. His people were really fast. People said that if it were someone else, I'm afraid you and Gu Jingze wouldn't have been able to come out. Lin Che said, yeah, it was really dangerous that day. You're lucky that you came out first. Behind you, Gu Jingze was hanging on the door. He hung there for a long time before he climbed out. He almost fell down with him. It was only a few seconds apart. It was so scary. Really? It was that dangerous. Gu Jingze didn't tell her about this. Was he worried that she would be scared? Her heart warmed as she thought about it. Well, Gu Jingze asked his people to block the news. He probably didn't want the matter to get out of hand. After all, his identity is special. Yeah, Lin Che said. If something happened to him, the Gu family would definitely take him back for a checkup. He probably doesn't want trouble. That means that a person of his identity is really annoying. Everything is a big deal. He must be under a lot of pressure. Yeah. Lin Che sat down and thought about how Gu Jingze usually thought about things so comprehensively. It was probably a habit of his in the past. A person's life was full of stressful work. A slight mistake could cause a huge reaction. That was tiring enough. Yu Minmin said, the company was also scared out of their wits. They quickly got you a new team of 3 assistants and 2 bodyguards. You'll see when the time comes. They're all big shots. No way, it's that complicated. Of course. You are the company's cash cow now. There are so many endorsement events coming up. If there is an accident, they will lose a lot. Lin Che said, in the past, I used to think that it was good enough to have an assistant buy food for me. Don't worry about takeout now. You just need to go out. Someone will take care of everything for you, Yu Minmin said. Wow, then wouldn't I feel pressured? What if I can't earn back that much money? You've already started to make money. There's still a long way to go. Don't worry so much. Yu Minmin said to her with a smile. Soon, the TV series was going to air. Lin Che was still a little nervous. This was the first time she was the female lead in a TV series. Although it was not the first time she had participated in such a popular TV series, she was considered a supporting role in the previous TV series with Gu Jingyu. This time, she had to bear the brunt. On the day of the premiere of the TV series, everyone was waiting in the company to watch the first episode. They were ready to see the data as soon as possible. Soon, the first episode of the TV series was played. In the office, Yu Minmin watched it with Lin Che. Looking at her own performance, Lin Che could also sum up her experience and know where she did not act well. After all, it was the first time she had acted in such a modern TV series. Her expression was a little unnatural. Fortunately, she got used to it and became more and more into the role. As he watched, Lin Che kept scrolling through the audience's reactions on his phone. Because many people scrolled through Weibo while watching, many of the audience had already reacted to the trending topic list. She saw that most of the comments were quite pertinent. They said that the TV series was really a conscientious one. Whether it was the costumes or the props, they all looked like they had spent money. It did not feel like the special effects cost 50 cents and the costumes cost $1. Someone said, Lin Che's acting skills are pretty good among the actresses recently. Her performance is very natural and she looks very good. She probably did not have too many cuts on her face. Her expression is very natural. What did they mean by not having too many cuts? She did not use a single knife, okay. However, thinking about it, what they said was quite pertinent. After all, plastic surgery was so frequent nowadays. In the past, so many people had directly said that she had plastic surgery. Didn't she just watch? Some people said that Lin Che was very disgusting and looked like the Virgin Mary. Some people said that Lin Che's acting wasn't as good as Qin Wanwan's. Qin Wanwan's acting skills were the best among the young actresses. At most, she only followed Gu Jingyu and was raised up by Gu Jingyu, so she had more resources. Everyone compared her to Qin Wanwan, but there was nothing they could do about it. Their images were a little similar, and netizens loved to make comparisons. Also, Qin Wanwan had been very popular recently. Lin Che's drama had just finished airing, so there would definitely be a lot of discussion. The first episode was first broadcast on television. After it ended, it was broadcast on the partner website. The number of views broke 100 million on that day. The viewership returned 3 hours later and it was also first in the same time slot. Everyone in the company immediately cheered. Lin Che finally relaxed completely. He heard his phone ring and saw that it was Qin Wanwan calling. Lin Che picked up his phone and heard Qin Wanwan congratulating him. I saw the viewership ratings. Not bad. You came in first and almost broke the record. Congratulations, congratulations. Hearing Qin Wanwan congratulating him so generously, Lin Che quickly said, "Thank you." "Oh right, I saw someone comparing us online." "You're not angry, are you?" "The netizens are just comparing us out of boredom." "Seriously, they definitely don't know that we're friends." "Of course, I don't care. There are so many netizens, so there's bound to be a little different." "That's good. I'm so embarrassed to see it." "Me too," Lin Che said. After hanging up with Qin Wanwan, Lin Che said to Yu Minmin, "Qin Wanwan really knows how to talk. She specially came to apologize to me. Actually, it's not her fault." Yu Minmin said, "Yeah, it's a different matter online. However, it's not like she's just learned how to behave. Hasn't she always been like this?" Chapter 212. Everyone was happy that the ratings were good, so no one cared about Qin Wanwan's apology. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Che prepared to go home. The group of people went out together and said goodbye to Lin Che. There would be a lot of activities after this, so they were just starting to get busy. When they got home, Gu Jingze didn't come back. Lin Che knew that Gu Jingze would be very busy at the end of the year, so he leaned against the wall in his bedroom and scrolled through the comments on Weibo as he prepared to go to bed. Gu Jingyu came to join in the fun again. He sent Lin Che a WeChat message. "Not bad. The ratings are good. You can finish your apprenticeship now. Your acting skills are commendable even without me." Lin Che said to Gu Jingyu speechlessly, "Yes. Thank you for taking care of me these days. I'm grateful." "Thank you. If you really want to thank me, find a chance to treat me to a meal. What's the point of saying thank you every day?" Lin Che was a little puzzled by Gu Jingyu's words. He asked him, "It's almost the new year. Aren't you going home?" Gu Jingyu said, "How do you know that I'm not going home?" "No, I'm just asking. I haven't been home for a few years." "I'm not used to it," Gu Jingyu said. Lin Che asked curiously, "Why?" "Because I don't have a good relationship with my family. Haven't you heard that some people are rebellious? I'm one of them." "Why? Did something happen between you and your family? Is that why you don't have a good relationship with them?" Lin Che asked. "Should I be flattered that you're so concerned about me?" Gu Jingyu began to act shamelessly again. Lin Che said, "It's normal for a disciple to care about his master." "Okay, I know you don't care about me. he said coquettishly. After a pause, he said, something happened many years ago. It's not a big deal, but I'm still not used to going back. Maybe after a few years, when I don't care so much, I'll go back. Lin Che held the phone and looked at the string of words. He felt even more curious, but if he really asked, he would feel that he was asking too much about the Gu family. Therefore, even though Lin Che had always been curious about the relationship between Gu Jingyu and the Gu family, she had never asked Gu Jingze about it. She didn't want others to think that she was a busybody. Hearing Gu Jingyu's words, she mustered up her courage and replied, "It can't be related to women, right?" He. Gu Jingyu did not reply to her message for a long time. Just when Lin Che thought that he would never reply to her again, Gu Jingyu suddenly said, "Of course, this young master is just that casual and elegant." He was not serious at all. However, Lin Che thought to himself as he held the phone. Could it really be because of women? She didn't expect Gu Jingyu to be so stubborn. Because of a woman, he didn't contact his family for so long. However, he was doing quite well in his own field. Of course, perhaps because of the Gu family's environment, all three of their sons were outstanding. Lin Che thought that Mu Wanqing should be very pleased. Even so, Gu Jingyu was right. Gu Jingyu's care was inseparable from Gu Jingyu's care. She should indeed treat him to a meal. The next day, the viewership ratings kept rising. The company's CEO actually called Lin Che personally to congratulate her and invite her to the company's annual meeting. When Lin Che heard this, he hurriedly agreed and happily thanked the boss for his appreciation. After hanging up, Lin Che was still very happy. When Gu Jingze saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so happy?" Lin Che lay there and said to Gu Jingze, "Of course I'm happy. The boss personally called to invite me to the company's annual meeting." "So what?" Gu Jingze said disapprovingly. "In the past, only the company's very popular celebrities would be invited to our company's annual meeting. Although our company is nothing to you, we are still a very strong company in the industry. We have made many celebrities famous, so there are many celebrities in our company. This is the first time I've been invited to the annual meeting, and the boss personally called to invite me." Lin Che happily hummed a song. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Seeing how happy she was, he shook his head helplessly. Their company still didn't know about Lin Che's relationship with Gu Jingze. It was indeed not easy for her to make such progress on her own. Even though Gu Jingze had found a chance for her at the beginning, if she really didn't have the ability, she wouldn't have become famous. Many of the things that people liked about her were her true self. They weren't packaged. Gu Jingze said, "With your IQ, it's indeed not easy for you to reach where you are today." "Hey! I'm relying on my ability." "Ability, understand. That's right. It can be seen that God is still fair. Your IQ is limited, but at least your body language and expressions are full marks. That's why you can act. Get lost. Can't you just praise people properly?" Lin Che jumped up in anger. Gu Jingze said, all right. Why are you jumping around? I'm praising you. Why are you asking so much? You should be humble. Do you understand humility? Why do you need to be praised?" Gu Jingze got up and went out. He thought of something and turned around. "You still have to go back to the Gu family during the Spring Festival. It's better not to coincide with your work." "Oh, don't worry. I don't have anything to do during the new year." Lin Che chuckled and called Yu Minmin. He happily told her that he was going to attend the annual party. President Chen had just called to congratulate him. Yu Minmin was naturally happy for her. "Just treat us. There's no point in saying anything else, just treat us." Yu Minmin said. Alright, I'll treat all of you. Get ready, everyone I know is coming. I'll treat all of you to a meal. Lin Che was very happy and generously made the promise. Seeing this, Gu Jingze immediately booked a place for her. Soon, he got someone to prepare the food for her. Before the new year, Lin Che called Yu Minmin and Shen Yuran along with a few other staff members. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. Lin Che arrived at the restaurant. As expected of the restaurant prepared by Gu Jingze, it was the most famous Japanese restaurant in the city. It was said that the sashimi was flown in from Japan every day. It was very fresh. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw Qin Hao standing there. He looked at Lin Che and quickly lowered his head to greet him respectfully. Lin Che walked over and said, "Did you book the table for me today, Assistant Qin?" Qin Hao quickly said, "Of course. Sir specially asked me to look after it. Sir must take Madam's affairs very seriously." Just then, Shen Yuran came in from behind. He saw Qin Hao and quickly went over to greet him. "Assistant Qin, why are you standing here? Don't you want to go in and have a cup of tea?" He. Chapter 213. Qin Hao looked at Lin Che and hurriedly said, "Miss Shen, you're too kind. Today is Madam's big day. I have nothing to do with it. I'm just here to book a room and I'll leave immediately." Qin Hao hurriedly retreated. Shen Yuran hurriedly took Lin Che's hand and said, "You don't know, Qin Hao is really a big shot." What? Lin Che found it very strange. Shen Yuran said, "It's true. When I arrived at the Gu Corporation, I really felt it. Do you know how big the headquarters of the Gu Corporation is? It's really big. The CEO, who is your husband, is on the top floor. Our department is not bad, but it's still a little lower. Every time Assistant Qin comes down, it's like he's visiting us. Everyone lines the streets to welcome him." Lin Che said, "Is that so?" Shen Yuran said, "You've been high and mighty for a long time. After all, not everyone sleeps with Gu Jingze every night. So, you don't know the sufferings of the common people. Anyway, I have to get close to Assistant Qin and ask him to help me." He. At this moment, Chen Yuqing, who came in from behind, walked in lightly, and glanced at Shen Yuran as he spoke. Shen Yuran looked at Chen Yuqing as if he had seen a ghost. You, why are you here?" Lin Che said from behind, "What's wrong?" "I'm the one who invited Dr. Qin." Shen Yuran said speechlessly, "Why did you invite him?" Lin Che could only say in a low voice, "Of course it's to treat Dr. Qin to a meal. He helped me a lot at the Gu family. What's wrong with me treating him?" Shen Yuran gloomily glared at her. Chen Yuqing said from the side, "Why? Are you afraid to see me?" Shen Yuran straightened his back and said, "Haha, it's just that I feel like vomiting when I see you. Really, isn't it annoying to see you every day?" After saying that, he quickly walked in. Lin Che could only look at Shen Yuran and shrug at Chen Yuqing. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Chen Yuqing shrugged. "Ask her why she acted like a mouse seeing a cat when she saw me." Lin Che hurriedly followed them and asked them why they were acting so mysteriously. However, Yu Minmin had already walked in. "Lin Che, why are you still waiting outside?" Lin Che had no choice but to welcome Yu Minmin in. He said to Yu Minmin, "Why are you so late?" Yu Minmin said, "I helped you sort out your schedule. I think the Gu family must have a lot of things to do during the new year, so I pushed your schedule back." "Oh yes, is this Gu Jing's place?" "Yeah, how did you know?" "I'm guessing that you won't be willing to pay such a high price, you little miser." "Of course not. How am I stingy?" Soon, the group of people went inside. The room that Gu Jingze had prepared was very big. After everyone sat down, it was very lively. Chen Yuqing came up and sat next to Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran looked at Chen Yuqing in disgust and said, "Why are you sitting here? Do I know you? We see each other almost every day. Do you think we know each other well? Get lost. That's because you want to torture me every day. You want me to find information for you and give you things to be your slave." Chen Yuqing laughed. "Anyway, we meet every day. How can you think that I'm not familiar with him? How about asking your boss to move your desk to my studio tomorrow?" "What? Get lost. Don't even think about it." Lin Che saw Shen Yuran glaring at Chen Yuqing with a face full of indignation. He sat down and said, "What's wrong? Why are you so hostile?" Shen Yuran snorted and wrinkled her nose at Chen Yuqing to show that she was contemptuous of him. Then she said to Lin Che, "No matter what, I'm here today to congratulate you. The ratings are very good. In the future, you will become a Ms. Perfect, become a CEO, and walk to the top of the world. It's just a matter of time. Thank you for your auspicious words. Lin Che, I really didn't expect that one day you would be so amazing. I, Shen Yuran, am able to know such an amazing person. I didn't live in vain. Forget it. What does this have to do with me? The popularity of a TV series is inseparable from everyone's hard work," Yu Minmin said. "It's also because you're good at acting. Your acting skills are not bad, and your image is also suitable. That's why you got such a good role." Lin Che put his arm around Yu Minmin. "And the help of my cute and responsible agent. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. You flatter me so much." "Of course. All right, I have to drink in a while, right?" "Of course, Pa." Shen Yuran looked at Lin Che. "It's also inseparable from your husband's nourishment. Look at you, you're getting more and more radiant recently. Get lost." Lin Che glared at Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran said, "But the Gu family is really amazing. Every one of them is a dragon among men. Gu Jingze is so amazing, Gu Jingyu is also so amazing, and our president is also so amazing." The chopsticks in Yu Minmin's hand moved slightly and fell on the table. She picked them up naturally, and no one noticed. Shen Yuran said while eating, "By the way, you've been married to Gu Jingze for so long. Have you met Mr. President?" "I've met him a few times, but we rarely meet the Gu family. They're all very busy. Gu Jingze is also very busy, and so is the president. We rarely meet." When Mr. President is at home, is he as handsome as he is on TV?" "I don't think so. I think he's quite mature. Of course, I'm not very familiar with him, so how would I know what he's like?" "That's true, but it's strange that the president isn't married yet. Is there something wrong with him?" Hee. "How is that possible?" Lin Che said, "I think he still can't find a suitable one, really. Didn't you see that the internet is speculating that there's something wrong with the president not getting married? Everyone wants to vote for him to find a partner," Shen Yuran said. Yu Minmin kept eating as if she didn't hear anything. Lin Che said, "There shouldn't be a problem. It's just that he can't find a suitable one. The Gu family seems to be matchmaking for him. They've been matchmaking for a long time, but it hasn't been decided yet." "Wow, Mr. President still wants to matchmake. Aren't there a lot of people lining up to marry him?" "I think it's strange too," Lin Che said. Shen Yuran said, "But it's true. If the president wants to find a wife, he has to find someone who's of the same social status. It's probably because the circle he chose is relatively small, so it's not easy to find a suitable one." Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and said, Oh yeah, sister you've met Mr. President before, right? Yu Minmin choked on something and coughed hard. Chapter 2:14. Lin Che hurriedly said, Sister Yu, what's wrong? Drink some water. Yu Minmin hurriedly drank a mouthful of water and swallowed it down. Shin Yuran said, No way. Is the president that scary? Why do you feel like you can't handle him after hearing his name? Yu Minmin said, I want to say that I've seen him before and I know him. Aw. So awesome. Shin Yuran's eyes widened in interest. Yu Minmin then said, but he definitely doesn't know me. Beside them, Chen Yuxing looked at the girls in boredom. What does Mr. President's private life have to do with you? How can you talk so enthusiastically? Shin Yuran glanced at Chen Yuxing. What do you know? Chen Yuxing said, I know that Mr. President must hate women like you who talk behind his back. It's really annoying. Get lost. The group of them ate and drank and were soon done. Shin Yuran called out for a stall. This was an old rule when they came out for gatherings, so Lin Che readily agreed. Chen Yuqing frowned at the back. He felt that it was too late. Moreover, he was a research-type person, so he wasn't very good at this kind of gathering. He only came today because Lin Che was the one treating. The three girls were very carefree. Lin Che held Shin Yuran's hand in one hand and Yu Minmin's in the other. The three of them called out to the nearby KTV to sing. The fact that Lin Che was a poison master had already spread all over the internet. When Lin Che drank a little, he especially liked to snatch the microphone and sing non-stop as long as he grabbed the microphone. Shin Yuran almost wanted to cover her ears when she heard this. That's a little too unpleasant. Shin Yuran looked at Yu Minmin. Your company must have a music teacher. Why didn't you teach her properly? Yu Minmin said, singing out of tune is an illness. It's usually incurable. The three of them laughed. After a while, the three girls became very familiar with each other and started drinking and chatting. Lin Che finally finished singing a song. He couldn't hold in his urine anymore and quickly went out to find the washroom. It wasn't easy for him to find a place to relieve himself. Because Lin Che was happy today, he was humming a song as he walked back. She said politely, sorry. Lifting his head, a slightly plump man looked at Lin Che and his eyes lit up. Hey, are you that celebrity? What's his name? Che. Oh, you got the wrong person. Actually, Lin Che was rarely recognized. He lowered his head and rubbed his nose, wanting to just give a vague excuse and go back. However, Lin Che's hand was suddenly grabbed by someone behind him. Hey, why are you running? Come, accompany me to play. The man looked at Lin Che lecherously. For a moment, he felt that an actress was really an actress. She was really prettier than ordinary people. Lin Che pushed his hand away in disgust. Let go of me. What are you doing? Hey, what's up? Are you here to play? I'll give you money. It's not like I won't give you money. What's the rush? I don't want money, just move aside. Lin Che pushed his hand angrily. However, the man still held on to her tightly and dragged her inside. I have plenty of money. What's wrong with letting you play? Can't you show some respect? This isn't a matter of money. Aren't actresses for people to play with? Why, do you think you don't have enough money? As he said that, he took out his wallet and threw the card at Lin Che. I have a lot of money. I can't even let you play with me. Do you know who I am? If you provoke me, don't even think about staying in B City in the future. Are you going to let go or not? Hurry up. At this moment, someone came up from behind and kicked the man to the side. The slightly plump man didn't know what had happened and he was pushed to the side by two big men. Lin Che looked up and saw the people who came in. They seemed to be the bodyguards who followed Gu Jingze. Although she couldn't remember their names, she saw them every day and knew them. At this moment, Chen Yuqing also came out. Seeing this scene, he was speechless. He should have known that it was easy to get into trouble when playing around. He hurriedly walked over. Seeing that the burly man was being twisted on the ground, he was still clamoring in defiance. "Let me go. Let me go. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Do you want to die?" Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Yuqing. "You've just come out and you're already being harassed." Chen Yuqing snorted disdainfully and said, "This man is too much. He dares to touch anyone." If President Gu saw this scene just now, he would probably have broken his arms and legs. Lin Che said speechlessly, "It can't be that scary. Forget it, he's probably just drunk. Let's go." Chen Yuqing said, "You don't know Gu Jingze. He's very protective of his people. But it's still too dangerous to come to this place. You should come less in the future." Lin Che said, "I know it's not very safe, but I don't come all the time. Moreover, it's fine most of the time. It's just an accident. After I become a bit famous, I'll be harassed occasionally. But it's fine if you guys come all the time. But if you know it's dangerous, why do you still come?" Chen Yuqing said. Lin Che smiled and said, "Then let me ask Dr. Chin, why do you still eat when you know that you always poop when you eat?" Lin Che said, "I don't want to be unhappy because of my identity. If I want to come and sing, I'll come. There's no need to think too much about it. If I isolate myself for something that has a tiny chance of happening, wouldn't that be too much of an absolute?" Chen Yuqing narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Che. He seemed to slowly understand some of the reasons. Perhaps this was why Gu Jingze liked to be with her. The man was still hooting on the ground. His friends ran out very quickly. When they saw the situation, they looked at Lin Che and Chen Yuqing standing there. Their aura seemed to have explained everything. They hurriedly apologized, sorry. I'm drunk. I'm drunk." Lin Che smiled and let it go. He didn't pursue the matter further. "Alright, don't let these people affect your mood. Let's go back and continue playing." Lin Che smiled and patted Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing said, "Alright, I'll make an exception and accompany you guys to the end today." However, before they could go back, Lin Che heard a voice from afar that made her instinctively feel disgusted. Lin Che. Lin Che was stunned. He turned around and saw Mo Huiling, who was following them. He felt a sense of helplessness. Seriously, they came out to have fun, but they actually met such an unlucky person. Did she disturb their good mood? Chapter 2:15. When Mo Huiling saw Chen Yuqing here, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Dr. Chin. Why are you here?" In Mo Huiling's mind, Chen Yuqing was a researcher who didn't like to socialize with people and didn't give face to anyone. He had never been nice to her. What was more infuriating was that Gu Jingze indulged him because Chen Yuqing was his doctor and the only person in the world who was studying his illness. For this reason, Mo Huiling tolerated him. Anyway, it was good for her if she could cure Gu Jingze. So they didn't talk much when they met, let alone eat and have fun together. But today, when she saw him talking to Lin Che, she felt that he seemed a little familiar. Mo Huiling looked at the two of them curiously. She wondered what method Lin Che had used to get rid of the people around Gu Jingze. Only Gu Jingze was kept in the dark and thought that Lin Che was innocent. If he didn't have tricks up his sleeve, how could he be so good at bewitching people? She was definitely trying to get close to Gu Jingze on purpose, but Gu Jingze didn't know about it. Mo Huiling glared at Lin Che even more angrily at this thought. Especially when she thought about how Gu Jingze had told her that they had slept together. This Lin Che was really good at playing tricks. Mo Huiling gritted her teeth for a while, then walked over with a cold smile. Lin Che immediately put up his guard. He looked at Mo Huiling and said speechlessly, "Miss Mo, what a coincidence to meet you here." Mo Huiling said, "I'm here to accompany my sister on her birthday, so I came over to play, but I've never come to such a messy place like this." Lin Che, I advise you not to stay down there for too long, there are a lot of these rotten people, the VIP room above is very quiet, sigh, but only VIP can enter, you have to make a card, and you have to spend $1 million a year to get in, I don't think any of you have that kind of spending power, right? Lin Che smiled. I'm just here to have fun. It doesn't matter where I go. Mo Huiling looked at Chen Yuqing. Dr. Chen, why are you here? I thought Dr. Chen wouldn't come to such a messy place. As she spoke, she looked around in disdain. Chen Yuqing really hated this Mo Huiling. He never looked at her with a good expression. Therefore, Gu Jingze was actually a charismatic boss. He knew that Chen Yuqing had a bad attitude towards Mo Huiling, but he didn't care. As long as he could do his job well, it was fine. Chen Yuqing said, I think this place is pretty good. It's not very messy either. It's not easy to earn money. Even if you have money, you can't just spend it like that. Instead of spending $1 million a year here, it's better to donate to some students or something. It's also considered doing good. You. Was he calling her out for wasting money? Especially since Mo Huiling had never earned any money. Everything she spent came from her family. Fortunately, her family was rich. Otherwise, in an ordinary family, she would be living off her parents. Mo Huiling glared at Chen Yuqing. She couldn't be bothered to talk to this glib talker. She looked at Chen Yuqing and said, I want to speak to Lin Che alone. Is that okay? Chen Yuqing looked at Lin Che and said, I don't think so. Mrs. Gu's safety is also under my jurisdiction. Otherwise, I would have taken so much consulting fee from President Gu for nothing. You, Mo Huiling gritted her teeth and said, You're so protective of Lin Che. She looked at Lin Che and said, I really admire you. There are so many people protecting you, especially men. I don't have the ability to do that. Lin Che said, We're all friends. Naturally, we should help each other. Perhaps you haven't had any real friends before, so you don't understand them. Lin Che, I have many friends. None of them are as lowly as you. Chen Yuqing was about to speak again, but Lin Che said to him, Dr. Chen, it's okay. Let Miss Mo say whatever she wants to say to me. I'll listen to her if it's nice, and I won't take it to heart if it's unpleasant. You can go in first. Miss Mo won't do anything to me. Otherwise, you know that I'm with her. If something happens to me, how can she get away with it? So Miss Mo should be more worried about my safety now. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing nodded and said, Call me if you need anything. Okay. Chen Yuqing looked at Mo Huiling arrogantly and left with his head held high. Not to be outdone, Mo Huiling glared at him and snorted. Then, she said to Lin Che, you're really something. For the sake of Jingze's reputation, you shouldn't continue being an actress. I saw everything just now. An actress will always be an actress. How can you continue being an actress with such a bad name? If you don't have money, I can even help you spend it. But, you're selling yourself for money. Have you ever thought about Jingze? Her words were too unpleasant. No matter how good Lin Che's temper was, he couldn't take it anymore. What do you mean I'm an actress? I have my own pursuits. I'm not doing it for money, I'm doing it for my career. Can you please be more respectful when you speak? Gu Jingzi didn't say anything. Who are you to tell me what I do? Her words really angered Lin Che. So, Lin Che couldn't help but toughen up. What kind of pursuits are you talking about? A woman should know how to sacrifice herself for her husband. Why don't you think about how you're affecting Jingzi? You're not worthy of being Jingzi's wife. I really don't understand why he would have anything to do with someone like you, Mo Huiling said in disdain. Lin Che snorted coldly. Even after Gu Jingzi and I get married, we're still independent individuals. We have our own lives. We won't interfere with each other's career and dreams just because we're married. I think that's what marriage is about. We have to integrate and be independent. I don't think I'm not worthy of Jingzi at all. That's why you have such lowly thoughts. I know why you dare to talk to me like this right now. Isn't it because Gu Jingzi touched you and played with your body? So you think you've already gotten Gu Jingzi, right? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Mo Huiling's heart was twisting with anger as she said these words. Don't worry, the woman in Gu Jingzi's heart will always be me. I've been with him for so many years. I'm his only love in all these years. Even if he's temporarily interested in you, it's only because he wants to play with you. It won't be long before he gets sick of you. When that time comes, you'll see how he'll abandon you. I'll see how long you can be proud of yourself. Chapter 2:16. When Mo Huiling heard Gu Jingzi say that he had slept with Lin Che, she was so angry. However, one day, Mo Huiling suddenly realized that Gu Jingzi had been with her for so many years, even though he had never touched her. Only Gu Jingzi's love for her was pure and genuine. Now, he thought that he was leaning towards Lin Che because he had slept with Lin Che, so he had a desire for her. Gu Jingzi was a man after all. Although she was not happy that her man had slept with another woman, her father was right. It was normal for a man to have one or two women outside. After all, men had their own desires. She could understand it. So, after thinking it through, Mo Huiling felt relieved and had new confidence in Gu Jingzi. She believed that Gu Jingzi would come back to her. As long as he hated Lin Che, he would realize that she was good and come back to her. After all, she had been with Gu Jingzi for so many years. How could Lin Che compare to her? Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling and felt that something was wrong. What did she mean by being tired of her? What did she mean by playing with her body? Did Gu Jingzi tell Mo Huiling that they had slept with each other? Something that shouldn't have happened? Lin Che felt a little apologetic. At first, neither she nor Gu Jingzi had thought that things would turn out this way. She knew that she had stolen Gu Jingzi from Mo Huiling's heart. However, this kind of thing was something that both of them were willing to do. Gu Jingzi had said that he had broken up with her. Now that she was entangled with him, she couldn't blame Lin Che for everything. Lin Che felt that she was at fault, but she was not the only one at fault. Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling and said, "If you want to say something like this, you should say it to Gu Jingzi. If you want to fight for Gu Jingzi, please go and fight for him directly. If he still has feelings for you, I'll give you my blessings. If not, it's a matter between the two of you." You. Lin Che, I will let you be arrogant for a few more days. Just you wait. However, at this moment, Gu Jingzi walked over from afar. He pulled Lin Che behind him. He stood in front of Lin Che and looked at Mo Huiling with a sharp gaze. Vigilance flashed in his eyes as he looked at Mo Huiling. "What are you doing?" Mo Huiling watched in amazement as Gu Jingzi directly stood in front of her, protecting Lin Che tightly. Her heart felt as if it had flipped over. What happened to me? I only said a few words to Lin Che. I didn't do anything to him. Why didn't you say anything? Why are you targeting me? Why do you think I did something to Lin Che? Jingze, don't you think you're being too heartless? Humph. After saying that, Mo Huiling angrily pushed Gu Jingze away and ran out with tears in her eyes. Gu Jingze was stunned. He knew that he didn't care about her feelings just now. His words were too absolute. However, when he saw the two of them standing together from afar, he couldn't help but think that Mo Huiling was trying to harm Lin Che. Since when did Mo Huiling become so unbearable in his heart? Actually, Mo Huiling didn't do anything heinous. He shouldn't be so paranoid. Instead, he hurt Mo Huiling. If they broke up, then so be it. Why did he have to hurt her? After all, they had been together for so many years. They still had feelings for each other. Gu Jingze looked outside and a look of disappointment flashed across his face. Seeing this, Lin Che said from behind, "What? If you want to chase after her, just go. It's not a big deal." Gu Jingze turned around and said, "Why should I chase after her?" Lin Che said, "What you did just now was too hurtful. If you chase after her, you should coax her. Otherwise, she won't take things too hard again." Gu Jingze turned around and held Lin Che's hand. "I can't chase after her every time she takes things too hard." "It's okay," Lin Che said indifferently. "Alright, then wait for me here." "I'll go and take a look," Gu Jingze said and was about to leave. Lin Che was stunned. He looked at Gu Jingze with a look of surprise. The next moment, Gu Jingze turned around and smiled at Lin Che. "Alright, I won't chase after her. I was just teasing you just now." Gu Jingze pinched her cheek. "Why? Are you nervous?" "I'm afraid that if I chase after her, you'll kill yourself again." "Forget it. Get lost." "I won't kill myself." Lin Che's face was red as she pushed Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze took the opportunity to hold her hand. "Don't worry, I won't chase after her. I won't do it in the future. She has to learn to grow up on her own. I can't follow her all the time. After all, I have a wife. You're my wife. I won't leave you here to chase after her." Lin Che's heart warmed. She looked at Gu Jingze's face and stared at him. He said, "After all, you're someone I slept with. How can I be responsible for you?" Lin Che cried out angrily, "Who slept with who? You're the one I slept with. Have you forgotten that I was the one who drugged you at the beginning? But I feel that when it comes to matters like this, the one on top is the one sleeping with me, and the one below is the one being slept with. If you really want to sleep with me, why don't you try doing it on top tonight?" Lin Che blushed. How could she? She didn't know how to do it at all. She had been the one to endure all the intimacy. She wasn't someone who would take the initiative. Let her do it on top. Wouldn't she just die of embarrassment? Anyway, she didn't know what to do on top at the moment. He looked at Lin Che and smiled. He touched her hand and said, "All right, let's go. I heard that someone was harassing you here." "Yeah. I'm sorry." She thought of Mo Huiling's words and unconsciously apologized to him. "Why are you apologizing to me?" Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "If I didn't say that I wanted to come here, this wouldn't have happened. How can it be your fault? Did you have to stay at home every day so that you wouldn't be harassed? The person who harassed you is the one at fault. It wasn't your fault in the first place." Lin Che smiled and looked up at Gu Jingze. "He's actually quite reasonable, isn't he?" "I think so too. Those men who say, 'Who told you to wear such short clothes?' are too straight. No matter what I'm wearing, even if I'm walking on the road naked, you're in the wrong if you harass me, don't you think so? Yes, 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 but, you can't go out naked, Gu Jingzi said. Of course, I'm not a fool. The two of them walked out. Yu Minmin and the others were also coming out. Seeing Gu Jingzi, they knew that today's gathering was about to end. Shen Yuran looked at the time and said, it's almost midnight. No wonder President Gu is here to pick him up. We've been occupying Lin Che for too long, haven't we? Chapter 217. Lin Che gritted his teeth at Shen Yuran. What a stupid teammate. What nonsense was she spouting? Gu Jingzi looked up at Shen Yuran and smiled faintly. His expression seemed to be tacitly approving, which made Shen Yuran cry out even louder. Lin Che quickly pushed Shen Yuran away. Hurry up and go. Oh right, Dr. Chin, since you know where Shen Yuran lives, help me send her home. All right. What? I don't want him to send me. Shen Yuran also glared at Lin Che. She was also a stupid teammate. Chen Yuqing said, what are you doing? Are you afraid I'll leave you behind? Don't worry, there's still a lot of information for you to look up tomorrow. I'll definitely let you go home safely today. Get lost. The group laughed and left. Lin Che asked Yu Minmin what they should do. Gu Jingzi said, don't worry, I'll get someone to send her home. Hearing this, Lin Che nodded his head in relief. The next day, Lin Che dominated the search rankings. Of course, there were more people talking about the male lead. After all, most people who watch TV dramas nowadays were girls. Opposites attracted, so girls preferred the male lead. However, Lin Che's reviews were gradually getting better. However, the comparison between Lin Che and Qin Wanwan was still getting more intense. Lin Che followed Gu Jingzi back to the Gu residence early in the morning. He scrolled through Weibo as he walked and only put it away when they arrived. At home, Mu Wanqing praised the moment she saw the Lin Che. Little Che, I've been watching the TV series you acted in every day. You acted too well. I asked all the aunties in my family to watch it together and even recommended it to all my friends. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing embarrassedly. Mom, you actually watched it too. Seriously. I didn't act well. That TV drama was a Mary Sue. It didn't have any meaning in reality or artistic feeling. It was just about love. Mu Wanqing said, is love also a part of reality? Is it also a part of art? You can't say that. Besides, you acted very well. However, the male lead of your TV series is really handsome. When I see you two together, I suddenly feel that Jingzi is not worthy of you. Oh, I don't think so. Gu Jingzi's face darkened. Mom, how could she be such a mother? Mu Wanqing said, really? I think they are very compatible. You, on the other hand, stuck your foot in the middle. How did he become an interloper? Lin Che could actually understand that Mu Wanqing was looking at the plot and putting herself in it. That was why she wanted her to be with the male lead. However, Lin Che felt it was unfair for Gu Jingzi. After all, Gu Jingzi was better looking than the male lead. Especially after the male lead had plastic surgery, his nose was very fake. How could it be compared to Gu Jingzi's nose? However, she didn't tell the truth and let Mu Wanqing fantasize about it. No matter what, this was also Mu Wanqing's support for him. Therefore, she, who had never watched these boring TV dramas, would not suddenly make an exception. Therefore, Lin Che was still very touched. Gu Jingzi looked at Mu Wanqing and felt that he needed to see what that man looked like. Although he didn't want to hinder her work, it didn't mean that he really didn't care. He might not have thought that way before, but now that he heard his mother say that, he felt a little jealous. Mu Wanqing said, all right. You guys go in first and have a good rest. Oh right, Jingze, someone sent something to you. Go and take a look. Gu Jingze nodded and led Lin Che in. Lin Che said, what's being delivered? Is it work? Why don't I go out first? Lin Che had never disturbed his work. However, Gu Jingze said, it's okay. It's not work. It's some personal belongings that were just sent here from somewhere else. Wow, what is it? When Lin Che heard this, he immediately became interested. Gu Jingze said, it's just some random stuff. When I was studying abroad, I used some things. They don't know how to deal with them, so I got someone to bring them back and put them here for collection. Wow, from your school days. Is there a diary or something like that? Hee hee. Seeing Lin Che's vulgar smile, Gu Jingze went up and pinched her. Why would I keep something like this that will become a weakness? I never keep a diary. Why, the business world is like a battlefield. On the battlefield, the most important thing is not to let your opponent know what you're thinking. Lin Che suddenly felt that it was very profound. He looked at Gu Jingze as if he understood, but not really. Gu Jingze said, forget it. With your IQ, I don't expect you to understand. Seeing Gu Jingze walk inside, Lin Che hurriedly followed. Lin Che looked curiously at the big boxes stacked inside. When he saw Gu Jingze walk over to open the boxes, he followed him to take a look. Gu Jingze opened a box and said with a smile, these are the tools left behind from elementary school. Lin Che opened it. Sure enough, they were all stationary. However, everything was still in good condition, and they looked very expensive. Wow, you're so extravagant. Even the things you used back then were so expensive. It's just some pens. What's so expensive about them? Look, they're all made of gold, and there's such a big piece of jade on them, Lin Che said as he held them up. Gu Jingze said, these are all gifts from my grandfather to reward me for getting first place in the whole grade. What about your first place in the grade? Lin Che asked, blinking. Gu Jingze nodded. This was the first year I got first place, so my grandfather was very happy. After that, I got first place every year, so he didn't say anything. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Alright, we don't understand the world of top students. Lin Che quickly found a group of photos. She saw a child in the middle. The child had red lips and white teeth. He didn't smile at all, and he was especially eye-catching in the middle. Wasn't that Gu Jingze when he was young? Lin Che quickly pointed at the little boy and said, wow, Gu Jingze, that's you, right? Look at your sour face. You've always had such a sour face since you were young. Kids should be cuter. Why do you look so sullen? You look like everyone owes you a lot of money. Gu Jingze glanced at him and said, what's so funny? It's just a photo. Lin Che also found a lot of photos. At one glance, she saw that there were so many beautiful girls in his junior high school. His class was really a class of beautiful girls. All of them were so beautiful. Gu Jingze sat in the middle. One look and one could tell that he was the popular type. After all, he was so good-looking, and he had been a promising candidate for a domineering president since he was young. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze disdainfully and said, there are so many beautiful girls in your class. Gu Jingze, look at how many beautiful girls you missed out on because of your illness. If you were fine, you would have had a huge harem by then. Do you regret it now? Why didn't you flirt with a few beautiful girls back then? Chapter 218. But now that she thought about it, Gu Jingze was really pure. He was so pure that Lin Che felt that he was really not a thing. Why did he do something to such a little lotus back then? Looking at Gu Jingze, she really felt that he couldn't be more pure for a moment. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, turned his head. Seeing her snicker, he moved closer to Lin Che and asked, "You little fool, why are you snickering like that at a time like this? What are you thinking about?" "No, I'm not thinking about anything." "That's impossible. You must be thinking about something. Hurry up and tell me." Lin Che ran away quickly. Gu Jingze felt that something was wrong and immediately chased after him. Gu Jingze ran faster than Lin Che. In a few steps, he blocked Lin Che's way. He put his hands in front of Lin Che and pinned Lin Che against the wall. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly and said with a naughty smile, "I'm just thinking, have you really never touched any women before? Of course, you haven't tried. You just want to see if you have feelings for a beautiful woman." Gu Jingze said seriously, "Of course not. At first, I found that I would get rashes when the female servants touched me. I thought it was an allergy, so I had a checkup, but it didn't show any problems. After that, I had contact with Hui Ling when I was 10. When I played with her, I would get rashes too. My family took me to the checkup and found that I did have allergies, but the allergen was women." Gu Jingze thought about it seriously. "After that, I didn't really touch women. When I was 17, I was already in a relationship with Hui Ling. Do you think I would fall in love with someone and have contact with other women? Am I that kind of person in your heart?" "Oh. I'm just asking. You don't have to answer me so seriously." Lin Che thought that Mo Huiling was really the woman he had been in contact with for the longest time, even though they couldn't touch each other at all. Mo Huiling's words flashed in his mind. Of course, she quickly shook her head and forgot about it. She turned to Gu Jingze and said, "So, when I drugged you in the hotel, it was really the first time you had serious contact with a woman?" Gu Jingze said, "Of course. That's why I feel like I've sullied you. I feel so guilty that I took your virginity." Gu Jingze only saw mockery and ridicule on her face. He didn't feel guilty at all. "Lin Che. It's also your first time. You seem to have forgotten." Hee, then I'm also the one who wants your virginity." Lin Che. Lin Che hurriedly crawled out from under his armpit and ran outside. However, Gu Jingze was really fast. After a while, he stopped her again. He grabbed her arm and pushed her against the wall. "Say it again." All right, I'll stop talking. What are you so anxious about? Isn't it just being a virgin? It's your first time. It's nothing. Who doesn't have a first time? Don't worry, I won't despise you. If it's your first time, then it's your first time. You can slowly practice your skills. Don't be angry. Lin Che had found something that could be used against him. Of course, she teased him with all her might, especially when she saw his face turn green and then red. It was very interesting and she felt very accomplished. Gu Jingze gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Che. "Why do you despise me? There's nothing for you to despise. Even if it's my first time, I didn't mistreat you. I satisfied you several times that day. Am I right?" This man really wanted to be a hooligan at the slightest disagreement. "Even if I don't have experience, my skills are quite good. Get lost." Lin Che couldn't beat him in shamelessness. She hurriedly lowered her head and wanted to run. However, Gu Jingze still stopped Lin Che with one hand. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied?" Lin Che blushed and wanted to slip away. Actually, thinking about it, Gu Jingze was indeed quite skilled. Although it was her first time, she might not have eaten pork, but she had seen a pig run. When she was young, she had also secretly seen a little asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you satisfied? Tell me. Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che wanted to escape, so he continued to ask. He really wanted Lin Che's approval. He wanted her to be satisfied. Any man would want a woman to be satisfied with him. Moreover, he just wanted her to be happy. He hugged the blushing Lin Che and said, Are you satisfied or not? Tell me. I'm not satisfied, I'm not satisfied. Lin Che couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Gu Jingze didn't believe her. He pushed Lin Che onto the bed. He looked down at her and tore off his clothes with one hand. Then, his strong skin was shiny and gilded with a layer of gold. Gu Jingze smiled teasingly. When he covered her, he was very fast and decisive. Liar. Looks like it's impossible to rely on your little mouth to tell the truth. Ah. Gu Jingze, don't do it in broad daylight, it's necessary for your body to tell the truth. As he said that, his lips pressed down, pried open her lips, and quickly occupied the high ground. His hand was already in front of her face, and he gently explored her softness. Lin Che couldn't help but pant. Gu Jingze said, I told you that the body will always be more honest than the mouth. You. Annoying. Alright, your mouth doesn't like an annoying person like me, but your body likes it very much. No way. Look, you're lying again. Looks like I can't let you speak anymore. Anyway, you won't tell the truth. Why don't? I don't say it. As he said that, he used another method to block her mouth. She choked back her words. Under the window, her heart was filled with charm. He slowly took her soul away from her thoughts. After that, Lin Che really felt that she was asking for it. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have mentioned it was her first time to provoke this man with such strong self-esteem. In the end, she wasn't the victim now. That day, Gu Jingze directly used his body to prove his ability. Lin Che was sincerely convinced, and she decided that she wouldn't carelessly provoke his desire for revenge in the future. In the evening, Lin Che and Gu Jingze went out for dinner very late. As soon as they went out, Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't come to accompany you when I came back. Mu Wanqing's gaze moved back and forth between the two of them. Although the two of them didn't seem to be abnormal, there was an indescribable feeling circulating within them. Mu Wanqing quickly smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. You young people have your own matters to attend to. Her gaze wandered between the two of them. While Lin Che wasn't paying attention, Mu Wanqing grabbed Gu Jingze and said, Is there a place for my good grandson this time? Chapter 219. Gu Jingze's gaze fell on the simple-minded Lin Che. He didn't feel that he was against having a child with her, but he had never thought about having a child with her. Thus, he only glanced at Mu Wanqing before continuing to walk coldly in Lin Che's direction. Mu Wanqing chuckled. She was already too used to Gu Jingze's attitude. She only smiled as she watched the two of them leave. The two of them were only discussing the new year at the Gu residence. After all, the Gu family was a big family, so they had to prepare for New Year's Eve. Gu Jingze and Lin Che only listened at the side. The person in charge of these things was still Mu Wanqing. Lin Che watched as Mu Wanqing did these things. She was also very skilled and had prepared everything well. For a moment, he thought that the people of the Gu family were indeed not simple. Even the mother-in-law who looked like she never did anything could be so powerful. Lin Che said, Mom is so amazing. Gu Jingze said, Do you think it's so easy to be the mistress of the Gu family? She's in charge of so many trivial matters in the Gu family. I'm already used to it. I thought Mom didn't have to do anything every day. You think there's a lot more, idiot. As he spoke, he reached out and flicked Lin Che's forehead. Lin Che pouted. How could he be so touchy with her at the slightest provocation? Soon, Mu Wanqing caught the movements of the two young couples. She walked over and said, "It's boring here. If you have nothing else to do, go in." Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing with admiration. "Mom, you were so amazing just now." Mu Wanqing smiled at Lin Che. "Mom is old and muddle-headed. You should learn now. In the future, these things will all be your business." Pfft, Lin Che almost spat. He looked at Mu Wanqing and quickly said, "How could I possibly know how to do that?" Mu Wanqing said, "It's not difficult to learn. It's just the servants at home, the kitchen, the brothers' trivial matters, and some of the elders' matters. However, you have to be more careful. The key to the house is in your hands." Lin Che was speechless as he said, "Then all the more I don't know how to do it. I'm terrible at math. I've never passed." Mu Wanqing said, "Is that so? But in the future, when Jingze inherits the family business, the entire Gu family will belong to Jingze. Since you're married to Jingze, the position of mistress will definitely be yours. It doesn't matter if you're not good at math. When the time comes, Jingze will teach you." Lin Che suddenly felt pressured. She had never thought that marrying Gu Jingze would mean that she would become the hostess of the entire Gu family. When Lin Che and Gu Jingze went home together, she tugged at Gu Jingze's clothes in the car and cried, "I really don't know how to do it. I really don't know how to do it. What do you think I should do? If you really ask me to do it in the future, I will definitely die." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. If other women heard that she had become the hostess of the Gu family, they would be so happy that they wouldn't be able to sleep. However, the woman before him spoke as if she was a terrifying existence that he could not avoid. Gu Jingze grabbed her arm to stop her from moving. He stared into her eyes and said to her, "Do you want to know what the most important thing is to be the hostess of the Gu family?" Lin Che immediately widened her eyes seriously and waited for Gu Jingze to continue. However, Gu Jingze leaned over and whispered into Lin Che's ear, "Serve the male master of the Gu family well, especially in bed." Wasn't he the male master of the Gu family? Gu Jingze smiled mischievously. "If you do well in this, you will definitely be able to be a good hostess. Get lost." Why didn't she think that he was such a frivolous man before? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che's dark face and curled his lips gloomily. He glared at her in dissatisfaction. She looked silly, but it was also very interesting. Gu Jingze had never met any woman before. She was as silly as her. If someone else knew a little more than she did, she would admire them. It really made him speechless. Before the new year, the company's annual meeting was quickly prepared. Because it was Lin Che's first time being invited to the annual meeting, he specially prepared for it. The people invited for the annual meeting were all the big stars of the company. The company's other partners and investors would also be attending. Lin Che looked at the invitation list and started to get nervous in his own dressing room. "I can see the company's top artist, Xan Xiaoyuan, today. Yeah, although she has always been very busy and often doesn't come to the company and doesn't participate in any of the company's meetings, she still comes back every year for the annual meeting," Yu Minmin said. "And Song Shuhai. I remember when I first entered the company, I applied to be his assistant, but I didn't get it. Don't be so excited. Don't act like a star. You are a star now. In the future, you will be better than them." "How can that be? They are already A-list stars. I have only acted in a leading role once. How can I compare to them? In the future, you will act in more TV shows. Of course, you will slowly become better than them." Yu Minmin looked at the naive Lin Che speechlessly. Be careful later. Don't get too close to them. With Lin Che's careless personality, Yu Minmin thought worriedly. Don't go too close to them. Time was up very quickly. Lin Che lifted her dress and entered the hotel booked by the company. The top floor was glittering. Although it was a private event, there were still fans who got the news and gathered outside the hotel. It was a mess downstairs. Before Lin Che entered the hotel, he could see from afar that all the senior management of the company had arrived. In the past, they were all big names in the industry and Lin Che didn't get to see them often. Now that they were all here, Lin Che felt a little nervous. Yu Minmin cheered her on. Have you forgotten that you are the dignified Mrs. Gu? You are by Gu Jing's side every day. You have seen all kinds of people. How can you be nervous when you come here? Lin Che said, of course you are not nervous. You have been in the company for so many years. These people have been meeting with you every day. Of course you are not nervous. It is my first time here. I don't know what to say now. Yu Minmin heard this and snorted. So, when I see Gu Jingze, I have the same thought as you. No, it is definitely more serious than you. After all, you only see some big bosses in the industry. You are seeing Gu Jingze. Do you know how many people in the country can't even see him? Do you know how scared I am when I stand in front of him? It is much more serious than what you are feeling now. Really? Lin Che blinked. Maybe it was because she had slept with him in the beginning, so she didn't feel that there was anything to be afraid of when standing next to Gu Jingze. At this moment, Lin Che shouted again, "Ah, I see Song Shu Hai." Chapter 220. Inside, Song Shu Hai was wearing a purple dress. It looked like she was sponsored by some big brand. She looked very generous and decent, highlighting her status. Lin Che then lifted her dress and walked in. She looked around and found her seat. There was a number plate on it. She quickly sat down. The company staff came over to pour water. She smiled and said thank you. The company staff had a good impression of her and smiled at her when they heard her. Lin Che lowered her head and drank a mouthful of water. She heard a young actor look at Lin Che and say, "Lin Che, wow, are we sitting at the same table?" Lin Che almost spat. She looked to the side and found that it was a few actors from the same company. She was wondering how they could also come to the annual party when she heard one of the actors called Xiao Qinglang say with a smile, "I knew that Sister Lin Che would be at this year's annual party. People like us aren't qualified to come, but we still begged our manager for a chance to come and broaden our horizons. Sister Lin Che, you're really beautiful up close. Yeah, not only are you beautiful, but you also have a special temperament. Sister Lin Che, the roles you play are very likable. I think you can enter the A-list tomorrow and become an A-list celebrity." Lin Che hurriedly said, "Forget it, how can that be? I'm still far from the A-list. Sister Lin Che is too modest." The people next to her all came over, and the people at the table chatted enthusiastically. At this moment, a gloomy voice from behind suddenly interrupted them. "Hey, who's that in front? Hurry up and make way for Sister Xiaoyuan." Turning his head around, he saw that it was Xian Xiaoyuan who had come in. She was wearing a long white dress, and her style was completely different from Song Shuhai's. However, after being a big shot for so many years, her aura was also extraordinary. She didn't even glance sideways as she swept through the group of little girls, raised her head, and walked inside. Lin Che looked and saw that the person who seemed to be Xian Xiaoyuan's assistant was shouting. It seemed to be him. The position she was sitting in just happened to block her path. The young actors who had just been talking tactfully immediately shut their mouths. They looked at Xian Xiaoyuan and hurriedly stood up and respectfully called her sister Xiaoyuan. Lin Che looked at her dress and could only stand up. Xian Xiaoyuan glanced over and said to her assistant as if she was gossiping, "Why is it so noisy here?" The assistant snorted and said, "I wonder where this cat and dog came from." "Is that so? Is it true that anyone can be invited to this year's annual meeting?" "That's right. In the future, let's talk to Director Zhang and tell him that we shouldn't come here anymore." Xian Xiaoyuan didn't look over, but the assistant raised her head and glanced at Lin Che. She turned her head away and snorted. Lin Che turned around and glared at her. After she left, he said to Yu Minmin, "I didn't expect her to be so arrogant." Yu Minmin said, "She's jealous of you, so she's doing it for you to see." "What? Why are you jealous of me?" "I'm jealous of your popularity. Although she has a high status, she doesn't even have as many pages as you this year." "Okay. She did have a lot of scandals this year." Xian Xiaoyuan walked over and glanced back at Lin Che. She didn't talk to anyone and went straight to Song Shuhai's side. She snorted and said, "You didn't look at that newcomer when you came in." "Oh, you mean that?" The two of them didn't have a good relationship and had been fighting for many years. However, their statuses were about the same, so they could still talk. Looking over there, Song Shuhai also snorted. "Keep your voice down. It hasn't been very popular recently. When people hear it, they'll call their fans to crusade against us. If you offend them, you won't even know how you died." I was killed by a little girl. I've really wasted all these years. I didn't do it for anything else. I just saw that she was too arrogant, so I felt it was unfair for you. Just look, when I went over, I was surrounded by a group of people and praised her. I don't know where she got her face from. She relied on scandals to get up there, and she still has the nerve to be complimented." Song Shuhai said, "All right, don't be too angry. After all, you're still young, and the times are different now. We don't have the tradition of respecting our seniors like we did in the past." She didn't even come over to greet us when she saw us. Seriously. Song Shuhai had been fighting with her for a lifetime. Of course, he knew that Xian Xiaoyuan was provoking her and wanted her to deal with Lin Che. She wasn't that stupid, so she just smiled and beat around the bush. Xian Xiaoyuan looked over there and looked in Lin Che's direction. As soon as she saw him, she got angry. This little girl, who used to be nameless, suddenly became famous this year. Of course, she was still far from becoming famous, but it was only a matter of time. Moreover, looking at Lin Che's seductive little face, although it wasn't stunning at first glance, his temperament was definitely unique. His face was also very recognizable, and it really made people feel that he was very good-looking. She didn't like that little face, so she wanted Song Shuhai to teach her a lesson. The annual meeting soon began. Lin Che and Yu Minmin first went over to toast with the bosses. After the toast, they went to the main table. A few big shots were there, and when they saw Lin Che coming over, their expressions were cold. Seeing Lin Che come, the few bosses were naturally very happy. They patted Lin Che's shoulder and said, "Your future is boundless. Work hard here, and the future will still belong to you young people." Hearing that, Xian Xiaoyuan became even angrier. Seeing Lin Che come over, she couldn't help but trip. Lin Che almost fell, and he took 2 steps forward before he stopped. He glared in Xian Xiaoyuan's direction, glaring at this person who was looking for trouble. In the past, he had thought that she was very worthy of respect. After all, she was a senior, but he didn't expect her to be so unreasonable. Yu Minmin also quickly pulled Lin Che back a little and looked at Xian Xiaoyuan. "Sister Xiaoyuan, aren't your feet too far?" Xan Xiaoyuan snorted and looked at her. Sorry, I didn't pay attention. It's not like I didn't fall. My feet have always been this far. President Zhang didn't say anything, so who are you? The few bosses were also very knowledgeable. Watching from the side, they quickly made peace. Alright, Xiaoyuan, alright. Lin Che, we're all from the same sect, so don't quarrel. Xiaoyuan, this is still your junior. When Xan Xiaoyuan saw that the boss was still standing on Lin Che's side and not helping her directly, she immediately stood up. President Zhang, what do you mean? She's my junior. Did I bully her? I'm sorry, I really don't know her. Who knows where she came from? She relied on scandals to get here. She's really shameless. I'm a person who relies on my ability, and I don't have anything to teach such a person. Don't call me senior, I can't afford it. Humph, she's relying on a big star, and now she's using him to stir up scandals. I've never done such a shameless thing in my life. Xan Xiaoyuan snorted and looked at Yu Minmin. It's really the type of manager that brings out the type of artist. Don't ruin your family star's reputation by creating such unscrupulous hype. Chapter 221. Lin Che couldn't stand it when others targeted her, yet they still talked about the people around her. Hearing what she said, he immediately stood up and said, What do you mean? Sister Xiaoyuan, if you want to have a scandal, you can find someone else. But now that you have a high status, you probably won't be able to find anyone who is willing to have a scandal with you. After all, most of the male celebrities of your age are already married. Lin Che really didn't want to talk about her age, but she was really angry when she said that to Yu Minmin. When Xan Xiaoyuan heard this, she was so angry that her face twitched. I'm giving President Zhang some face, so I didn't say anything to you. But do you really think that you're so famous now that you dare to talk about anyone? Do you think that no one can do anything to you now that you're famous? Seeing this, Song Shuhai quickly stood up and said, All right, young people are insensible. You still talk to them. Song Shuhai reminded him in a low voice, maybe she has some background. It's better if you don't talk too much. Ha, I don't believe it. Are you afraid of her background? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. President Zhang, Mr. Gu Jingyu is here. President Zhang hurriedly said, Oh, right, Gu Jingyu agreed to be a special guest. Everyone really didn't expect Gu Jingyu to actually come. Gu Jingyu had always had his own company and hadn't joined any other companies, so it wasn't a big deal for the company to invite him to the annual party. It was just that Gu Jingyu didn't like to socialize with others, so ordinary people couldn't invite him just because they wanted to. Therefore, everyone was very surprised that Gu Jingyu would come. Xan Xiaoyuan and Song Shuhai couldn't help but look over, then at Lin Che. They thought of the ambiguous scandal between the two of them and couldn't help but think, could Gu Jingyu really be? Gu Jingyu walked in with the staff following him. His gaze was leisurely, and when he saw Lin Che, he smiled slightly. Although Xan Xiaoyuan had been in the industry for so many years, she had never worked with Gu Jingyu before. At this moment, when she saw Gu Jingyu, her gaze was instantly glued to him. Gu Jingyu's gaze was calm. His handsome face looked very robust at the moment. With a smile on his face, he was even more eye-catching. He followed the crew members and looked very different from ordinary actors. Of course, this was not entirely because he was an A-list celebrity with countless fans. It was also because many people knew of his identity as the Gu family's third young master. However, Gu Jingyu didn't say anything and directly went to Lin Che's side. When Chief Zhang saw this, he hurriedly said, He's here, he's here. It's an honor to have third young master Gu here. Gu Jingyu nodded politely. She still looked at Lin Che and said, why are you staring at me? Why? Do you suddenly find me very charming? Of course not. Lin Che thought speechlessly. This person was really shameless. Alright, don't make a fool of yourself. Let's sit down. Oh. Hearing Gu Jingyu's words, Lin Che was just about to turn around and go back to his previous seat when Gu Jingyu grabbed his arm. Where are you going? When Chief Zhang saw this, his eyes turned and he hurriedly said, That's right. Lin Che, just sit here. Where else do you want to go? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu. Without saying anything, Gu Jingyu had already pressed down on her shoulders and pressed her down on the chair. Lin Che could only look at the table speechlessly. The people sitting there were all the company's higher-ups and a few of the company's big-name celebrities. Her presence here gave her a very strange feeling. The few people sitting across from her looked as if their jaws were about to drop. As they looked at her, each one was more shocked than the other. Although the two of them had a scandal and had gone to events together, and Gu Jingyu seemed to take care of her, no one had ever seen the two of them interact in private. Hence, they naturally thought that Gu Jingyu was also taking the opportunity to create hype. After all, he was a veteran in the industry and naturally knew how to control hype. Lin Che was just coincidentally used by him and was lucky enough to become popular. No one would have thought that the dignified Gu Jingyu would really have a relationship with a girl like Lin Che who was considered nothing. Lin Che also did not think that she would have any relationship with the Gu family. However, everything was true. Her friendship with Gu Jingyu and her unclear relationship with Gu Jingze were all very strange. Seeing the two of them sitting together, Chief Zhang also had the intention to test them. He looked at the two of them and said, Is third young master really on good terms with our Lin Che in private? Gu Jingyu smiled and turned around to pinch Lin Che's face. That ambiguous look made the people around them feel as if their jaws had dropped. Yeah, this girl is too stupid. Luckily, she knew me when she entered the industry. Otherwise, she would have been cheated long ago. We have always been in contact in private. Why didn't she tell anyone? Of course not. Lin Che was not a fool. She would not go around telling people that she really knew Gu Jingyu, afraid that people would not believe her. Anyway, it was up to them whether they believed it or not. She would not go around publicizing it. Chief Zhang hurriedly said, No. Lin Che is a kind-hearted child. She wouldn't use third young master for publicity. You guys like to keep a low profile, right? Of course, we wouldn't pry into our artist's private life. Gu Jingyu also smiled. She was too lazy to care about the others. Instead, she kept putting food into Lin Che's bowl. They talked and held the phone so close to each other that they were almost touching each other's heads. When the few old CEOs saw this scene, they exchanged looks. They were all shocked but also understood. Song Shuhai looked at them and his gaze fell on Gu Jingyu. He said in a low voice, Gu Jingyu looks really good up close. I'm not blind. I can see it, Xian Xiaoyuan said with a bad temper. Song Shuhai said, I didn't expect Lin Che to be so lucky. Look at how they are chatting so passionately. I wonder if Gu Jingyu has taken a fancy to this girl. Really? Xian Xiaoyuan was already starting to get angry when she heard this. She looked at the gazes around her as if they were looking at her as a joke. Being slapped in the face by the words that she had just said made Xian Xiaoyuan very angry. Looking at Lin Che, who had suddenly become the center of attention of the entire annual meeting, she thought angrily, Lin Che, you're deliberately not giving me face. You dare to tease me. I'll have plenty of opportunities to play with you in the future. After the meal, Gu Jingyu directly told Lin Che that she would send her back. The few old CEOs immediately sent the two of them out politely. The small-time actors who were lucky enough to attend the event did not expect to bump into Gu Jingyu here. They looked over with their eyes full of jealousy and looked at Lin Che, who was standing beside Gu Jingyu. Look, a big shot is indeed a big shot. The staff following behind him are as many as a film crew. It's really majestic. A few people looked at Lin Che, who was full of vigor, with a face full of jealousy. Chapter 222. When they finally reached the outside, the few CEOs greeted them politely and went back. Gu Jingyu immediately wanted to send her back. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu speechlessly. Why did you come to my company? I missed you, so I came to see you. Forget it. Lin Che glared at her speechlessly. Gu Jingyu smiled and said, Why? You don't believe me. I really missed you. Lin Che said, Okay. I'm really flattered. Gu Jingyu said, Can you be more perfunctory? It's true. Gu Jingyu looked at her and shook his head. You were in there just now. Were you being ostracized? He was able to see through all of this. Lin Che thought that he was a wily old fox and would definitely understand. Thus, he could only shrug and say, It doesn't matter. Actually, I don't care. In terms of Youtiao, you definitely can't beat the two of them. In terms of playing dirty, you can't beat them either. You'd better stay away from them. After so many years, it's not easy for them to become so popular. You're currently in the ascendant stage, but you haven't reached the stage where you're famous yet. It's understandable for them to see you at this time. At this time, they'll find a chance to step on you and get you down. You're still lacking in foundation, so the chances of you climbing back up are very small. Lin Che didn't expect it to be so scary. No way. They're not that sinister. What do you think? There are more than one or two small artistes who have been sent down like this. If I wasn't watching over you, you'd be easily taken down. Lin Che was indeed very grateful to him. Thus, he said very seriously, Thank you, Senior Jingyu. You don't have to say such sour words. I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to look for you. I'm going to make a big movie and I want you to try it out. What do you think? A big movie? Lin Che's eyes lit up. It's a fantasy movie. The female lead hasn't been decided yet. Your temperament is actually very suitable, so I recommended you. If you're willing, you can come and audition. Really? Of course I'm willing. I've never acted in a movie before. Aren't you afraid that I'll mess it up? That's why you have to go for the audition first. I'm a very serious person when it comes to work. Oh, right, I still have to audition. But I believe you can pass, he said with a smile. Lin Che looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Gu Jingyu. Thank you for believing in me. Forget it. I believe in my foresight, Gu Jingyu said. Lin Che thought to himself speechlessly. Seriously, he was just like his brother, not even knowing how to praise others. After Gu Jingyu said goodbye to her, Gu Jingze arrived the next moment. Lin Che was still very surprised. She watched Gu Jingze's car stop by the side of the road. Then, his people came down and respectfully invited her to get in the car, saying that Gu Jingze was in the car. She was very happy to know that she had a movie to shoot. She immediately jumped in front of Gu Jingze and said, Gu Jingze, why are you here? Gu Jingze said, I just got off work and wanted to pick you up. Is the one who just left Jingyu? Ah, you saw him. Yes. I bought his car for him. Of course I recognize it. Gu Jingze got out of the car and frowned at Lin Che. What is he doing here? Lin Che immediately said happily, Gu Jingyu said that he wants to invite me to shoot a big movie. He hopes that I can audition for the female lead. Lin Che thought about how she was ostracized and bullied by the big boss of the company. After thinking about it, she felt that it was because she was not qualified. She wanted to work harder. She would definitely be able to move forward faster. Seeing that she was so happy, Gu Jingzi said, "You're so happy to act in a movie." Lin Che said, "Of course. Gu Jingyu's movie must be very good. You're not in this industry, so you definitely don't know what Gu Jingyu means. With Gu Jingyu's name on it, it already means that it will be a big hit. Gu Jingyu is definitely an A-lister. He has a guarantee of box office and reputation. Moreover, movies are better than TV shows. I've only acted in TV shows before. Movie stars don't even look at us. Although we are famous, movies are more impressive." Gu Jing's brows furrowed slightly. Listening to her worshipping Gu Jingyu, his heart actually felt uncomfortable. It's just a movie. The world still needs to be sustained by the economy. After saying this, he felt regretful. What was wrong with him? Why did he sound so sour? However, a clear voice in his heart told him that he didn't like it when she worshipped someone else. He had never felt so possessive towards a woman before. However, when it came to Lin Che, he actually wanted to monopolize all of her thoughts. He couldn't even worship her. When he thought of how she worshipped him with such thoughts, he felt very satisfied. However, her worship wasn't only for him. He knew that it was wrong, unprincipled, and irrational, but he still couldn't help but think that way. Gu Jingzi blurted out, "Since you're already married to me, isn't it inappropriate for you to shoot a movie with Jingyu?" Ha! Lin Che didn't expect Gu Jingzi to be a little unhappy all of a sudden. His face crumbled. "It's just a movie. It's nothing, right?" "What do you mean by nothing? Jingyu and I are brothers after all. You're too unprincipled. You're marrying me, and you want to act as a couple with him. What do you want me to do?" Lin Che was stunned. She suddenly thought that the movie must be very good, and that Gu Jingyu's team was such a good team. She couldn't bear to miss out on such a good movie. She felt very uncomfortable being reprimanded by him all of a sudden. Actually, he was right. This wasn't very nice. Her eyes turned red. Although she was reluctant, she still said, "Forget it. I won't participate in it then." Gu Jingzi was stunned. He saw that Lin Che's eyes were red. Seeing her grievance, he actually felt even more reluctant. It seemed that the anger from before was actually not worth mentioning in front of her grievance. "I'm sorry, I didn't control my emotions just now. If you want to shoot it, then do it. I was just saying." He gently stroked her cheek. He actually didn't want to see any disappointment on her face. He especially didn't want to see her disappointed in him. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingzi and said, "Really? But I think it's not very nice." "It's okay, as long as there aren't intimate scenes. This can be requested by the director. Of course, the condition is that I can audition." "Of course," Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che's heart warmed. "Thank you, Gu Jingzi." Chapter 223. Gu Jingzi said, "You don't have to be so polite with me." Lin Che said, "Of course, you must have endured a lot with me as your wife. If someone else was your wife, you wouldn't have to give in so much." The someone else he was referring to was naturally Mo Huiling. Lin Che thought that she had too many things to deal with. Work, life, and the trouble of forming a group. Mo Huiling might not have had so much trouble even though they had been together for more than 10 years. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che, his eyes moving. He looked into the distance and said, "If that's the case, then you do have a lot of troubles. Lin Che's heart sank and he looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze smiled. But since I married you, I'll just accept it. Lin Che glared at him with all his might. You really don't know how to make a girl happy. How can you tell the truth at a time like this? Think about it, it's lucky that you married me. If it were another woman, you would have been pissed to death. At least we had an agreement beforehand, so I can live peacefully with you. If it were someone else, who would be able to tolerate a blockhead like you? Gu Jingze said, you asked me, so of course I have to answer you seriously. Otherwise, what should I say? Of course I said what I wanted. Girls need to be coaxed, understand? That's why I feel wronged marrying you. Other people at least have a honeymoon period when they get married, but I don't have anything and have to endure your bad temper. Tell me, don't you think I feel wronged? Yes, it's been hard on you. A good girl like you deserves a better marriage. Gu Jingze thought that she did feel wronged marrying him. There was no wedding, no sweetness, no honeymoon. A girl of her age should have a happy relationship and the sweetness of getting married because of love, but she didn't have anything. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. You know how to say nice things now. Gu Jingze said, yeah, I'm just applying what I learned. He knew that he had a bad habit. However, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and felt that she wasn't good enough for him. To be able to get to know him and spend so much time with him, she must have used up all the luck in her life. She had no status, no identity, and was a troublemaker. She was not gentle and virtuous enough. He deserved a better woman, but she was so selfish and liked to be free. She could not become a better woman for him. Lin Che glared at him and looked up at him. Can I really audition for that movie? Of course you can. I was just casually saying that. I won't interfere with your career. Lin Che smiled. Still, thank you. Actually, you have the right to interfere. We've agreed that I'll cooperate with you and be Mrs. Gu. If I don't treat you well, you have to tell me. After all, I don't really understand. Fool, this matter of yours won't affect me too much. Otherwise, wouldn't I have wasted all these years? Gu Jingze said, if my wife can't do what she wants freely, then I'm a failure as a husband. But Miss Mo has never been so troublesome. I'm just thinking. Am I being too selfish? Lin Che bit her lip and looked at her fingers. She felt guilty at the thought. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and looked at her. Hui Ling has never been so troublesome. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze, her eyes sparkling. Gu Jingze continued, but I know that it's because Hui Ling hasn't done anything for so many years. She just stays at home and doesn't work. How troublesome can she be? You have your own dreams and your own career. This isn't a bad thing and you shouldn't feel that it's troublesome. It's something to be encouraged. Lin Che's gaze softened. She looked at Gu Jingze's gentle eyes and felt even more guilty. She couldn't do anything for him and could only cause trouble for him. She was really not a good wife. Gu Jingze heaved a sigh of relief. All right, don't think too much. If you really feel that you're not good, then don't cause trouble and work hard. Don't mess with those shady men. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. Are you talking about Gu Jingyu? Gu Jingze glared at her. Lin Che thought weakly that Gu Jingyu was his younger brother. Although Jingyu isn't a bad person, he's a hooligan and doesn't do anything good. He has a lot of troublesome things that big brother and I have to help him deal with. You still treat him like an idol. What good can you learn from him? Don't hang out with him and learn bad things, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che pouted. I didn't say that I treat him like an idol. I just said that he's a good person. Of course a retard like you can't tell good people from bad. Everyone is good in your eyes. It's not the first time you've had bad taste. Lin Che glared at him. The weather was good. Although it was cold, the sky was cold and clear. It was like a huge ink plate inlaid with delicate pearls. Lin Che took a deep breath and said, "Ah, the weather is so good. Let's walk before we go back." Gu Jingze saw that her mood had improved instantly. He secretly shook his head and scolded her for being so heartless. However, he still looked up and nodded in agreement. Lin Che ran out like a little bird. She was still wearing a down jacket, but because she was already very thin, her small figure didn't look fat at all. Instead, she looked very cute. Her slender legs moved around under the hem of the down jacket. It reminded people of the little red bird in Angry Birds. Gu Jingze curled his lips into a smile and followed Lin Che's footsteps. Lin Che said, "I don't have any great ambitions, but I want to become a big sister one day. I'll let those people who are waiting to see me die for nothing see me one by one." She clenched her fists. She still felt angry when she thought about how she had been ostracized inside. She wasn't good alone, and her whole team didn't have the right to speak. Therefore, people really had to work hard and reach the top so that the people around them wouldn't be wronged. She also hoped that one day, Yu Minmin wouldn't have to listen to others because of her. Then, he wouldn't have to be humiliated like today. Gu Jingze looked at her high fighting spirit and looked at her calmly. "Big sister." "Yeah, do you think I can do it?" Lin Che turned around and said. Gu Jingze smiled at her. "You can definitely do it." Lin Che smiled shyly. "Yes, you can definitely do it. Sooner or later, I'll be at the top of the world and show those who look down on me." How dare you bully me? When I become a big sister, I'll get my assistant to teach you a lesson." Seeing Lin Che's despicable look, Gu Jingze was really speechless. However, he also found it very interesting. Especially the rich expressions on her face, it was very vivid. Many people thought that men should like women who weren't so utilitarian, and he thought so too. However, this little woman had her utilitarian nature written clearly on her face, and he couldn't find it in him to dislike her. Chapter 224. Gu Jingze took a few steps forward and quickly grabbed her arm. "Be careful. There are cars on the road." Glaring at the rash woman, he said, "How are you going to be the mistress of the Gu family in the future?" Lin Che curled her lips. Fortunately, she didn't really want to be the mistress of the Gu family. She thought that someone else would be the mistress of the Gu family in the future. She didn't know who it would be, but it definitely wouldn't be her. Could it be Mo Huiling? She was a little unwilling to let Gu Jingze marry a woman like Mo Huiling. However, Gu Jingze had been with Mo Huiling since they were young. Other than Mo Huiling, he didn't know any other women. If they divorced one day, he might go back to Mo Huiling. Although he was quarreling with Mo Huiling now, it might end any time. After all, they still had more than 10 years of relationship. She couldn't deny that Mo Huiling's words still affected her. Mo Huiling was right. After all, they had only been together for a short period of time. His feelings for Mo Huiling were the deepest. Even if he wanted to be with her and do those things, it might be because he had never touched a woman before, and she was the only one he could touch. Seeing that there were so many cars, Gu Jingze turned around and gave the bodyguard a look. The bodyguards immediately received the order and quickly found someone to block some traffic. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand with one hand and gently interlocked their fingers. For a moment, a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart, and the corners of his lips curled up even more quietly. Her hand was really too small. When he looked down at it, it gave him the urge to hold it tightly. It made him want to squeeze it tightly and bully her. However, it was so delicate that it felt as if the bones would be broken if he used too much force. Her palm was slightly cold. It was probably because the weather was too cold. He frowned and touched her palm. It's so cold. Are you cold? Why don't we go back? No, my hand is cold all year round. Lin Che turned back to look at him and smiled. He was wearing a down jacket, but he was only wearing a dark yellow trench coat. He was tall, so when he wore a trench coat, he gave off a very neat feeling. He was only wearing a shirt inside. Lin Che thought that he was the one who would feel cold. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Why don't we go back? You're wearing too little, aren't you cold?" Gu Jingze smiled as he looked at Lin Che. He turned around and pulled her into his embrace. Lin Che moaned. She felt his long arms slide down from both sides of her neck. His body leaned against Lin Che's back, tightly hugging Lin Che. Lin Che didn't expect his body temperature to be so high even though he wasn't wearing much. Although the clothes on his body were too thick and he couldn't feel it, he could feel the warmth of his body through his neck. It was seeping into his skin. This feeling was really warm, making people reluctant to leave for a moment. Lin Che felt the warmth and snuggled into his embrace. She found a comfortable position and smiled slightly. The feeling of happiness arose spontaneously, making her heart feel tender. Gu Jingze hugged her little body and whispered into her ear, "I don't like winter at all." What? Lin Che blinked as she looked up. Gu Jingze smiled. "You're wearing too many clothes." "I can't touch you." Lin Che stepped on his shoe. "Get lost." "Why are you touching me on the street?" Gu Jingze said, "I'm touching my own wife." "Who cares?" Lin Che felt a sweetness in her heart. She felt her heart warm up a little. "Gu Jingze, you've learned to be glib," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, "What do you mean by glib? Where did you learn these sweet nothings from?" "Ha, do I have to learn this from someone?" Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "Otherwise, you wouldn't know how to say sweet nothings when you haven't even had a proper relationship." Gu Jingze smiled. "There's nothing to learn about these things. I'm born to say it to the person I want to say it to. It's an instinct." Lin Che was stunned. Gu Jingze said, "Otherwise, how can I carry on the family line?" "Get lost." Lin Che rolled her eyes. "So in the end, all sweet nothings are just for the sake of getting on the bed, right?" "Of course not. How can you think of me like that?" Gu Jingze said righteously, "Actually, if you don't want to get on the bed, I can do it on the carpet, the sofa, the kitchen, or the balcony." Lin Che blushed. "Pervert. Indecent. If I continue to be serious, you won't be able to take it anymore. You can only enjoy it if I'm not serious." Lin Che's little face was hidden in the down jacket. She looked like an angry little pufferfish as she puffed up her whole body and glared at him. Gu Jingze chuckled. He was amused by her and felt a little more at ease. Lin Che looked at his smile and thought that he looked really good when he smiled. Especially when he smiled sincerely. His eyes were like diamonds, shining brilliantly. The lines of his jaw also softened. His perfect face looked like it was glowing with sunshine, making people feel that it was so bright that they couldn't take their eyes off him. Lin Che touched his hand. Although his palm was warm, the back of his hand was still a little cold. She said, "You're wearing too little. Look, there's a little stall selling scarves." Gu Jingze raised his head and looked over. He saw a roadside stall selling things. The little girl was squatting there, looking around and waiting for customers. Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze over. Gu Jingze frowned. Looking at the things at the roadside stall, he felt that they were a little dirty. The quality couldn't be compared to those custom-made Italian woolen scarves. Lin Che didn't notice his resistance. She walked over and said, "Little girl, how much is the scarf?" "Pretty girl, I want to buy a scarf. It's 30 yuan each. If you want two, it'll be cheaper. Buy one. I knitted it myself." The little girl looked up and saw the two of them. Her eyes lit up. Handsome men and beautiful women were always eye-catching. At first glance, the young girl saw Gu Jing's exquisite clothes. His face was so perfect that it was amazing. The indifference in his eyes made him look a little sexy. He was so eye-catching. The little girl's eyes lit up. "Sir, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. You should buy one for her. The weather is so cold. It wouldn't be good if your girlfriend froze." Hearing her praise Lin Che, Gu Jingze smiled and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che said, "I want to buy one for her." When the little girl heard this, she said, "There are men's scarves here. Take a look. They must match your clothes." Lin Che saw a dark gray scarf. It looked furry. Although it didn't look eye-catching and couldn't be compared to those exquisite brands, it looked warm. She raised her hand and said, "Then I want that scarf. Can you try it on for me?" "Of course." The little girl quickly picked up the scarf and handed it to Lin Che with a smile. She stole a glance at the handsome guy beside her, still thinking that he was really good-looking. Gu Jingze frowned. Seeing Lin Che push the scarf over, he could only bite the bullet and let her do it on the street. Chapter 225. After wrapping the scarf around a few times, Lin Che loosened it. She looked up and saw that the scarf made Gu Jingze look even colder and more charming. Gu Jingze's handsomeness wasn't just for show. His perfect aristocratic aura made the scarf look as good as any other scarf from a famous brand. It was said that clothes made the man, but the clothes also depended on the person. Lin Che thought that for a man like Gu Jingze, even if he were to casually wear something, he'd be able to dress up like he was at Paris Fashion Week. Seeing this, the people around them also looked over. She held his scarf with both hands and looked at him. Her eyes were bright as she said, "You look so good." Hearing this, Gu Jing's uncooperative gaze fell on Lin Che again. He smiled as he took off the scarf. The long scarf wrapped the two of them together. It also shortened the distance between the two of them. Lin Che's face was almost touching his chin. She looked up at him. She looked sweet and beautiful. The people around them couldn't help but look at them in admiration. One by one, they looked at the two of them. It was as beautiful as a painting, and they exclaimed in admiration that this couple was a perfect match. It was enviable. Someone couldn't help but say, "The scarf looks so good. It doesn't look like it's from a roadside stall. Let's buy one too." "Forget it. You look like a roadside stall product even if you wear Chanel. Don't you see how they look? If you buy the clothes they're wearing, they'll look completely different. Get lost. I think they look good." The young lady who was shopping couldn't help but take a photo of the two of them. With a click, it caught Gu Jing's attention. He turned around and looked at the young lady. He said, "What are you doing?" The young lady was frightened by his cold gaze and trembled all over. "I think the two of you look so good. I want to take a photo and put it here to attract business." Hearing this, Lin Che looked at the young lady and said, "It's such a cold day. Why are you selling scarves here?" He felt that she was still young and should be a student. The little girl smiled bitterly. "I got into university, but I can't go. My family is too poor. I have no choice but to work this year and save enough money for my tuition and living expenses. I will take the exam again next year, so I work in the day and sell things at night to make up for it. Lin Che looked at the little girl, and his heart was moved for a moment. He seemed to think of himself when he was at the end of his rope. Lin Che understood that feeling of despair. However, no matter how desperate she was, she still had to give herself hope. That was how she had come over. Lin Che raised his head and said to Gu Jingze, I think it's really good to have such a self-reliant girl. How about I buy everything? Gu Jingze looked at her and nodded. Lin Che said to the little girl, if you're interested, you can work for me. This is my contact information. Take it. When you decide to work for me, you can contact me. I can guarantee that this job will pay you more than your current job, but it will be very hard. I can't guarantee that you'll be interested. Anyway, you can give it a try. Ah, thank you so much. I'll think about it. She looked at Gu Jingze, still blushing. Sister, your boyfriend is so handsome and you're so kind. You'll definitely be blessed. Lin Che smiled at her. Gu Jingze looked at the little girl, still holding Lin Che's hand. She turned around and wrapped the scarf around Gu Jingze. She stood on her tiptoes and looked at his face. He looked so beautiful. No wonder the little girl blushed when she saw him. Lin Che and Gu Jingze continued walking forward. Unknowingly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Gu Jingze furrowed his brows and reached out to catch the snowflakes. His calm and reserved appearance made it seem as if he had everything planned out and nothing could stop him from looking at it. Lin Che didn't think that she was the kind of person who liked men like this. She liked handsome boys who were sunny and optimistic, just like Qin Qing. However, slowly, she was bewitched by his beauty. At this moment, holding his hand, she actually felt her heart beating wildly. It was more excited than when they kissed or did passionate things. What was wrong with her? Seeing him look over, she quickly lowered her head. Could it be that she was really a little bit moved by him? Or was she just used to having his protection and relying on him for protection? But how could she dare to be moved by such a beautiful and powerful man? She avoided his gaze, but in the next moment, she accidentally stepped on the curb, and the entire heel of her shoe cracked. Oh no, it's so expensive, how can it break so easily? Lin Che couldn't help but cry out. Fortunately, Gu Jingze was beside her. He grabbed her hand and steadied her. What's wrong with you? You're so careless. Seeing that she was still worried about the high heel, Gu Jingze took it off and threw it aside. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Che cried out. Gu Jingze said, I'll buy you a car tomorrow. You don't need it anymore. Lin Che cried out speechlessly, the company borrowed it for me to attend today's annual meeting, okay? Gu Jingze didn't wait for her to pick up the shoe. He pulled her onto his back and said, don't move. I'll carry you. On his back, Lin Che paused for a moment and hugged his broad back. His heart was faintly touched, and it quietly flowed. When she was young, she had always yearned to ride on her father's shoulders and carry him everywhere like a treasure. But she hadn't even experienced fatherly love for a day. She leaned against him and couldn't help but press her face against his back. Gu Jingze trembled slightly. He felt her pressing against him. That tight feeling made him feel different. He smiled. This feeling was very stable and made him feel very comfortable. Lin Che lay there and said, let me get off. I'm fine. You twisted your leg. Can't you see that your ankle is red? I'll take you to the hospital. It's not that serious. If it gets serious, it'll be useless to go to the hospital. I don't want to serve a wife with a broken leg for the rest of my life. Huh, really? Didn't we say our vows when we got married? They said that no matter if I'm sick or crippled, you'll never leave me. What's wrong with carrying me for the rest of your life? A lifetime. Gu Jing's mind couldn't help but flash to the image of two white-haired people supporting each other. That image actually made him feel very warm. To be with her for the rest of his life, speaking of which, it didn't seem that hard to accept. He just thought that life would be very interesting. Chapter 226. Of course. Everyone wants to live a healthy life. Who would want to carry you for the rest of their lives? Lin Che harumphed. This guy really didn't know how to talk. You lied to me. You said that even if I died, you would protect me for the rest of your life. Nonsense. Gu Jingze frowned and stopped in his tracks. Die? What do you mean die? If she died, this world would suddenly lose a lot of things, a lot of things. Just imagining it made him feel uncomfortable. Lin Che lay on his back, smiling as she rubbed herself into a more comfortable position. Even if it was just a moment of tenderness, she wanted to enjoy it. His body heated up instantly. He was speechless. Did this woman even think of herself as a woman? She didn't know how to protect her body at all. Her chest was very soft, and it was driving him crazy as she rubbed herself against it. Although they were separated by a thick layer of clothing, it still ignited his body's desire instantly. With much difficulty, they finally reached the car. He looked at her blushing face and said coldly, "Don't let anyone carry you in the future." Lin Che was speechless. Why? Am I very heavy? Didn't I tell you not to carry me? You still want to carry me? Her muddle-headedness really made people feel helpless. He frowned as he looked at her. Are you a woman or not? How am I not a woman? If you don't believe me, I'll strip naked for you to see. Gu Jingze had forgotten that this woman had no morals at all. The space in the car was small. Staring at Lin Che, he suddenly pulled her and spanked her but a few times. The sound of the spanking made Lin Che speechless and embarrassed. She was already so old, yet she was still being spanked. What are you doing, Gu Jingze? She cried. She quickly pushed Gu Jingze away and took a few steps back. Gu Jingze said, I'll let you joke around next time. Don't say such things to any man in the future. He looked at the smooth skin on her neck. When he heard her say that she would strip naked for him to see, he had already stripped her naked with his gaze. He knew that her skin was as smooth as silk. Her body was so small that it made people sigh. She was so delicate that he couldn't bear to touch her too heavily. Her delicate little face was actually much prettier than Mo Huiling's. Mo Huiling only had the temperament of a young miss, and her face wasn't that pretty. However, Lin Che was the type that made people feel better the more they looked at him. Gu Jingze didn't want to compare her with Mo Huiling, but he was only familiar with Mo Huiling, so he started to compare them. In short, this little face was enough to make any man unable to hold back. He thought that any man, faced with her invitation, would immediately throw away his armor and throw away his armor. The thought of other men heating up because of her made him even more indignant. If they were to part ways one day and she went to find another man, he would feel that he was not worthy of her beauty. Not to mention, giving such a beautiful body to another man to soothe. He did not want her body to be contaminated with another man's warmth. I'm a man. I know how a joke like this affects a man, he ordered. Lin Che was really speechless. However, before she could react, his body had suddenly moved closer. The chauffeur was long gone. His hand was on the car door as he looked at her face. His deep gaze stared into her eyes. His delicate face was fatally seductive. His perfect lips carried his unique scent. He pecked her lips lightly, parted them, and pecked them again. That sexy look caused Lin Che's heart to heat up. He wanted nothing more than to throw himself at this irresistible man, tear off all his clothes, and fuck him. However, she only panted violently as she felt the temperature in the car rise. He said, "Don't underestimate a man's desire." His hand reached into her clothes from behind. With a click, the back was unbuttoned. His thick and strong hand caressed her delicate skin. Then, he couldn't control himself anymore. He bit her ear and said, "You caused it yourself. Solve it yourself." What? In the next moment, the back of the chair was pressed down by him, and the two of them fell into the car together. Lin Che's body was itchy from his kiss. She panted and said vaguely, "No, there's someone." "Where is there someone?" he said. She raised her eyes to take a look. She didn't know when, but the crowd had suddenly disappeared. Where is everyone? Why? Isn't it good that there's no one? Or do you want other people to watch? Get lost. You're the one who wants other people to watch. No, I just want you to watch. With that said, he kissed her again, passionately. Because of his passion, her mind instantly turned into a pot of porridge. She could only hug his waist tightly, panting and moaning in a daze. The next day, Lin Che's foot was injured, but she still had to go to the company to deal with the aftermath of the new year. Gu Jingze asked someone to send her to the company. Soon, Yu Minmin came to receive her. Seeing her enter in a wheelchair, she was speechless and said, "How did you become like this?" Lin Che said, "Don't mention it. Anyway, I'm very unlucky." Yu Minmin shook her head. Okay. Oh yeah, this morning, Gu Jingyu's people sent you an email saying that he wants you to attend the audition for the female lead in his blockbuster movie. Lin Che said, "Yeah, he told me yesterday." Yu Minmin said, "It's great that you have such an opportunity. Gu Jingyu really takes good care of you. He thinks of everything for you. This blockbuster movie isn't an opportunity that just anyone can get. If you really act in it, whether it's your status or your popularity, it will be greatly improved. Not to mention the box office earnings, he will give you a lot of money too." Lin Che said, "Of course I want to participate in it. I haven't actually participated in a movie as the main character, but I did play a lot of small roles in the past. This Gu Jingyu takes care of you for no reason, isn't he treating you? Alright, Sister Yu, don't talk nonsense. How could that be? He's really a good friend, and he thinks that my image is suitable." Yu Minmin knew about their relationship, so she stopped teasing her. Lin Che saw the news on the television. It said that Qin Wanwan actually attended the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 227. On TV, it was said that she would be singing a duet with a famous singer on the Spring Festival Gala. She was also the only one among the 4 most popular female stars to be chosen for the Spring Festival Gala. She had been blossoming recently and her movie would be released soon. She was going to dominate the entire Spring Festival. Yu Minmin looked at the news and said to Lin Che, "She's really busy lately. She's developing very quickly." Lin Che nodded. "Yeah, I feel like she's developing quite well. Don't even think about it. You can't go on the Spring Festival Gala with that voice of yours. What if she has a good voice? Can't I go and act in a skit?" Lin Che said indignantly, puffing his cheeks. Recently, the comparisons between Lin Che and Qin Wanwan had been increasing. Fans of both sides would quarrel with each other when they had nothing to do, which made people speechless. Now that Qin Wanwan was suddenly able to appear on the Spring Festival Gala, they would probably compare her again. However, Qin Wanwan was indeed a model worker. She had always been in movies and TV shows, and now she was going to appear on the Spring Festival Gala. Although the Spring Festival Gala had always been said to be unpopular and had a bad reputation, many people still used whether or not an artist could appear on the Spring Festival Gala as a benchmark for how popular an artist was. It seemed that an artist who appeared on the Spring Festival Gala would immediately have a different status. Yu Minmin knew that she was just joking, so she ignored her. She only said to her, "Then watch your feet. Let's not care about the Spring Festival Gala anymore. Let's get ready for your audition first." Mo Huiling. After she rushed out of the KTV that day, she stood outside for a long time and cried for a long time, but Gu Jingze didn't even come out to see her. She was so angry that she wanted to go back and get even with Gu Jingze. But she had already run away. It would be too embarrassing to go back, so she didn't go back in the end. But she was still unwilling to give up and secretly watched Lin Che and Gu Jingze's life. At this moment, she was looking at the photos that were sent to her. They were all pictures of Lin Che and Gu Jingze being intimate. He actually smiled at Lin Che, hugged Lin Che, and even wrapped such a dirty scarf around Lin Che, the little slut. Mo Huiling felt disgusted. That damned Lin Che had put such a cheap thing on Gu Jingze. He was really wasting Gu Jingze's body. Naturally, the scene of Gu Jingze carrying Lin Che on his back was blocked off by Gu Jingze, so her people couldn't follow him. Mo Huiling got up and pushed all the photos on the table to the ground. When Mo Fu saw this, he walked in and shouted at Mo Huiling, "Okay, why are you throwing a tantrum for no reason? You don't have the ability, so stop thinking about it. Why are you asking for trouble?" When Mo Huiling heard this, she vented her anger on her father. "What do you mean I don't have the ability? Gu Jingze just slept with this little bitch and was bewitched by her for a moment. Gu Jingze has a problem and I can't touch him. That's why this little bitch had the opportunity to take advantage of him. Jingze has no feelings for her, only lust. Look at how lowly this bitch is. She doesn't know anything and is just a lowly bitch. She doesn't deserve to be by Gu Jingze's side." Mo Fu's father said, "As long as Gu Jingze likes you, he can't touch you. What can you do? Just wait for me to find a suitable man for you so you can get married. Don't be an eyesore at home anymore." "I'm not convinced. Even if I can't get him, I won't let Lin Che continue to act innocent and seduce Gu Jingze." Humph. Mo Huiling's eyes flashed. She grabbed her bag and ran out. After Lin Che came out of the office, Gu Jingze called. Seeing the words "dear husband," Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little sweet in her heart. When she thought of the words, it meant that the handsome, cold and sexy man was actually her husband. She couldn't help but feel that such an outstanding man was actually her husband. It was really unbelievable. She didn't have such a good life. She smiled and picked up the phone. "Let's go out for dinner tonight," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "Sure, where are you?" "I still have work to do. Ask the driver to send you to the office and then come up to look for me." "Oh, okay, but I haven't been to the Gu Corporation before." "I'll be able to find you, right? When it's about time, I'll ask Qin how to pick you up." "Okay then." Lin Che followed the driver and went to the Gu Corporation building first. They could see the tall building from afar. It looked very majestic. It was in the most eye-catching position on the street. It seemed to show the special and extraordinary status of the Gu Corporation in the whole of B City and this country. It directly reflected the Gu Corporation's financial and human resources, which ordinary companies couldn't compare to. Lin Che gasped in admiration. Looking at the low-key but gorgeous English name of the Gu Corporation on the building, she suddenly felt that it was very high-end. Soon, they arrived at the place and got out of the car. The driver went to park the car and Lin Che walked in the wheelchair. Actually, she didn't think that she needed a wheelchair at all, but Gu Jingze insisted that she sit in it. Fortunately, the wheelchair that she used to use when she was injured was still at home. It was fine if she sat in it, but it made her ankle look like she was disabled. After entering the door, she looked up and asked the receptionist, "Miss, where's President Gu's office?" The receptionist stood on her tiptoes and saw Lin Che in the wheelchair. "Which President Gu are you talking about?" "Gu Jingze," Lin Che said. The receptionist was shocked. Then she sneered and said indifferently, "Do you have an appointment?" "Ah, do I have to make an appointment to see him?" "President Gu can't see him just because you want to. You can't go in without an appointment. Otherwise, there are so many people who want to see President Gu every day. President Gu doesn't have so much time to care about you." The receptionist glared at her and couldn't be bothered to talk to her anymore. Lin Che was dumbfounded. Just when she didn't know what to say, Qin Hao's voice came from behind. "Madam, you're here." When the receptionist saw Qin Hao, she quickly tidied up her hair and looked at Qin Hao in surprise. He said something to Lin Che politely and personally pushed her wheelchair. The receptionist was stunned and looked at Lin Che in astonishment. It was really rare to see someone who could make Assistant Qin compliment him like that. Also, what did Qin Hao just call her? When Qin Hao pushed Lin Che up, Lin Che felt everyone's eyes on her and looked over curiously. Everyone was very respectful to Qin Hao. When they saw him, they lowered their heads and called him Assistant Qin. Only then did Lin Che remember that Shen Yuran had said that Qin Hao was very prestigious in the Gu Corporation. Today, she finally saw it for herself. In the past, she just thought that he was an assistant who always followed Gu Jingze around. She didn't think that there was anything special about him. Chapter 228. Qin Hao pushed Lin Che inside and said to her, "Madam, please wait for a moment. Sir is dealing with business and will accompany you in a while." "Oh, it's okay. Go ahead with your work, Assistant Qin. I'll just watch from here." It was Lin Che's first time coming to Gu Jingze's workplace, so she couldn't help but look around. The entire floor was Gu Jingze's office. Outside was the secretary's office. There were more than 10 secretaries in the office, and they were all looking at Lin Che curiously. Gu Jingze's independent office was inside. It was black and white, and looked very professional and modern. When Lin Che walked in, Gu Jingze was on the phone. He looked at Lin Che and gave her a demonstration. He gestured for her to sit down. Lin Che nodded and leaned against the side. Qin Hao hurriedly brought her books, a computer, and other things for her to play with. After they left, Lin Che leaned against the desk and looked at Gu Jingze, who was making phone calls in English, Japanese, Russian, and various other languages. His voice was steady, and he spoke slowly. His expression was sometimes relaxed, and sometimes serious. She could tell that his work was indeed very busy and complicated. He stood up from time to time and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He held the big office chair with one hand and looked outside. His tall and straight figure looked even more attractive against the background of the tall buildings. Lin Che tilted her head and looked at him. For a moment, she thought of a saying, "A serious man is the most handsome." She thought that this man was really good at everything. He was so capable, knew so many languages, and was so handsome. Even when he was angry, he looked so good. He was simply a monster. When Gu Jingze turned his head, he saw Lin Che looking at him like a love-struck fool. Looking at her silly smile, Gu Jingze was very amused. He looked at her and thought that this woman was really love-struck. It was just that, when ordinary women became infatuated with him, it would make people feel that it was very vulgar and boring. There had always been many women staring at him, and he had always felt disgusted. However, when he saw Lin Che like this, he didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, he felt a sense of satisfaction from being worshipped by her. In short, he did not feel disgusted at all. Perhaps, he was already used to her superficiality. Perhaps, she was really good-looking. Even if she was infatuated with him, she still looked beautiful. Or perhaps, he liked it when she looked at him like this. It made him feel her admiration for him. It was so blatant and undisguised. She had never hidden her true feelings. Perhaps that was why he couldn't dislike her. He couldn't help but smile. "Hey, your saliva fell on the table." Lin Che was startled. She immediately woke up and quickly reached out to touch the corner of her mouth. There was nothing. "Get lost. There's no saliva. If there was any, I would spit." Gu Jingze was speechless. However, imagining the disgusting act of spitting saliva into his mouth didn't make him feel disgusted. He did goo. It wasn't that he had not. He had indeed eaten it before. The taste was very fragrant and delicious, making him reminisce about it. Tilting his head, he propped his chin up with one hand and looked at her. "Come on, try spraying it, Lin Mo, with Che." At this time, Qin Hao's message suddenly came from outside. "President Gu Jingze looked up with a dangerous look in his eyes. "Gu. President Gu." Qin Hao immediately realized that he had come in at the wrong time. If he had known, he would have knocked on the door first. However, the matter was quite urgent. "President Gu, outside, Assistant Qin, do you need to retrain your language skills?" Gu Jingze turned sideways behind the desk and looked up at Qin Hao. Qin Hao immediately said, "All right, President Gu, Miss Mo is here. She said that she has something important to discuss with you." Mo Huiling. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened and he couldn't help but look at Lin Che. Lin Che raised his head and blinked in Gu Jingze's direction. Gu Jingze glared at Qin Hao. Qin Hao had an innocent expression on his face. But he disliked her for being slow, so he gratefully told her. Lin Che said, "If it's not something important, why don't we meet him?" Gu Jingze's lips twitched as he looked at Qin Hao. The more he looked at him, the more annoyed he became. After a while, he finally made his move. Qin Hao hurriedly went out to tell him that the person outside was not someone to be trifled with. Not long after, Mo Huiling's voice could be heard. "Jingze, you're finally willing to meet me." Qin Hao didn't have time to warn her. "Miss Mo, the person in the office with President Gu right now is." Mo Huiling pushed the door open. Without Qin Hao's reminder, she had already seen Lin Che sitting on the sofa. Her gaze froze for a moment, then turned sharp. She sneered at Lin Che with disdain. But on the surface, she was calm, but the anger in her heart was indescribable. Gu Jingze had actually brought Lin Che to the office. He was a person who separated public and private matters, but he had actually allowed Lin Che to come to the office. She had originally thought that coming to Gu Jingze's office would be the safest. Gu Jingze would come every day. He was such a responsible person that he would do everything himself. So if she came to the office, she would definitely be able to see Gu Jingze. But she didn't expect that this woman, who was dragging them down, was really haunting them. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze and gritted her teeth. One day, she would personally chase this woman away, so she endured it. She only raised her head and said to Gu Jingze, "There's something important that I want to talk to the two of you about. Is that okay?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, who was standing beside him, and then looked at her. "Can't we talk about it here?" Mo Huiling shook her head sadly. "It's about the two of us. Are you sure you want to talk about it here? About the two of them?" Gu Jingze paused for a moment and looked at Mo Huiling. She seemed to be looking at him seriously. Her frail eyes were looking at him helplessly. Gu Jingze took a deep breath. This was the last time. Since she had already come looking for him, he couldn't say anything else. So he nodded his head. Mo Huiling immediately smiled happily, but she didn't forget to maintain the fragile expression on her face. She looked at Gu Jingze gratefully. Gu Jingze walked to Lin Che's side. Let's have dinner together later. I'll be back soon. Lin Che smiled and nodded. Go ahead. It's okay. Gu Jingze then walked out with Mo Huiling. This time, Gu Jingze naturally wouldn't be tricked into going to the place she wanted to go. Mo Huiling also knew that Gu Jingze would definitely be more vigilant, so she only said, Jingze, do you want to completely break up with me? Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I want to talk to you about breaking up. I've been with you for so long. I don't want to break up with you just because you said it casually. I won't take you anywhere else, and I'm sure you won't go anywhere else with me. The cafe downstairs is fine, right? This is your territory. What else can I do? Hearing her say this, Gu Jingze stared at her for a while before nodding. Mainly because she said that they wanted to talk about breaking up. He thought that it would be good if the two of them could solve this problem properly. Chapter 229. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and said, we can talk here. There aren't many people here. Gu Jingze really didn't want to go to some uncontrollable place, in case she did something that would put him in a difficult position. But Mo Huiling said, when we were together, you told me that you wanted to date me at the square in Italy. Now that you've broken up with me, is it in this office corridor? Gu Jingze, you're really too cruel. Gu Jingze's heart sank. Looking at Mo Huiling, he sighed and said, all right. She reminded him of the time when they were only 16 or 17 years old. He had naively thought that the two of them could overcome all obstacles, but now, Mo Huiling walked out first. There was no one else in the cafe. Mo Huiling sat down and looked at Gu Jingze. I want to know if you've fallen in love with Lin Che and that's why you want to break up with me completely. Gu Jingze was stunned. He looked at Mo Huiling and said, Huiling, this has nothing to do with us. Of course it has something to do with me. If it wasn't for Lin Che, would you dare to say that you would still break up with me? Mo Huiling said, just tell me directly if you've fallen in love with Lin Che. Gu Jingze didn't know what to say. He had an indescribable feeling towards Lin Che. Was it a habit? Or was it pity? In any case, it was an indescribable feeling. He couldn't describe it. He simply wanted to treat her well. That feeling was completely different from the time he was with Mo Huiling. If his feeling towards Mo Huiling was love, then his feeling towards Lin Che was obviously different. He didn't understand it himself. It was just that right now, he wanted to be with Lin Che and didn't want Lin Che to be away from him. Gu Jingze said, Huiling, it's useless for you to know all this now. How do you want to resolve it? If you want any compensation, I'll give it to you. I don't want compensation, I just want to say. Mo Huiling's tears streamed down her cheeks. She gazed at Gu Jingze and said, my feelings for you are pure. I don't have any other thoughts. Do you still remember when we were young? I always followed behind you. When you were young, you always called me Little Belle. When I was with you, I could do nothing but listen to music for the whole afternoon. We just looked at each other and didn't feel bored. Our feelings are pure. Although you are bewitched now and want to be with her because you can touch her and sleep with her, you will never find such pure feelings for me again. Don't regret it in the future. Gu Jingze frowned when he said that he only had lust for Lin Che. Lin Che isn't what you think. It's not just lust between us. Hearing his angry words, Mo Huiling only became even more furious. She endured it and didn't want to rush up and beat Lin Che up. I know what you guys are. Anyway, you guys will never be as pure as us. Jingze, I'm only here to tell you last. You'll definitely regret it if I tell you this. You're right. Gu Jingze stood up with a whoosh. His tall figure had a cold halo around him. He indifferently strode out, but his arm was grabbed by Mo Huiling. Jingze. Gu Jingze turned around. Mo Huiling turned around and looked at him with tears streaming down her face. Jingze, do you still remember what you told me? You said that you would marry me in the end. Even if you can't touch me, we will have a way to have children. We will have many children. You will work outside and I will play with the children at home. Gu Jingze's heart ached. Now, these words seemed like a joke. At that time, he had only said it casually. He didn't like children. But she kept talking about children, so he said that he could have many children with her. Anyway, she had nothing to do at home and it would be good for her to take care of the children. But really, when they were separated, the words of love in the past seemed cruel. Gu Jingze only had this one relationship with her, so it couldn't be said that he didn't value it. He had spent so much time managing it. His heart softened and he would feel sad. Mo Huiling looked up. Can I hug you again? Just for a while. My dad is going to find a partner for me to marry soon. I don't know if I will have this chance in the future. Gu Jingze's heart skipped a beat. Was she finally going to plan her future with someone else? That was good too. When the time came, she would have a new life and everything would be much better. He nodded. Mo Huiling cried and hugged his waist. After a long time, she sobbed and looked up from his embrace. Gu Jingze tolerated it. Thinking that it was the last time, he didn't reject her. In the end, he slowly pushed her arm away. Gu Jingze said, "Be good in the future. I will go up first." Mo Huiling felt depressed at the thought of him going up to be with Lin Che. But she could only nod obediently. She looked at him sadly as he strode out. She was so angry that she could die. Mo Huiling looked up and saw the surveillance footage in the shop. Her lips curled into a smile and she harumphed. If she didn't have a good time, Lin Che wouldn't have a good time either. In the office, Lin Che was sitting there reading a book. Qin Hao watched nervously from the side. Seeing that Lin Che didn't seem to be acting strange and was just reading, he admired her endurance. Seeing that Gu Jingze wasn't back yet, Qin Hao walked over and said, "Madam, do you want to eat something first?" Lin Che looked up and smiled. "It's okay." But after waiting for a while, Gu Jingze still hadn't come up. He was afraid that she would be unhappy if it was past mealtime. Qin Hao said, "I hope Madam can understand that Sir is only so indecisive. Everything else is fine, but Miss Mo. Fortunately, Sir only wants to treat Madam well. I hope Madam, it's hard for you to speak up for your Sir. I didn't do anything. Do I look angry to you?" He really didn't. Lin Che said, "All right, I'm not angry. Go do your work. You don't have to look at me in fear." Qin Hao looked at Lin Che and felt that his impression of him was getting better and better. He wasn't as unreasonable as Mo Huiling, and he had such a good temper and was so polite to him. Qin Hao said, "Madam, you can rest here." After Qin Hao left, Lin Che looked outside and let out a long sigh. Although he was still holding on to the book in his hand, he had been reading this page for half an hour and he still hadn't flipped it. She looked outside. This man, he said he would be back in a while. Was he not coming back? But even if he didn't come back, it was understandable. Maybe he would get so engrossed in the conversation that he wouldn't care anymore. She just hoped that he wouldn't end up in the hospital again. Just then, Gu Jingze finally came in. He walked over to Lin Che and said, "You're back. Let's go eat." Chapter 230. He smiled. Although he felt much more relaxed just now, he was still a little sad after hearing Imo Huiling's words. He couldn't tell why he was sad. Maybe it was because everything was over and he felt sad. Maybe he just didn't understand when he had become such a man. He had thought that he had to have her, but in the end, he didn't persist. He had always thought that he was a man of principle. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change and he wouldn't hurt her. But in the end, he still hurt Huiling and Lin Che. He felt like he had become the man he despised. He took a deep breath and reached out to push Lin Che's wheelchair. Lin Che said, "Are you still going to eat?" "Actually, there's nothing much I want to eat. Otherwise, it's okay. There's a new restaurant over there. Let's go and see if it's good." "Oh, okay." Hearing Gu Jingze's words, she could only nod. Gu Jingze pushed Lin Che out from the corridor to the secretary's office. The people around them saw this scene and all turned to look at them. Gu Jingze was always followed by a few bodyguards. When the group of people went out, they only pushed Lin Che, who didn't fit in with the atmosphere at the back. It was very eye-catching. In a short while, the company's internal forum was in an uproar. Everyone knew that Gu Jingze had a girlfriend before. It was Imo Huiling, who matched his social status. But the person being pushed by Gu Jingze today was obviously not her. Why did President Gu change his girlfriend? President Gu treats his girlfriend very well and is very attentive. He even pushes her, but why is she still a cripple? Oh my God, President Gu changed his girlfriend without saying a word. Why didn't he say so earlier? If he had, I would have gone up first. Stop dreaming. There are a lot of people in the company. You won't be able to get in. President Gu is really beautiful. I don't know how the people in the CEO's office on the rooftop can continue working if they keep looking at President Gu every day. To answer the question above, someone who didn't work properly and kept looking at President Gu was directly thrown out by President Gu's bodyguard. He fractured his femur and was fired. After that, we all started to work properly and stopped looking at President Gu. Is that for sure? President Gu's bodyguards aren't fake. Anyone who tries to get close to President Gu is definitely looking for death. Don't you know who President Gu is? How can an ordinary person get close to him? Gu Jingze pushed Lin Che. Lin Che lowered his head in embarrassment when he saw everyone's eyes flickering and looking at him. Fortunately, Gu Jingze's private elevator arrived soon. When they got off, Gu Jingze gave them a look to tell them not to follow so closely. Gu Jingze got into the car. He didn't say anything on the way. In the past, Lin Che would chatter non-stop. But this time, he didn't seem to have anything to say. He just looked ahead. She could feel that Gu Jingze's mood had been gloomy ever since he came back. Even though he didn't say it out loud, she was deeply affected by it. After entering the restaurant, the owner of the restaurant politely escorted Gu Jingze and Lin Che to the best private room in the restaurant after passing through a special passage. The private room was so exquisite that it left one speechless. After Lin Che sat down, she looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze smiled at her. Are you cold? If it's cold, I'll get someone to turn on the air conditioner. Gu Jingze. Seeing that Gu Jingze was about to get up, Lin Che stopped him and said, There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm not cold. Are you unhappy? If not, let's go back. Don't eat. No, we still have to eat, Gu Jingze said. Alright, looking at your stinky face makes me have indigestion. It's better not to eat. Lin Che pushed her wheelchair and stopped at the side to look at him. Gu Jingze was stunned. He raised his hand and touched his chin. Of course, he didn't know whether it was stinky or not. He just raised his head and looked at Lin Che's helpless face. In the end, he took a deep breath and said seriously, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Lin Che's lips twitched. It's okay. Didn't you have a good chat with Miss Mo? Gu Jingze only shook his head. No, it was good. Then why did you? It's just that Hui Ling and I ended up like this because of me. I know that, but I can't do anything about it. You might think that I'm indecisive, but I still blame myself. That's the Hui Ling you see now, but the Hui Ling I saw in the past wasn't like this, so, Lin Che's lips twitched again. Then he laughed heartily and said, of course I know. She's different in front of me than in front of the person she loves. No, I shouldn't have talked about her with you. Gu Jingze shook his head and told himself not to be so sullen. You have no obligation to take responsibility for my matters, and you have no obligation to listen to my complaints. Why would I? Lin Che said, even friends can listen to each other's complaints. Moreover, you can't be together, because of me. No, it has nothing to do with you. It's my problem. I know, he said. Lin Che wanted to say something, but when he saw his sullen face, he felt that he couldn't bring himself to say it. If she hadn't appeared, everything wouldn't have been so bad. He and Mo Huiling would have been married a long time ago. Their child might have been born soon. It was still related to her after all. But that was their own business. She had no right to participate in it. So, in the end, she was still an outsider. She was between the two of them, but she couldn't walk into their world. Lin Che laughed dryly. Gu Jingze raised his head and said to Lin Che, I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood, so you couldn't eat. Don't worry, it's okay. You have so many problems, but I still put up with them. This is a small matter. I'll just treat it as your period coming. Period. Gu Jingze frowned. Lin Che laughed loudly. Thinking that he definitely didn't know, he covered his mouth and explained, when girls have their period, they call it their period, so men call it their period? Gu Jingze's face darkened. Lin Che laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth. She didn't care about her image at all. Her feet were already on the wheelchair, and she hugged her knees as she looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze glanced at her feet. She noticed it and remembered that she couldn't help being a tomboy again. She apologized to him. But thinking that she wasn't a tomboy, he wouldn't mind anyway, so she didn't care about her image anymore. She continued to put her feet on the wheelchair, looked at Gu Jingze, and said, Are we still eating? Gu Jingze sighed. He knew that he had affected her, so he could only continue to say, I'm sorry. Lin Che said carelessly, if you really feel sorry for me. Chapter 231. She said, go shopping with me later and buy some stuff for me. Buy stuff? Yeah. Shopping can alleviate all unhappiness. Lin Che said. Gu Jingze didn't quite understand, but he agreed anyway. Okay, you can buy anything you want later. Lin Che clapped and said, okay, I won't be polite with you later. Why are you so greedy? I'm not a rich girl. It's okay for me to be greedy, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze's face darkened. Lin Che pouted. Why did he bring up a rich girl for no reason? She was sad because of Mo Huiling just now. She smiled and said, I mean, it's because I'm poor. Gu Jingze glared at her. She only knew how to complain about being poor. They ate a few mouthfuls of food, but neither of them had much of an appetite. After they went out, Lin Che aimlessly bought things in the mall. She didn't have anything to buy for herself, so she bought some for Shen Yuran and Yu Minmin. Soon, she couldn't carry any more things. Shopping with Gu Jingze was really fun. He didn't care about the price. He asked the people to pack everything up as soon as he walked in. Soon, he finished shopping at a place he was interested in. Soon, they arrived at a high-class gold shop. Gu Jingze stopped and looked inside. "Aren't you going in to take a look?" Lin Che looked around. The things inside must be very expensive. She didn't want to spend too much money. "I don't think so. I don't wear jewelry. It's okay. Let's go in." He looked at Lin Che. Although she was a greedy girl, she didn't seem to wear anything expensive. As he spoke, he had already pushed Lin Che inside. The shop looked very high-end, different from ordinary jewelry shops. The shop assistant didn't recognize Gu Jingze and Lin Che, who wanted to keep a low profile, as he was wearing a mask. However, judging from the imposing manner of the people following behind them, he knew they were not customers to be trifled with. Looking at the professional bodyguards, the shop assistant realized that they had never met such powerful people since the opening of the gold shop. So, he was even more respectful and careful towards them. Lin Che had never enjoyed such treatment before. As soon as he entered the door, he was brought to the VIP area. The shop assistant was a beautiful lady, and there was also a store manager who seemed to have an allusion to her. "What would you like to see?" How would Lin Che know? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "What good stock do you have? Show it to us first." Hearing this, the manager turned around and whispered to the staff to bring the VIPs over. Seeing that the manager attached so much importance to it, the shop assistant hurriedly asked someone to do it. After a while, a few people walked in. On the tray, there were jade pendants and rings. Lin Che looked at so many things at once that he was a little dazzled. "This ring is so beautiful, this pendant is beautiful too. Hey, is this a Rui jade? Where should I put it?" The shop assistant explained everything to Lin Che. Gu Jingze said, "If you like them, you can pick a few." Lin Che turned around. "Can I?" "Of course." Lin Che looked at the flawless item written in emerald green. He thought to himself that it would probably be very expensive. "Forget it, I don't usually wear it." "Then you can start wearing it now." As he spoke, he held her hand and looked at the small ring in the middle. Although it was small, it was very exquisite. It was so smooth and round that no one could find a single flaw. Most importantly, it was very pleasing to the eye. He picked it up and compared it to Lin Che's finger. Holding her hand, he slowly slipped the ring into her finger. The emerald green ring looked very beautiful on her fair finger. The shop assistant couldn't help but praise, "Madam's hand is so beautiful." Gu Jingze had heard a lot of compliments, but this was the first time he felt happy about it. Praising Lin Che seemed to make him feel happier than praising him. He smiled and pulled Lin Che's hand to take a look. It was indeed very beautiful. Compared to some of the beautiful girls present, her hand was even more outstanding. Every knuckle seemed to be very smooth and round. It was so cute. However, there were still some thorns on her palm. When he opened her palm, he could see some marks on it. Gu Jingze thought that her status in the Lin family wasn't very good. These marks were probably left behind when she was doing housework and helping the nanny. His heart dimmed a little. He looked up and said to the manager, "We'll take this." The manager was naturally happy. "Sir, you have good taste. This is the best item in our store." Gu Jingze smiled, not listening to the manager's boast. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. I like it. Wrap it up for me. The manager immediately did it. The shop assistant wanted to wrap it up for her, but Gu Jingzi said, "It's okay. Let her wear it." Lin Che looked up. Gu Jingzi said, "Didn't you buy it to wear?" Lin Che looked at him and smiled happily. She looked down at her fingers and felt that they were even more beautiful. But it was too expensive and she felt bad for it. The shop assistant smiled at the two of them and said, "Sir, you treat Madam so well. We're so jealous. Madam, you're really lucky." Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingzi. Yes, she was lucky to have met Gu Jingzi. Gu Jingzi smiled. He felt that such a compliment made him feel happy, especially when he heard that he treated his wife well. This was the first time he had heard such a compliment, but it was thought-provoking. A different kind of pride slowly spread in his heart. After being sent off by the people in the jewelry store, Gu Jingzi looked at the ring on Lin Che's hand. She looked down and looked at it. Even though she said no, she was actually very happy. He said, "All right, stop looking. You won't be able to do anything if you keep looking. It's so expensive. It's the price of a house. I feel like I'm wearing a house on my hand. Of course I have to look at it more." Gu Jingzi looked at her. No matter how careless she was still a girl. Gu Jingzi thought that their marriage was actually a very careless thing. There was no wedding gown, no wedding ring, and no wedding. He felt a little guilty. He looked at Lin Che's hand. He didn't even buy her a diamond ring. He looked at Lin Che. "Lin Che, actually, do you want a wedding?" Chapter 232. When Lin Che heard the word wedding, she looked up in surprise. "Wedding? What wedding?" Gu Jingzi looked down at her. "Because when we get married, you won't have anything. When other people get married, they will have a wedding ring, and a wedding dress, but you won't have anything." Hearing this, Lin Che understood. Forget it. Why would I want a wedding? They were a fake marriage. Why would they have a wedding? Then when they got divorced in the future, would they have a divorce ceremony? Forget it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't want a wedding. Gu Jingzi said, "Lin Che, if you want a wedding, tell me. We can actually have one. There's really no need. I hate trouble the most. Weddings are just a formality. What era is it now? Do you feel guilty about having a wedding?" Gu Jingzi saw the disdain in her eyes. It was as if he was an antique from a different era. He felt a little depressed. He looked at her and said, "I do feel guilty. You should have a wedding too. Isn't a wedding a very important thing in a woman's heart? Everyone has one, but you can't have one. It's not fair to you." Lin Che waved her hand speechlessly. Forget it. We agreed not to have a wedding and I haven't changed my mind. If you really feel guilty, just buy me something nice. Gu Jingzi looked at her helplessly. Okay, Gu Jingzi pushed Lin Che up. Lin Che smiled and turned back to look at Gu Jingzi. You really think too much. Actually, I don't have anything to do with it. Gu Jingzi glared at her. Yes, you're so heartless. But she didn't want what everyone else wanted. It was really puzzling. Gu Jingzi didn't have much experience with women. If she didn't want it, then so be it. He could only keep it in his heart and didn't say anything else. On the way out, Lin Che was still looking down at the ring. Actually, she really didn't like wearing jewelry, but she was still very happy when she thought that the ring should be quite expensive. Of course, this was a gift from Gu Jingzi. Holding it in her hand, she thought that although Gu Jingze felt sorry and gave it to her as compensation, he still felt sorry. However, Gu Jingze didn't know why his mood was fluctuating so much today. Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze, if you have anything on your mind, you can tell me. It's okay for me to be your trash can." Gu Jingze said, "Nothing. Really? I'm a little guilty after taking such an expensive gift from you. Tell me quickly so that I can feel at ease." Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked at Lin Che. "But when I spoke to Hui Ling today, she said she wouldn't harass me anymore." That's not a big deal. I've thought about it before. Our relationship should have ended a long time ago. It's not good for the two of us. But today, when she talked about our past, I felt a little guilty. Lin Che nodded in understanding and said, "You've known Miss Mo since you were young. Have you been together since you were young?" "Of course not. She followed me around and always called me Brother Jingze. At first, I only cared about my career. I studied with a tutor at home and had to deal with the family business. I was always very busy, but she always followed me around. No matter where I went, she would accompany me. So, when we were in Italy, I went to the square to look at pigeons. I told her that we should try dating." He paused and said, "I was 17 then." Hearing that Gu Jingze had been so busy since he was young, Lin Che felt a little sorry for him. It seemed that being a tycoon wasn't easy. Lin Che said, "That's very simple." It seemed that Mo Huiling was also infatuated with him, to be able to follow him for so long. "Miss Mo is really devoted to you. I don't have the heart to follow a man for so long." Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "You say it as if you've never liked that sissy." "Hey, Qin Qing isn't a sissy." Hearing Lin Che defend Qin Qing so fiercely, he was really depressed. If she's not a sissy, then what is she? Ha! In any case, she's not. You're so protective and you still say you don't have the heart. Gu Jingze's eyes were somewhat disdainful. He snorted, completely disdainful of Qin Qing. "I don't have the heart. I didn't follow him for so long. Of course, I don't have the leisure of a rich girl. At that time, it was already good enough for me to have a full stomach. I had to go through fire and water every day. Love and whatnot were all luxuries. Even if I had a crush on him, I didn't even confess my feelings." Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked at her deeply. Then he said, "I'm usually too busy, so I didn't take care of Huiling. That's why it's been delayed until now. If I had told my family earlier that I wouldn't marry anyone but her, my family wouldn't have been so ruthless. So, this matter is indeed my fault. It has nothing to do with you." "All right." Lin Che looked at him and said, "This is called passing by. It's so sad. I want to write a script for you too." Gu Jingze looked at this unscrupulous woman. "But it's all in the past. The way I treat her now is different from before." Lin Che's eyes moved. She didn't want to hear him talk about his feelings for her. She was a little resistant. It was fine if he knew about their past, but she didn't want to hear such detailed things about his feelings for her. "No, you don't have to tell me about your love life. I'm not interested," she said, her voice a little shaky. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "No, I want to tell you, Lin Che. I can't be sure what I feel for you, but I'm sure that it's different from Hui Ling's. I can't give you a normal marriage, nor can I be a perfect husband. I can't give you full love. The only thing I can do is be honest with you." Lin Che's heart sank slightly. The sourness almost burst out of her eyes, but she didn't cry. It wasn't worth crying just because it was like this. She smiled and said, "All right, then I'll respect your choice. I'll also be honest with you." Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "What?" How do you feel about me? I finally have a sexual feeling for you. Ha 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 ha. Gu Jing's face darkened completely. This woman was too, Gu Jingzi said, you're so thirsty, and you're only telling me now. If you had told me earlier, I would have let you use it long ago. Lin Che said, you're the one who's thirsty. This is a joke. You know I'm not good at joking. Then, tell me, are you satisfied with it? Gu Jingzi looked down at her. When he asked the question with that serious expression, it made her face heat up unconsciously. I'm not telling you. Humph. Gu Jingzi said, not telling me. But I want to ask. Hurry up and tell me. I'm not telling you. I'm so annoyed. I'm going home. She pushed the wheelchair forward. Gu Jingzi hurried over and held the wheelchair. Why are you running? You said it first. I was wrong, alright. Alright, I forgive you, but you have to compensate me when we get back. Lin Che glared at him. She wondered why he wasn't as melancholic as before. We're all men animals that thought with their lower bodies. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.